Good morning, everyone. The public hearing for the Harvard Westlake River Park project will begin shortly in approximately a couple minutes at 9 o'clock. Thank you for your patience. Morning. This is the scheduled public hearing for case number CPC 2020-1511 VCU SPR and environmental case number ENV 2020-1512-EIR involving the properties located at 4047 through 4155 North Whitsett Avenue, 12506 through 12630 West Valley Spring Lane, and assessor parcel number APN 2375-018-903 in Studio City, Los Angeles, California 91604, also known as the Harvard Westlake River Park project. It is Wednesday, July 12th, 2023, and the time is 9:02. My name is Kimberly Henry, and I am the hearing officer that will be taking public testimony on behalf of the City Planning Commission. Before we begin, I will be sharing some general instructions on the virtual meeting format. Please note that many of you already have your hands raised, and we will be lowering all hands until we get to the public hearing portion of today's hearing. Okay. Before we begin, I will be sharing some general instructions on the virtual meeting format. Agendas are available online through the Planning Department website by clicking About, Commissions, Boards, and Hearings, and then Hearings. When public comment is open, if you would like to provide a public comment, please press *9 on your phone or the raised hand button if participating via Zoom online. Planning staff will announce the last 4 digits of your phone number or the name you entered when logging into Zoom when it is your turn to speak. You will hear a message that states you are muted. At that time, you will need to press *6 to speak. We ask that you please first state your name clearly and then proceed with your comment. We will repeat this information again before we start taking public testimony. To ensure that you are heard clearly, please be mindful of background noise. When giving your public comment, please be mindful of the large number of public participants at this hearing and try to keep your comments concise and to the point so that everyone can have the opportunity to comment. If another speaker has already provided a similar comment, you may state that you agree with the previous comments since we want to be mindful of everyone's time. This is also not the only opportunity to provide comments. Written comments are equally considered as today's oral comments and will also be described in the hearing officer staff report to the Commission. Depending on the number of participants, we may have to set a time limit per speaker. If so, your time will be monitored by planning staff, who will provide a verbal indicator of when you will need to conclude your testimony. Once you have concluded your public comment, please state so. Your audio will then be muted and we will move on to the next speaker. If you have any documents or written comments for submission, please submit them to me by email at kimberly.henry@lacity.org, whose email address is also shown on the hearing notice. If you would like to be added to the interested parties list to receive determination letters for this project, you can go to tinyurl.com/planningnotify to be added to the interested parties list. We thank you in advance for your patience, as staff may need extra time to organize the callers. For the record, city planning staff Jim Harris, Bob Babajian, Aaron Strelich, and Kathleen King will also be participating in today's hearing. The purpose of today's public hearing is to hear public testimony related to the proposed Harvard Westlake River Park project. There will be no decisions made at today's public hearing. The format for today's hearing will be as follows. Staff will give a verbal presentation of the project. The applicant and/or their representative will then make a verbal presentation. I will then open the hearing to public comment and later close public comment. If time permits, the applicant and/or their representative may be called back to answer questions that staff might have or to address concerns raised by the public if necessary. The updated Harvard Westlake River Park project involves the redevelopment of the approximately 16-acre Weddington golf and tennis site and an adjacent approximately 1-acre portion of property along the Los Angeles River leased from Los Angeles County, collectively comprising an approximately 17-acre project site for use as an athletic and recreational facility for the Harvard Westlake School and for shared public use. The project would remove the existing golf course, driving range, and tennis facilities to develop two athletic fields with bleacher seating and approximately 80,000 square foot, 2-story, multi-story gymnasium with a maximum height of 30 feet, a 52-meter swimming pool with seating, 8 tennis courts with seating, 1 level of below-grade parking, and a surface parking lot. The project would include ancillary field buildings, 3 security kiosks, exterior light poles, walls and fencing, and retention of the existing clubhouse structure, putting green, low brick retaining wall with weeping mortar, and golf ball shaped light standards. The project would remove 240 of the existing 421 trees and plant 393 new trees. The project would include an approximately 350,000 gallon stormwater capture and reuse system for water conservation and treatment purposes. The project would also provide approximately 5 acres of publicly accessible open space and landscaped pathways connecting to the adjacent Zev Greenway, and would provide on-site landscaped areas and recreational facilities. The project involves off-site improvements to the Valley Heart Drive public right-of-way, portions of the Zev Greenway adjacent to the project site, and an ADA compliant ramp to provide a pedestrian connection between the Zev Greenway and Coldwater Canyon Avenue, northwest of the project site. The project development would require excavation and grading of the project site to a maximum depth of 21 feet below grade and a net cut and fill volume of approximately 197,000 cubic yards. The project includes a request for the following entitlements: consideration of an environmental impact report, which is available online, a vesting conditional use permit to allow the operation of a private school athletic and recreational campus in the A1 agricultural zone, and additional height allowances to permit athletic field light poles up to 80 feet in height and walls up to 11 feet in height, and a site plan review for a development that results in an increase of more than 50,000 square feet of non-residential floor area. We will next allow the applicant to make a presentation on the project before starting public testimony. Again, as a note, no decisions will be made today. Today, the purpose of the meeting is for the hearing officer to collect testimony on the project, which will then be combined with any written documents received and presented in a staff report to the City Planning Commission on August 24th, 2023. A courtesy notice may be provided prior to the commission meeting date to anyone who provides their name and email or mailing address on the interested parties list, which can be accessed by visiting tinyurl.com/planningnotify. You can also view the meeting information online on the Planning Department website approximately 72 hours prior to the commission meeting date. You can also access the interested parties list on the agenda that was posted online prior to today's hearing. The commission meeting will be a hybrid, virtual, and in-person public meeting. The commission may permit limited additional public testimony on this case, but today's hearing is to meet the legal notice and hearing requirements prior to commission taking an action. That concludes staff's presentation. Now I would like to ask the applicant and/or their representative to make a presentation.
Good morning. Thank you, Ms. Henry. My name is Rick Commons. I'm the president of Harvard Westlake, and I've been in that position for 10 years. My history with the school dates back to 1990, however, when I was a young English teacher and soccer coach, and I really feel very much like I grew up at Harvard Westlake, both as an educator and as a person, and I believe in the values and the intentions of the school. My two children are both current students. A little background on the project. The owners of Weddington Golf and Tennis had been eager to sell the property to housing developers for many years. The neighbors and Studio City residents were vehemently against the use of the space for housing. Harvard Westlake purchased the property in 2017 with a plan consistent with the desires of the community to maintain recreational use, improve the environmental impact, and share the facility with the community. We planned from the beginning for this to be a win for Harvard Westlake in providing more space for our athletes and recreational activities at the school, a win for the environment in improving the sustainability of the site, and a win for our Studio City neighbors. We, from the beginning, have had a commitment to community access. The facility will be available from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. With full access to more than 5 acres of parkland, as well as a 3/4 mile walking and jogging trail, all monitored and kept safe by Harvard Westlake security. The gym, the fields, the track, and the pool will be available for community groups when not in use by Harvard Westlake. And the new tennis courts and putting green and historic clubhouse and the traditional Southwest Cafe inside the clubhouse will be open to the public from dawn to dusk. We have already established community partnerships with Angel City Sports for adaptive athletes, with Special Olympics, the United States Tennis Association, the Boys and Girls Club, Friends of the LA River, and the Tataviam Band of Mission Indians. Those community partners are just the beginning for us. Let me speak for a moment to the environmental benefits. There will be more than 100 additional trees, all native. Once the project is complete, that will double the carbon sequestration by year 5 of operations, and it will vastly increase the native habitat for wildlife and birds. We will have solar panels on the gym, providing clean energy for the facility, and a stormwater recapture and reuse system that will clean water that runs off from the streets and reuse it for the facility. The turf fields will require no water, the artificial turf that we're planning. Currently, the golf course requires millions of gallons per year and abundant pesticides. In terms of our communication with stakeholders in the community, we have, since the beginning, held listening sessions regarding the design of the facility. We've attended Studio City Neighborhood Council and Studio City Residents Association meetings. We've read and considered carefully responses to the draft EIR and had countless individual conversations, which have led to dozens of changes to ensure that win for the community. For instance, we have removed from the original design 1 gym bay, we have removed a 25-meter pool, and we removed 3 lanes of the track that was planned. In addition, since the original design, we have agreed to preserve the clubhouse, the putting green, and to extend hours for tennis to 9 p.m. We've reduced seating, parking, grading, and lighting, and we have relocated the bleachers to reduce possible noise for nearby residents. We continue to seek common ground with the community, and we remain willing to discuss operational considerations and look forward to hearing from the planning department regarding next steps. In conclusion, Harvard Westlake has been an active contributor to Studio City and beyond since 1937. Our students give tens of thousands of hours of community service to Studio City and Greater Los Angeles every year. And we emphasize in our teaching and in our interactions with the community, we model citizenship and a purpose beyond ourselves. This project reflects those values. We are a school, not a commercial developer. And as such, we have a not-for-profit mission of serving our students, and especially with this project, of serving the wider community with recreational, educational, and cultural opportunities. For all of those reasons, we believe the Harvard Westlake River Park is worthy of your support. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the applicant presentation. We will now move into the public testimony portion of the hearing regarding the project. Please take note of the following rules of decorum. Please do not raise your hand until you are instructed to do so. Please focus your comments on the case before us and direct all of your comments to me. You will only have one opportunity to speak and cannot pass unused time to other speakers. That said, please be concise and comprehensive in what you would like to say, and be mindful of the large number of people who would like to also provide a public comment at today's hearing. If you feel that you have additional testimony to provide outside of the time allotted, or if you have follow-up questions or comments following your turn to speak, you may submit written comments to the staff planner, Kimberly Henry, whose contact info is provided on the hearing notice. Depending on the number of participants, the time for each speaker may be limited. We ask that you respect this time limit or you will be muted. If you agree with previous commenters, please state so rather than repeating what previous speakers have said. Before you begin speaking, please state your name for the record. We will now be lowering everybody's hands. We appreciate your patience with the virtual hearing format. We would now like to hear from any representatives from the applicable council district and certified neighborhood council, if a representative is available for comment. If you are the representative from the applicable council district or certified neighborhood council and would like to provide a comment, please press *9 or raise your hand in Zoom. Again, we are only asking for a representative from the applicable council district office and certified neighborhood council to raise their hand at this time. Once you are unmuted, please state your name and which council district or neighborhood council you represent.
Jim Harris for the record. I am going to unmute the representative from the Studio City Neighborhood Council, and I will lower everybody else's hand. So let me allow Scott Mendel of Studio City Neighborhood Council to talk. Okay, Scott, go right ahead.
Hi, good morning. My name is Scott Mandel. I'm the president of the Studio City Neighborhood Council, and I'll need about 3.5, 4 minutes. May I proceed?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. On June 26, 2023, at a special meeting, the Studio City Neighborhood Council passed the following motion unanimously. The board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council at this point cannot support the Harvard Westlake River Park proposal. Changes to the proposal in the FEIR do not adequately address concerns expressed by this board earlier in the process. It is our understanding that rebuttals to the FEIR from experts in the following subject matters are forthcoming: hydrology, noise, traffic, artificial turf, water, lights, bats, air quality, safety, and trees. We look forward to seeing that work product. Additionally, The Studio City Neighborhood Council remains concerned about the lack of a comprehensive conditional use permit. We wish to be involved in the drafting process along with Council District 4 and the applicant. Until that time, there are simply too many unknowns for us to support this project. I'd like to talk briefly about the process. From the first notice with 4 business days to prepare for this hearing, followed by the second with 8 business days, then the third that extended the review time. The multiple misfires for this hearing, which inconceivably is only virtually due to the quote, imminent risks to health and safety due to COVID-19. We don't understand what that is about. Your constituents should have a right to attend in person and you should face them. Many local residents simply cannot understand what city planning was thinking, and perhaps you don't appreciate the stress and anxiety that this caused the community. Then there are the responses to the comments section, approximately 1,600 pages of what we feel were members of the public and experts being debased almost gleefully by the city. I have spoken with many stakeholders who felt personally insulted and ridiculed just for taking the time to express their sincere views. Put yourself for a moment in the shoes of the public. Terms of art such as less than significant, no facts to support, opinion of the commentator, and such, that list goes on. So please consider that the point of public comment is to engage with the public, who for the most part are not seeking lawyers or city planning staff. Have a look at what less than significant actually is. See the results of the formulas and tables prepared by experts, all correctly refuted by lay persons, and witness the firsthand actual results in our neighborhood. See what happens when all we have are conditional use permits, which are not worth the paper they are printed on. The devastating quality of life impacts on local residents who stated with such specificity what would happen because we knew the experts were wrong. They seem to be wrong quite a bit. On artificial turf, I'm not appealing to the city. I'm appealing to the applicant. Speak to your faculty, coaches, staff, athletes, students, alumni. Sacramento is taking up a statewide artificial turf ban, Assembly Bill 1423, due to the severe environmental and health issues. Plastic turf will be banned, perhaps this year, perhaps next. This is a chance for Harvard Westlake to take the lead, lower the temperature, literally and figuratively, and commit to natural turf. Lastly, we also request full disclosure on the lease and sale of county land that the approval of this project requires. We would like to see full disclosure of the existing lease, the new lease, and the condition of sale, the price, and if this went through public bidding. We would like all that information before the City Planning Commission hearing. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Scott. We are now going to call on Council District 4 representative to provide a comment.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Majid, Planning Director for Councilmember Rahman, Council District 4. I'm happy to be here today to listen to and take note of everyone's comments as the public process continues for this proposed project. While this effort predates our time in office, we are encouraged at the high level of engagement by community stakeholders and hope it resumes as this case makes its way to the City Planning Commission, the initial decision maker for this case next month. Thank you again for your participation.
Thank you, Michelle. We appreciate your patience with the virtual hearing format. And thank you from both the Neighborhood Council and the Council District for providing their comments. For all other commenters, please press *9 or the raise hand button in Zoom at this time if you would like to speak on this item. We will call on the last 4 digits of your phone number or the name you entered when logging into Zoom. When you hear the last 4 digits of your phone number or your name, you will be told that you are unmuted. Once you hear this prompt, you will then press *6 to speak. Please note that there may be a slight delay. If you can please wait momentarily before speaking. We will give everyone around 30 seconds to request to speak by pressing *9.
Kimberly, did you want me to share my screen?
Yes, just 1 second, Jim.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm just allowing a little bit more time because it looks like people are still raising their hand to join at this time. Okay, it looks like we have about 195 people who are currently requesting to provide a public comment. Given the large number of people requesting to speak, we would like to ask that each speaker limit their comment to 3 minutes. Planning staff will call out the last 4 digits of your phone number or your name as entered in Zoom when it is your turn to speak. You will hear a message that states you are unmuted. Once you have provided your comment, planning staff will add an X to the last 4 digits of your phone number or your name to indicate that you have provided your comments. We ask that you state your name for the record, limit your comments to the subject matter of this hearing, and direct all of your statements to me, the hearing officer, and not to others in attendance.
Suzanne, you just disappeared. Mike Tushin.
Hello.
Oh, there's Suzanne. Thank you.
Yes, hi.
Go right ahead.
Suzanne Lewis, Neighborhood Council, Valley Village. I joined Studio City Neighborhood Council in opposing this project. I hope that you will listen to the community and listen to the people. This is completely, it doesn't fit into the plan. It doesn't serve the community well. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mike Tushin.
Thank you very much, Ms. Henry. Appreciate the opportunity to address you. I will be brief. I did not attend Harvard Westlake. I don't have any family at Harvard Westlake, but as a member of the community, I am very excited by this project. Obviously, Harvard Westlake does not need to open up the facilities to the community. I think it's incredibly generous that they are doing so. I've read about this on the website. And I enjoyed hearing from Mr. Commons about the many different things that will be available to the community, including the tennis courts and all of the other incredible athletic facilities, the gymnasium, the putting green, cafe, 6 acres of park, 3/4 mile walking trail. And again, I understand how painful it is to have development, but this sure sounds like a much better alternative to me than commercial developers building buildings and no access to the community. So I fully support the project and very much look forward to personally taking advantage of the generosity of Harvard Westlake and using the many facilities that they're making available. Thank you so much again for the opportunity.
Patty Kerbin.
My name is Patty Kirby, Studio City resident. I am opposed to the Harvard Westlake project. The proposed project introduces a number of elements that compromise public safety and increase the city's liability. The proposed project forces emergency services personnel to share a road with attendees, especially at large events, while entering and exiting the property at the driveways near Fire Station 78. The city is at increased liability for collisions that occur with city emergency vehicles at the proposed project South Driveway and Roundabout at Valley Heart. Gridlock during an emergency or disaster will slow LAFD emergency vehicles' response time and will risk lives. Again, LA City has increased liability. Mitigations listed in the FEIR are a joke and not viable. See the expert report from Aperture that's been submitted. Remove the ingress and egress to the development away from Fire Station 78. Additionally, this product hinges on the granting of a conditional use permit, CUP. This proposed plan does not satisfy the 3 required findings for approval. According to LAMC section 12.24, a CUP should not be granted. In addition, the FEIR presents the same concerns as the DEIR and offers insufficient mitigations to minimize the effects of the proposed project. This project is too large and requires the use of LA County land. I strongly urge LA County to rescind the Harvard-Westlake lease on this property, as the use of open space with natural grass will change to an artificial turf field, running track, and non-permeable concrete roundabout for buses and cars. Do the right thing. Support the thousands of voters that oppose this destruction of true green open space. Thank you.
Harrison B., please unmute yourself.
Yes, hi. I live in Council District 4, and I plan to have kids soon, and I'm really excited to have the Harvard-Westlake River Park available to me and my family. I think Harvard-Westlake is the best possible custodian of this property. I'm excited about the partnerships with community stakeholders in the broader community. That's it.
Thank you. Nicole N., if you would like to unmute yourself and begin.
Hi, Kimberly, it's Nicole, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of Harvard-Westlake. I have seen firsthand much of the great nonprofit work that they have done over the years, and I feel like it's a win-win-win, as was spoken, not only for the environment, for the community, and as well as the school. I agree that there could be many different custodians under whose leadership the outcome would not be nearly as beautiful, as open, and as generous as what Harvard-Westlake is proposing. I hope the residents will see the opportunity that's in front of them and the willingness of Harvard-Westlake to make the accommodations that need to be made to make this project indeed what it appears to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Danny So, if you'd like to unmute yourself. Go.
Hi, everyone. This is Daniel So. I just want to say I strongly support River Park and agree with Mr. Mike Tushin, Harrison B., and Nicole's comments. Look, I'm especially excited about the level of access that the entire community will have to River Park, which, according to my research, includes 6 acres of lawns, plazas, open spaces, and wooded areas, as well as a dog-friendly walking trail around the perimeter of the site. This just sounds amazing to me for everyone around the community. I'm also excited for the athletic programming that the Harvard-Westlake School will operate in the pool and tennis areas and on the athletic fields. I just want to thank Harvard-Westlake for creating new and modern recreational open space in Studio City that the community can enjoy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. David Sonurid, excuse me if I mispronounce your name.
No problem. My name is Dr. David Sonerud. I'm a retired professor and avid tennis player and I've lived in Studio City, my favorite place in this country, for a total of 10 happy years. I'm happy to share with Kimberly, the committee, and all those who love Weddington Golf and Tennis, these comments that I have directed towards Harvard Westlake. I'd like to read these 4 parts of their mission statement, if I may. A diverse and inclusive community united by the joyful pursuit of educational excellence, living and learning with integrity, and purpose beyond ourselves. Purpose beyond ourselves. This core value of Harvard Westlake, one of the 4 pillars of their mission statement, is highly honorable, I believe. And it is a crucial value to instill in today's young people. In doing so, you're striving to guide your students to go out into the world, into their communities, and not just attempt to build lives and careers that benefit themselves, but to create purpose-driven lives that benefit and uplift those around them, those in their communities. How do your plans to demolish Weddington Golf and Tennis align with your mission statement? I don't think they do. In fact, I think they're in direct opposition. The destruction of countless mature trees that cannot be replaced by small ones and have the same effect. It will take away a beloved icon of Studio City and displace the thousands of citizens who treasure it. I submit that all these actions are in direct opposition to your mission statement, and they cannot be reconciled with the value of having purpose beyond oneself. What does this teach your students? It teaches them that no matter how much their actions harm others, harm their communities, with enough resources and power, they can go through life and do whatever benefits themselves, the few, regardless of what's best for the many. It teaches them to live lives without purpose beyond themselves. If your project is realized, I think it's incumbent upon you to revise your mission statement, or perhaps do the right thing, which is to change course and demonstrate your values to your students by your own example. Why not find another location that is better suited for this enormous athletic center? Keep Weddington Golf and Tennis open to the public. You'd have a great deal of support from the community, and you would do a lot to repair the Harvard Westlake brand from the significant hit that it's taken. You'd be seen as the good guys, the heroes, and you would align your actions with your own stated values. If you're unwilling to do this, then why not sell the property to someone who will? This would also do much to elevate Harvard Westlake's reputation back to the respected member of this community that it was prior to all of this. Please do the right thing, Harvard Westlake. It's not too late to change. Do the honorable thing, value your own mission statement, and do the right thing for your students. Thank you for listening.
Gabrielle Partias, you would like to unmute yourself? Gabriella?
Hi, can you hear me?
There you go. Go right
Oh,
ahead.
great. Thank you very much. I really appreciate this opportunity to speak. I just want to say I've been listening for quite a while now about the reasons why people want to be able to build this project. And I actually find it so disheartening that it's regardless if Harvard Westlake raises really honorable young students, whether it contributes to society or whatever, has nothing to do with the fact that destroying this green space means something very negative to the community. That Harvard Westlake actually has money and options to go to other locations that have been offered and choose instead to go and invade a green space that the community, everybody gets to enjoy. It's green space is not meant to be by appointment only. And I feel like when I'm listening to this, that people are not aware that we will be restricted as a community to be able to partake in the green space that is being designed. I don't understand why this meeting isn't in person. I really thought that you were going to be having meetings in person. You have other meetings in person, so that this one is not, really feels that we are being restricted as a community. And I hope that this is something that we'll be able to go and really have a true conversation about and help Harvard Westlake to find a space that serves the students and the community. And it doesn't hurt us in terms of losing this green space. It's really, right now, feels very suspect. And I feel like there's a lot of things going on with Harvard Westlake where they're saying one thing and something else is going on as I start reading through all of this, the documents that are coming out. And I think that's a shame. That does not show honesty. And it does make everything suspect to Harvard Westlake and to what you say you stand for. If you're not going to be straight out about certain things and things that aren't being given to the community in terms of transparency, then this should not go on in any way. That's my how I feel about this. And I really hope that we can take a stand and be strong together. Thank you.
Basil or Basil Hamade.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. My name is Basil Hamida, and I'll just say at the outset, I wholeheartedly support the River Park project by Harvard Westlake. I listened very closely to the comments of President Commons and Representative Mandel. I've attended many community meetings involving Mr. Mandel and the predecessor president, all of which, by the way, were held by Zoom, none in person. Mr. Mandel failed to mention that most of us living in the community, and by the way, I live just a few blocks away and am part of the Council District 4. Most of us living in the community that will actually benefit from the project as a community support the project and disagree with Mr. Mandel's comments. I heard Ms. Parterris's comments a moment ago, and respectfully, I didn't understand really anything she said. It was all very illusory. Well, it's not good for the community. Well, what community is she talking about? I live 6 blocks away. I ride my bike in the area all the time. The Weddington or what Weddington is right now is of extremely limited benefit to the community. The renderings and the evolution of changes to the design over the last 6 years since Harvard Westlake purchased the area, the Weddington area, is phenomenally beneficial to the community. I mean, I am a huge advocate to improving this area. I live on the Bellingham Street Avenue, and the street was not paved or repaired in 90 years, 90, since it was first laid down. It took me 6 years to get the city to finally repair and repave the street. So I want nothing but what's beneficial to the community first and foremost. Me and my family will live here for the rest of our lives. It's an absolutely incredible area. But for all of these comments to say, well, this isn't a benefit to the neighborhood and the community, it's just false. It's just provably false. If you look at the project and all of the improvements that are going to be made, and I'm not going to repeat the acres of public space, the running track, the gym, the soccer fields, on and on and on. It's a tremendous benefit to the community. So please be wary of these illusory comments that really, don't have substance to them. And I'll just close by saying, Harvard Westlake is taking the laboring oar here. They are paying the bill, and we are waiting for construction to proceed. So let's go. Sure. Thank you.
As a reminder, I'd like to ask everybody to remember to direct their comments to me as the hearing officer for today's hearing. For those of you who may have just joined us, there are over 200 people with their hands currently raised to provide a comment. So we appreciate your patience as we work through getting through as many people as possible, as timely as we can. If you are interested in speaking and have not done so already, please press *9 on your phone or the raised hand button in Zoom. When it is your turn to speak, planning staff will announce the last 4 digits of your phone number or your name. Once you hear this prompt, you will need to press *6 to speak. Please keep in mind that if another speaker has already provided a similar comment, you may state that you agree with the previous comments, since we want to be mindful of everyone's time. This is also not the only opportunity to provide comments. Written comments are equally considered as today's oral comments and will also be described in the hearing officer staff report to the commission. Thank you.
David Nichols, if you'd like to unmute yourself, there you go. Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. As a native Angelino, I have a lifelong affection for Weddington golf and tennis. I frequent it as a parent now, watching my 3 children play tennis on courts that honestly could use an upgrade. And as a golfer, I work on my horrible swing at the range. But I know that I'm going to love Weddington 2.0 even more because I play basketball, I swim, I run, and I love being in nature. To me, this project benefits the many over the few who play golf and tennis. The loss of green space that is being lamented, to me, is not a reality. I mean, the only ones who enjoy the green space currently are those who pay to play golf. And the truth is, Los Angeles needs more public spaces. With the River Park, it seems Harvard Westlake is transforming a public space to allow for many more uses that will benefit all kinds of athletes and nature lovers at zero cost to the city or the community. Certainly, I'll miss the par 3 at Weddington, but there are other courses and driving ranges that are in reasonable proximity. And I don't think nostalgia should get in the way of progress. I know Rec and Parks has been pushing hard for schools to make their playgrounds and fields accessible to the public on weekends to benefit their local communities. In this case, Harvard Westlake is unilaterally extending a hand to the local community, Full Angel City Sports, Special Olympics, the Boys and Girls Club, and others to create a beautiful state-of-the-art recreational facility so that its investment in its students can have borrowing from their mission statement, someone quoted earlier, purpose beyond their selves. Harvard Westlake, it seems, has been extraordinarily intentional over the last 6 years when developing this project and has forged partnerships with a wide range of social service organizations, those that I mentioned, to maximize the benefit of its very ambitious and generous project. The pool will be accessible to the public and may be used by the Special Olympics and Angel City Sports and serve as a place perhaps to teach members of the public how to swim, a critical life-saving skill, which obviously benefits the community. So it's obviously a transformative project for the school, but I really see this as a win for the people of Studio City and Los Angeles. Saving Weddington as it currently exists is not practical, but saving lives through swimming programs at the new pool is a greater legacy, and allowing access to the community, creating an oasis for members of the community who don't just play golf and tennis is a real gift. Public-private partnerships like this one are critical to making our city continue to be excellent. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Matthew Flynn, if you'd like to unmute yourself. Yeah.
Hi, thanks for having this hearing. I work at Tim J. Delaney Design. I've won creative competitions to redesign Ports Call Village in San Pedro, worked on the LA Clippers Stadium, Google campus up north, and redid the Notre Dame University football stadium. So I'm well aware of how to look at plans and ideas and concepts. I live a few hundred feet from Weddington Golf and Tennis, and I think it's important to look at Studio City as a whole, because Studio City is a village. It's not a business park or a master plan community in any way. We literally have zero capacity to absorb any more traffic, noise, pollution, heat, or density. I live in Footbridge Square, and as of today, our residential streets are a raceway of commuters and delivery services bypassing gridlocked Ventura Boulevard and speeding across Valley Spring and Valley Heart, rarely slowing down, running stop signs. It's absurd, and no one's doing anything about this. There is literally zero additional capacity for even one more car, let alone hundreds of students, parents, and users of this new facility. For too long, we've had a city government that puts developers first. The time has passed for that. We are the city, we pay the taxes, we elect our city leaders to put their constituents and our mutual quality of life first. It's time to stop bending over anytime any developer or anyone with deep pockets, connected members, or someone who promises they're going to deliver the world, yet ends up sucking up whatever character, space, or nature that's left in our continually overcrowded city away. I ask you to preserve this endangered low-density green space and stop trying to over-program Studio City. it's really important to look at this as a whole. Studio City can't absorb one more car, one more person, one more 80-foot light post, a huge construction project. We are over-programmed. Thank you for listening and taking everyone's ideas into consideration.
Thank you. Aaron Abrams, if you'd like to unmute yourself and begin.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Karen Abrams, and I'm a resident of Studio City. I'm against Harvard Westlake's plan to demolish Weddington Golf and Tennis. This isn't just about losing a beloved recreation center. It's about preserving our environment and one of the few open spaces left in Studio City. The plan involves the removal of 240 mature trees and palms, which play a crucial role in providing shade, sequestering carbon, and supporting wildlife habitats. Such a large-scale removal of trees would have detrimental effects on the surrounding environment, air quality, and the overall well-being of the community. Furthermore, the excavation of 250,000 cubic yards of soil will disrupt the natural flow of water and put our neighborhoods at greater risk of flooding. And Fire Station 78 next door to the facility will face dangerous gridlock from traffic blocking their driveway, making it difficult to exit during emergencies. Why should our neighbors have to bear the risk of losing their property and compromising their safety so Harvard Westlake can have a sports complex for their students and faculty? Weddington Golf and Tennis has been a low-cost oasis for Angelenos since 1955. It's a green space where hundreds of thousands of us have gathered, found shade, and enjoyed life. This area is meant to be open space, not another concrete jungle with an 11-foot fence around it. Harvard Westlake's plan to demolish Weddington Golf and Tennis disregards the needs, the health, and the safety of the community it resides in and benefits from. Ms. Henry and city council members, you have the power to vote in favor of the health and welfare of all of your Studio City residents and constituents. Please vote against granting a conditional use permit to Harvard Westlake. Thank you for your time.
Linda Clark, if you would like to unmute yourself and begin.
Yes, hello. My name is Linda Clark, and I'm a Studio City resident. I live about 3 blocks from the Weddington Golf and Tennis location. Right now, the project as planned is too big. The planned soccer, football, track field encroaches on LA County property, and the design is very poor. There is a way to design this project so that there is no encroachment. However, Harvard Westlake has not done that. Also, there's only one access point to and from the underground parking on Whitsett Avenue. If Harvard Westlake decides to host a sporting event or rents to someone that hosts an event, there'll be too much event day traffic for Whitsett Avenue and the surrounding streets to handle. This event-related traffic is time-specific and very different to the periodic ebb and flow of traffic throughout the day, which is how the Weddington Golf and Tennis property is used today. In addition, the very tall wall planned for the north residential side of the property will be an eyesore and not conducive to a residential walking neighborhood. Once this property is closed to neighborhood golf and tennis use, thousands of people will have to travel 10 miles or more to find a similar LA City or LA County golf or tennis facility. This is very inconvenient to local community residents. Please vote against the Harvard Westlake plan and respect Studio City residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam J, if you'd like to lower, yeah, there you go.
Sure. Thank you. My name is Adam Josephs, and I live in Council District 4. I support Harvard Westlake and the River Park. I feel the schools repeatedly demonstrated a willingness to listen to our concerns of our community and take steps to lessen the impact of the proposal. For one, reducing the gym size, agreeing to prohibit visitors from parking in the neighborhood streets, relocating the athletic facilities to be further away from our homes, and keeping some of the things we love about Weddington, like the golf ball shaped lights, for example. And now looking at the FEIR, they've taken additional steps, including reducing light poles and making them more efficient, lowering the bleacher seating capacity, decreasing the on-site number of the parking spaces on site, and also redesigning the pool canopy so that it's more efficient and less visible. Those are the things that I noticed from the FEIR. So I, for one, am immensely appreciative of these moves and hope that my neighbors in Council District 4 are as well. So I fully support the project. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Adele Slaughter, if you'd like to unmute yourself, there you go.
Hi, thank you so much, Kimberly Henry, for allowing us this opportunity to speak. My name is Adele Slaughter, and I have lived in Studio City since 1994. I echo Scott Mendel's comments about the process and the tone of city planning in their responses to comments. I am opposed to the Harvard Westlake project for environmental reasons, not nostalgic. What they are taking away matters. The grass and the trees help us breathe and fight climate chaos. This project is toxic. PFAS and other forever chemicals are in the artificial turf and will pollute our water. But more importantly, the children who play on it will be exposed to toxic chemicals. I cannot believe the Harvard Westlake parents aren't up in arms. An independent expert chemist who read the test results offered by Harvard Westlake's hired experts says that he ignored the PFAS in his own report. Harvard Westlake has the proof that the artificial turf they want to install is full of toxic chemicals. By the way, Harvard Westlake does need to offer this to the public in order to get a CUP granted in order to even build this sports complex. So I really question if it's from the kindness of their hearts. There are many other environmental impacts that are ignored in this project, and I have sent a letter outlining some of the other issues. There are also many experts who have sent letters, and I urge city planning to review these carefully. There is much to say, but the experts will fill in the gaps. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
You. Alexis A., if you'd like to unmute yourself. There you go.
Hi, I'm a constituent in CD4 and I support Harvard Westlake School River Park. I'm pleased that this facility will be open to the community and allow residents to play more sports such as soccer, basketball, volleyball, track, and field, and swimming. I also appreciate that the new walking path and plazas to gather with my neighbors, friends, and family will be open all day and will be secure with beautiful native landscaping. I urge this community to support the river park. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last 4 digits of your number 0847. If you'd like to press *6, there you go. Go right ahead.
Hi there, good morning. My name is Jennifer Bott, and I was born and raised here in Los Angeles. I'm calling in support of the Harvard Westlake River Plan. I think the River Park is a much needed community asset here in Studio City, and the public plazas and walking paths will be scenic with good lighting and private security to help keep us residents safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Shauna, if you'd like to unmute yourself and begin. There you go.
My name is Shauna Altieri. I live in Council District 4 and I support the Harvard Westlake and River Park. Harvard Westlake School has repeatedly committed to sharing the River Park with the community. I've heard this from school leaders who say this in person at public meetings that I've attended. I've seen it on the River Park website. I've read about it in the DEIR. And the access that the community is going to have to this amazing new facility is going to be unprecedented for a private property. Walking trails, gathering spaces, public cafes, tennis courts, fields, running tracks, river vistas, cultural and art programs, swimming, etc. I just can't imagine a future for this site that is more beneficial to more members of the community than what Harvard Westlake has outlined. I couldn't be more excited for what's to come, and I fully support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last 4 digits 2035. If you'd like to hit *6, you'd have 3 minutes. There you go. Go ahead and begin.
Good morning, Ms. Henry. My name is Jennifer Gabriel.
I live in Studio City in close proximity to Weddington, and I wish to express my support for Harvard Westlake's River Park. The previous Weddington owners tried to sell this property to housing developers, as was previously mentioned, so the school's ownership and plan for River Park is the best outcome possible for those of us like myself who want this preserved as a recreational open space. I find this especially important because, as previously stated, currently the park is not accessible to all community members, and many have to go to other outdoor spaces for recreational use. Zoning changes all the time, especially to create more housing. I fear that soon, state or city laws will make it easier to build housing on golf courses, and if the school cannot proceed with its project, this land could one day become housing instead. I know River Park will be used and treasured by this neighborhood, as I look forward to using it in the future. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Sam, if you would like to unmute yourself.
Hello, good morning. My name is Samuel Fide. My family has lived adjacent to the golf course for over 40 years. I oppose the Harvard Westlake River Park project for all the obvious reasons. We don't want a football stadium in our backyard. We don't want the noise. We don't want the lights. We don't want the traffic. We don't want the construction. We don't want the effect it will have on our property value. This neighborhood is currently a safe place for children to play, ride their bikes freely. Parents can feel comfortable allowing their young children to run, play, ride their bikes outside on Valley Spring Drive without worrying. This will change all that. I know Harvard purchased this property for $42 million, but I'm sorry, just because you purchase a property doesn't give you the right to build whatever you like. If that logic held true, I could buy the property next to your home and build whatever I wanted, a 7-story mansion or a hockey rink, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't matter whether you paid $100,000 or $42 million or even $200 million. Weddington Golf and Tennis was and is not zoned for a prep school sports stadium. And it's wrong for Harvard to come in with a strategy of, well, we have enough money and a team of lawyers to get whatever we want put in. Had Harvard done its homework before purchasing this property, they would have A, known that Weddington is not zoned for a prep school sports stadium, and B, realized that the ant farm they were stepping in by getting involved in purchasing a property which has had a long history of contentious battling over in our neighborhood for its preservation, which is why they are now receiving all this pushback from the community. Weddington Golf and Tennis is currently being used by more than 100,000 Angelenos. How many students attend Harvard? You drive by there any day of the week and children are using the facility. It's a place for the community to come together, for young children to learn how to play golf and tennis, and a place that's affordable for low-income families. I speak directly to the council members who are listening to this call, who I assume got into public service to serve their community, as well as preserving this place, communities. Well, preserving this place is the epitome of that. It's nothing but positive for the city. The community needs this spot. Harvard Westlake does not. Harvard already has currently 2 giant sports fields and on campus, along with an Olympic-sized swimming pool. If they want more than that, find an area that would love and welcome your sports center. There's tons of areas in Los Angeles besides here you can do that. They have the money and the resources to do so. They don't need to wreck a neighborhood for that. I know it's a hassle, but we should find a way to provide Harvard an off-ramp and have the community along with the city purchase this property and have it turned into a historical landmark, which is what should have happened years ago, and it is what this community has been fighting for over decades. Both Van Nuys, Los Feliz, Glendale have all been successful in the city stepping in, and why not here? We need more of these places. We need more places like this, not less of them. And once this place is gone, it's gone forever. They were just left with more concrete. Please help us save Weddington Golf and Tennis. Thank you.
M. Zimmerman, if you'd like to unmute yourself and begin.
Hi, thank you. My name is Melissa Zimmerman. Hi, Ms. Henry. I'm speaking in support of the River Park. I'm a longtime resident of the Valley, like 30 years, and a homeowner for 20 of those, and I live west of the project. Safety has become a major concern for me in the Valley, and life in the Valley is different now. And what I liked most about this project, it sounds like it will not only be pretty and well landscaped, but a safe place to walk, someplace I can count on for the daily exercise and walk. And as I said, safety has become scarce in and around the area. And I'm not quite ready for mall walking yet. So the bottom line for me is the safety will be increased walking over there. And I really look forward to meeting my neighbors and maybe even their dogs. So I hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa T, if you would like to unmute yourself and begin. There you go.
Good morning, Ms. Henry. My name is Melissa Turetsky. I live in Council District 4. I support the River Park project. The opponents are saying, well, River Park is fine, but it doesn't belong in Studio City, and that there's many alternative sites it can go to instead, and we should just tell Harvard Westlake to go somewhere else. Well, that's just really not realistic. The school bought Weddington because it was available and for sale, and there was not really that amount of land available elsewhere. They chose Weddington also because it fits not only the needs of the school, being close to the campus on Coldwater, but it will also help make Studio City into a more vibrant and connected community. You know, the golf course is great for people who play golf, but it's not a gathering place for people who don't. The River Park will be a place for everybody to enjoy. I hope you will all support it. Thank you.
Jay Friedman, if you would like to unmute yourself and begin.
Coaching the barn. I can call you back again when I leave.
Okay, great.
All right.
Hi there. My name is Jay Friedman, and I appreciate everything that everyone has said. I want to make a special mention that Scott Mandel did a wonderful job starting this out and outlining things. And I'm a 10-year resident of Studio City. I'm a homeowner. I moved over from where the Grove is. And I watched all the promises of the Grove, the impact report there. I watched all those go out the window. I'm sure a lot of people who are on this call and meeting have witnessed the traffic there. No one is saying that the Grove is bad. I love the Grove. But what I'm saying is that impact reports don't often reflect truth and what actually ends up happening. So I think I don't use the word shameful a lot, but it is shameful to have this meeting virtually. I think it's cowardly, and it is an effort to not face the public, and to use COVID as the excuse is laughable at best. It's very sad that no one wants to face and look at people and really understand how people feel so that they can present their side. I think it's also an effort to avoid real media storm. I appreciate the representative from Nitya Raman's office. I'm assuming that it's a scheduling issue why Councilwoman Raman was not able to attend. I really mourn the loss of this area. I understand all the promises that are going to be made. My concern is always going to be what happens after the fact. What happens after 3-4 years after the location is opened and changes are made and the community doesn't have a say? Because I'm convinced, based on the path that got us to where we are right now, that will happen again. We need to hear, you need to hear from all the people in person. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sanjay Reddy, if you'd like to unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you to everyone and Ms. Henry. My name is Sanjay Reddy. I support the River Park. My wife and I are 21-year residents of Council District 4, and Harvard Westlake has been a good neighbor in Studio City for a long time, a lot longer than any of us who live here. I'd like to echo the sentiments by the prior resident. I couldn't quite catch his name, from Bellingham Street, and by David Nickel regarding it being more open to more people than just golfers and tennis players. I'm not an active golfer or tennis player. And I would echo what Ms. Zimmerman said about a safe place to walk. All of us do that. More than 10 years ago, Harvard Westlake decided that they needed more space for their athletics and phys ed programs. And, some of the neighbors supported the plan, others opposed it. And so the school decided to look elsewhere. They found this land, and then many of the earlier opponents of the prior plan applauded it. And now we have this space. It's already been in use as a recreational open space. So this feels like a more appropriate location for the school then to have its own sports facility. You don't have to look elsewhere, as another commenter mentioned. You can't just get this amount of land elsewhere. So it's found the right location for the park. And I'd like to thank Harvard Westlake for the flexibility and for working with the community. And so I hope that ultimately everyone supports this project. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Kim Stallings, if you would like to begin.
Hi, good morning, Ms. Henry. My name is Kim Stallings, and my wife is also here.
My name is Jane Stallings.
We live just a block off Whitsett, and we are concerned about the project, mostly the lights, the noise, lights 80 feet in the air, and the traffic, and parking's already really bad around here. So we have those concerns. We have looked at the designs. It looks like they're right up to the edge in so many areas with tall walls, and that it seems like an awfully big project for this area. And so we echo many of the concerns of some of the other speakers and don't want to take up too much time, but wanted to register ourselves as being opposed to the project in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John H., if you would like to unmute yourself and begin, please.
Yes, thank you. This is John Headley. I'm a resident of Studio City, and I wanted to say that I am in support of River Park. I think you look at the big picture, at least for me, I view Harvard Westlake as one of the best, if not the best high school in this country. And I think it's a crown jewel of this city and has been for decades. And I think if we don't allow them to reinvest and redevelop property that they own, I believe we as a community are cutting off our nose to spite our face. I'm strongly supportive of allowing them to continue to invest in their own facilities and serve their students the best way that they can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jody Church, if you would like to unmute yourself and begin, please.
Hi, my name is Jody Church. Thank you, Kimberly, for giving me the opportunity to speak. Can you hear me? The timer's not going.
Yes, okay. Sorry about that. Just a little slow.
I oppose all aspects of the Harvard Westlake River Park project. I live in the tranquil neighborhood adjacent to Weddington, and I walk there every morning. I see the beautiful green open space, and I'm not a golfer or a tennis player. It sickens me that Harvard Westlake's mere desire to build such a massive sports complex would even be considered in these times of climate change. The wide-reaching adverse effects described by many experts of destroying this idyllic green space to build their river park, where there is no river and there is no park, cannot be denied. Be aware, Harvard Westlake does not need this. They regularly rent out the fields that they have now. Don't be fooled by their carefully crafted manipulations. The public access Harvard Westlake proudly describes as merely the unbuildable setback around the perimeter of the property, which will be adjacent to huge concrete, lovely walls instead of trees. Please listen to the voices of the Studio City community. It's too big and it does not belong in this neighborhood. And I will quote a previous speaker who said the residents surrounding Harvard Westlake didn't want it built in their neighborhood, so they had to look elsewhere. So we don't want it either. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lisa Burns, if you would like to unmute yourself, please begin. Ms. Burns.
Hello, this is.
Yes, there you go.
Thank you. First, I want to thank the previous speakers who really covered a lot of territory. I'm going to add a few extra comments from a planning perspective, but thank you, David Nickel. I agree with your comments. The local residents, Adam JX, the neighbors, Alexa, Jennifer, Ms. Zimmerman, Melissa, Sanjay, Reddy, and John Headley. I know these are just a top, but I have 1 minute here. I am Lisa Knox Burns. I reviewed the proposed River Park project description and EIR and support granting a conditional use permit because of its long-term community benefits. I lived at 13304 Valley Vista and played golf at the project site. The short-term construction impacts should be overridden by findings of the project's consistency with zoning and community plans, which designate the site for active recreation and as a major development opportunity site. Additional findings can be made that the project is a priority for the city of Los Angeles because it is consistent with the health and wellness element. Plan for a healthy Los Angeles. The project site has unique benefits located adjacent to the LA Fire Station 78 for public safety. Its location also benefits connections with the Zev Greenway. The only significant unavoidable impacts identified in the EIR are associated with the construction of what is admittedly a big project, but it's 17 acres, so it's going to cover a large area. The long-term benefits for Harvard Westlake's active youth sports program and public use far outweigh short-term construction impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine, if you would like to unmute yourself, please. There you go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a longtime Studio City resident, and Weddington has been a vital part of the community for 70 years. It's been nicknamed the People's Place because people from all backgrounds play golf and tennis side by side. The City Council designated a historic cultural monument. It was designed to foster a sense of community inclusivity, which is in contrast to Harvard Westlake's exclusive massive sports complex, which will spill over onto the city's property line and will be enclosed with the 12-foot walls. This project is too big. It's bad for the environment with its use of forever chemicals and destruction of tree canopy and habitats, and increased traffic and noise from 30 events a year and thousands of attendees. It would destroy the integrity of the neighborhood. If this plan is approved, it will strip away the deep and irreplaceable sense of community that Weddington offers and take away public access for over 100,000 Angelenos who enjoy it every year without any fees, many of whom will have nowhere else to go, to serve a population of 1,600 students. Please help preserve the last 16 acres of open space on the LA River and our quality of life. Say no to this project. Thank you.
Sharon Yukoff, if you'd like to unmute yourself, please. There you go.
Thank you, Kimberly, for hearing me. This is Sharon Yukoff. I want to say that I agree with Patty, Adele, and Scott that the project is just too large for a residential neighborhood. It's not really available to the general public unless you're a member of a group. In other words, I can't go use the pool at 11 in the morning So it's for 900 students versus 100,000 people that are using the golf area right now. It's a private school. What I don't understand is they already have a pool. Why do they need another one? Los Angeles Valley College has 17,000 students and they have one pool and it does just fine. Why do they need two pools, two gyms, etc.? Harvard Westlake on Coldwater is not open to the public currently. It's a gated community. Also, I oppose that this meeting is not in public. I don't know why you don't want to face the public and get their opinion face to face. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you. Mr. Nye, if you would like to unmute yourself and begin, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Bill Nye. I'm a Studio City resident. I've lived here 17 years. Everybody, while I very much appreciate the well-intended purpose of Harvard Westlake, let us keep in mind it's a private school. You are not going to be able to run on the track when the track team is running. You're not going to be able to swim in the pool when the swim team is swimming. Fundamentally, when people build plastic fields, I've played many, many times on plastic, the turf fields. These fields look green from ground level, but when you look at them from above, they're black. They've become heat islands. And this is well documented. These are not, it is a form of hardscape. Rain doesn't percolate through them. And furthermore, the plastic is going to end up in the LA River. And now apparently there are respiratory problems associated with these fields, as great looking as they may be. Just fundamentally, everybody, when Witsit Golf is gone, it will be gone forever. Now, I don't play ball golf or golf, as we like to call it. I play disc golf and I go there quite often in the afternoon. You're not going to have access to it in the afternoon. You're not going to have access to it during school team play. This, I understand Harvard Westlake's well-intended, but it's a private school. They're going to have priority over this, as perhaps is appropriate. But once this thing is gone, we're never going to get it back. And that's why I oppose this project. Furthermore, the traffic is going to be something else, everybody. There's going to be a parking lot, but private school students from wealthy families are going to fill it with cars. You're not going to have access to it in the way you might think you would. And 5 acres of walking park sounds like a lot. It's really not very much. And few of us are going to have the opportunity to drive to a park to walk. And when this may seem obvious in a way, but I encourage everybody to stop and think about it. Mainly, this avenue, this corridor, this gorgeous 16 acres of green is going to go away. Everybody, if you've never gone there and walked around or never gone there and had a sandwich, it's spectacular. And if we lose it, we're never going to get it back. I understand Harvard Westlake's well-intending, but I oppose this project for the sake of my neighborhood. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Vanessa Spencer, if you'd like to unmute yourself, please, and begin. Vanessa Spencer, if you'd like to unmute yourself, please. One more call for Ms. Spencer.
Hi, sorry.
Oh, there you go.
I
ahead.
apologize. Thank you so much for this time. My name is Vanessa Spencer. I am a parent at Harvard Westlake. My son just graduated. I have an rising 11th grader. I also live in District 4 and supported Miss Rahman's campaign and her tenure. You know, I've sat and listened, and I agree with Mr. Nickel, Mr. Michael Tuchin, and Adam J. I have lived in in the Sherman Oaks area, borderline Studio City, for 20 years. My children learned to play tennis with Nikki at Weddington. They have learned to play golf with Rondell Barrio and Keith and our beloved Nick. You know, let's be clear, Weddington is a tennis and golf facility. And unless you play tennis or golf, you're not frequenting Weddington Park. And I think that Harvard Westlake is being incredibly genuine in their desire to want to make this facility a community center and allow the opportunity for the community to use it. In its time since owning Weddington, Harvard Westlake has fixed the drainage problem at the corner. It has installed a traffic light preventing horrible accidents in the future. It has maintained the property beautifully. And the truth is that the community has had the opportunity to purchase Weddington multiple times before, and they've chosen not to form an LLC and make the purchase and retain Weddington. And so therefore, Harvard Westlake came in truly to save the day from an IMT building that housed thousands of residents and truly created a traffic jam. I look forward to this facility being built. I'm very proud to say that my son spent this last year of his senior year creating a partnership with the Special Olympics to certify Harvard Westlake as the first independent school in the nation as a partner where Special Olympics athletes will be able to come train with our trainers, work with our athletes, and use our facilities. And that is truly standing in line with Harvard Westlake's mission to create children and create community and do things beyond themselves. I really hope that moving forward, lots of these comments will leave the children out of it, because this isn't about the kids. This isn't about the kids advocating for River Park. This is about a school looking to expand. Let's not forget how long Harvard Westlake has been in the Studio City area, over 100 years, and schools grow. Communities grow, neighborhoods grow, and with the growth of the neighborhood and with the growth of the school needs to be able to accommodate their students, be it private or be it public. And you know, my husband plays golf every morning at Whittington at the driving range and eats breakfast there. But this is a project that we fully support. Thank you so much for your time.
Angel H, if you would like to unmute yourself, please. There you go. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you, Ms. Henry. I'm a Studio City stakeholder. And in fact, my kid is currently at Weddington Golf doing camp, and I support Harvard Westlake River Park. I think Harvard Westlake River Park is going to transform that Weddington golf and tennis facility from an exclusive place for golfers and tennis players into a recreational and open space that everyone is going to be able to use and enjoy. I want to echo some of the previous comments I heard about folks feeling concerned that they're losing the tradition. And I hear that. Change is hard. I'm sure folks have already seen in the Studio City community that over the time that Weddington's been there, the neighborhood has probably changed significantly from single family residences to lots of renters. And we need to acknowledge that those renters don't have any green space of their own. It's harder to secure a place of one's own, and the area is getting more dense and rents are only going up. And so Harvard Westlake allowing the public to access open and natural space at River Park for all of the public to use, not just golfers, not just tennis players, is going to improve the physical health of the community, the mental health of the community, and the enjoyment of all of the community over the long term. It would have been nice if the city would have been able to develop something like that for folks, but resources are scarce. And so Harvard Westlake is opening up its facility to all. And that way the community gets to share in what Harvard Westlake is doing. River Park is also going to conserve natural resources by decreasing the carbon footprint, decreasing water use of watering all that golf course, and encouraging native wildlife in accordance with the partnership with the LA River. So this is why I support River Park. I hope other folks can understand why it would be a long-term benefit for the community. I also heard there were some issues about parking, but I don't know if people have had a chance to look at the plans, which seem to include lots and lots of underground parking space, and to make the area safer by taking cars off of the street, off of the side streets, and putting them under what they're intending to build. So it seems to resolve some of these issues. And I just hope folks have an opportunity to look at the plans and realize that there's a greater add to the community rather than providing a low-cost alternative for golfers and tennis players. River Park is going to provide a no-cost benefit to the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Caller ending in the numbers 9988. If you would like to hit *6 to unmute yourself, please. There you go. Go right ahead.
Good morning, Ms. Henry, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Robin Small. I raised my family in Studio City, and my son played golf at Weddington. I care deeply about Studio City, but it's time to expand opportunities to more of the community. I'm a proud supporter of Harvard Westlake and River Park. I know that many in my community are concerned that the construction of River Park will result in the loss of trees, but they're wrong about that. It's my understanding that the existing old growth perimeter trees will remain in place, and that will preserve the look and feel of the property. The trees to be removed during construction are Mexican sand palms, and you probably know that they are non-native and they're invasive. Those trees will be replaced on a 2-to-1 basis, so they'll actually be more than 100 additional trees than we have now. I'm certain these trees will be mature specimens. Vitally important to me is that new trees will be environmentally appropriate, offering greater shade and consuming less water. That's so important. People living in and around Studio City will surely benefit, but so will the birds and other wildlife who frequent the area. As a result of the Harvard Westlake River Park, the future has greater possibilities for all creatures, great and small. Thank you for supporting River Park and giving me the opportunity to share my views this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Caller with the last 4 digits, 1365. If you would like to hit *6 to unmute yourself. Again, last 4 digits of your phone number, 1365. There you go. Go ahead and begin.
Hello, everybody. My name is Robbie Yadigar. I'm a lifelong Angelino, and I'm calling in strong support of Harvard Westlake's River Park. I also, without mentioning everyone by name, agree with all of the previous callers' sentiments who called in support. And I'd like to talk specifically about the tennis facilities. As an avid tennis player, for decades now, the property has been home to publicly accessible tennis courts that are available for use by tennis players, instructors, and clubs. Players of all ages, sizes, and experiences from Studio City and the San Fernando Valley, including myself, I frequent the courts to play tennis, have been fortunate enough to be able to enjoy playing tennis on these courts. And we've heard a lot of other callers who play there and whose kids play there who are in support of the project as well. That legacy will continue when Harvard Westlake School builds new tennis courts as part of their plan for the River Park. While there may be fewer courts in the future, I'm comforted by the fact that Harvard Westlake is partnering with USTA Southern California on the 8 new courts that will be built here to present a wide array of tennis programs to grow the sport's popularity. Strongly in favor. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. Okay. Caller with the last 4 digits of your phone number, 6188. If you would like to hit *6 to unmute yourself and begin, there you go. Go right ahead.
Hi, good morning. My name is Afsoon Yazdian. I live in Council District 4, and I wholeheartedly support the River Park project based on the merits of the project. I'm really excited about the continued recreational open space, the fact that Harvard Westlake is opening community access to tennis courts, the pool, the track, and the walking trail. please join me in supporting River Park.
Thank you. Sarah C., you would like to unmute yourself and begin, please.
Hello. I live in a neighboring location in Valley Village, and I work in Studio City, and I'd like to speak in support of Harvard Westlake's River Park. I sincerely appreciate those who are nostalgic about the golf course. I think that nostalgia is important, and we can never forget the past. For example, much of Studio City south of Ventura Boulevard used to be a golf course that was eventually subdivided into housing, businesses, and the current site of Harvard Westlake School. But we cannot let nostalgia override what is right for the future. And the River Park, with its excellent facilities that are more environmentally sustainable, that are open to the community, is the right choice for Studio City and the Valley. I hope the city will approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Courtney, if you would like to unmute yourself, please, and begin. There you go. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Courtney Wyman, and I wanted to call in support of the plan for River Park. I'm excited about the level of access that the community will have. The access includes the 6 acres of lawns and wooded areas that were previously mentioned, as well as the dog-friendly walking trail. As an athlete myself, I'm excited for the community athletic programming that Harvard Westlake is offering and will operate in the pool and tennis areas, as others have mentioned. I'd like to thank Harvard Westlake for creating a new community recreational space in Studio City for all to enjoy. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Brian Grace, if you would like to unmute yourself, please. And again, there you go. Go right ahead.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Brian Grace. I am a Studio City resident and live across the street from the Weddington Green Space. I'm opposed to the Harvard Westlake Sports Complex project. Let's be honest, that's what it is. The River Park project is a euphemism. I agree with the recent commenter Bill Nye's comments. Despite the changes made by Harvard Westlake to its initial draft, the proposed development, if approved, will irrevocably transform the neighborhood with traffic, congestion, noise, light pollution, concrete, artificial turf, and the removal of hundreds of mature trees. This is confirmed by the CEQA correspondence. The project is too big. Further, it is unclear what means residents will have to hold Harvard Westlake to its purported commitments to community access. Absent some contractual obligation that can be enforced by the district and its local residents, such commitments are meaningless. What is to stop Harvard Westlake from closing community access or changing its commitments in 5 years, in 10 years? Given the strong opposition from the neighborhood residents, as evidenced from hundreds of comments, at a minimum, LA City should not approve any plan that involves leasing land to Harvard Westlake, which I understand the current plan calls for. I sincerely hope that the current Harvard Westlake plan is not approved by the city, and I appreciate the time. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. John R. There we go. If you would unmute yourself and go right ahead, please.
Thank you, and hello. I've been a resident in the community for about 50 years and thoroughly support the plan to transform the Weddington golf and tennis. I don't recall a more meaningful investment in our community that benefits our quality of life as profoundly as this plan. As we face the challenge and impact of climate change, the significance of usable, well-maintained open space that has plazas and wooded areas, trails, swimming pools, and whatnot strikes me as not only a community asset, but a critical community asset. I've yet to see a public investment that will return as much of a benefit as this private investment by Harvard Westlake. Too often, public investment ends up underfunded and leaves the space open for blight. knowing that Harvard Westlake will be an excellent steward of the space and that they will ensure the safety and the upkeep of the property should be a comfort for all. I appreciate the concerns of those against the plan and those that they've expressed. But in my experience, so often those types of concerns tend to be more emotional and or political rather than pragmatic. Harvard Westlake has a long and distinguished history of being a considerate neighbor and a value to the community. And for these reasons and the ones stated in favor of the plan, I urge the committee to approve the proposed plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy A, excuse me, if you would like to unmute yourself. There you go. Go right ahead.
Good morning. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to speak. I am a Studio City stakeholder, and my family actually is a regular, I guess, a regular part of the community that uses Weddington Golf and Tennis. My youngest son plays golf there often. And I am just calling to say that I wholeheartedly support the reimagining of Weddington Golf and Tennis into a really, truly outstanding sports complex with the access that the surrounding community will get on a regular basis. What the school is proposing, I think, does nothing more than create access for even more people who are not golf and tennis players. I appreciate being given the opportunity to express my support for the project and urge the city to approve plans to move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Amy Mintner, if you would like to unmute yourself, go right ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Amy Mintier. I'm with Carson's Black and Mintier on behalf of Studio City Residents Association and Save LA River Open Space. With the many commenters this morning, I will keep my comments brief and refer you to the detailed comment letter our office prepared regarding impacts of this project as proposed that were not adequately disclosed or mitigated. This includes both our comments on the draft EIR and an FEIR comment letter, which we submitted yesterday. Experts also submitted comments on the traffic, noise, safety, and other impacts that must be addressed. Further, a number of experts with differing areas of focus provided detailed comments on the many impacts associated with the artificial turf proposed to be included in this project. We urge you to carefully review all of these comments before making any recommendations regarding the project. Also, we ask that you carefully review the claims of usable public space and access that have been made regarding this project. As identified in our comments, the reference to 5 acres of public open space is significantly misleading. There are also significant financial and organizational hurdles that are imposed before the members of the public can use the new facilities. Finally, we urge you to give thorough consideration to project alternatives, including a reduced density and intensity of use alternative that we have proposed. Such alternatives could substantially reduce many of the project's impacts while also providing enhanced and a more equitable use of this unique site by the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last 4 digits of your phone number, 8263. If you'd like to hit *6 to unmute yourself. There you go. Go right ahead, please.
Yeah, hi. My name is Russell Payne. As a Studio City stakeholder and someone invested in seeing positive change in our community, I fully support the Harvard Westlake River Park project. As a basketball coach in the city, what really clinches it for me about River Park is the access that Harvard Westlake provides to wheelchair basketball programs and Special Olympics, so that all athletes, regardless of ability or disability, have access to facilities like the ones in River Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan, if you would like to unmute yourself, please, and begin. Yeah, go right ahead.
Thanks very much. I want to say that I am strongly opposed to this project for many of the reasons that we've already heard, including the toxicity of the artificial turf, the loss of the mature trees, the 10 or 12-foot wall. I'm not sure how high the wall is. And I just want to explain something that I do. I've lived in Studio City, about 4 or 5 blocks from the Weddington, from the green space. And one of the great pleasures, my wife and I, is to walk around Weddington. I've never played golf at Weddington. I've never even walked on the field. But when I walk along, especially the north side of Weddington, and I see the green space, and I see the squirrels playing there, running around, especially in the springtime, the young squirrels, that's a great amount of pleasure to me because it's a green, natural space. And to me, the green open spaces are so precious. So I guess what will happen in 3 years after all the disruption to the community is, instead of seeing that, I'll see a 10-foot wall as I walk down the street. And even if I didn't have a 10-foot wall, I'd be looking at artificial turf. So that's a very personal perspective. I really hope that there will be an awareness that this is much too big, much too dangerous for this community, and that the school, the private prep school, will modify and downsize its proposal. Thank you for letting me comment.
Thank you. Barbara S., if you would like to unmute yourself. There you go. Go right ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the chance to speak. My name is Barbara Seagore, and I'm a resident of District 4. I would like to come out in strong support of the Harvard Westlake River property. I'd just like to also reiterate what a previous speaker mentioned about the trees and the resulting improvement in the environment. The space will actually have significantly more trees, increased biodiversity, and this will overall be good for not only the environment, but the users and the people around it. The River Park, Harvard Westlake River Park proposed plan would be a great improvement on the current condition of the property. And at the end of the day, it will support greater biodiversity. It'll have better canopy coverage, some more shade, and it'll be better for carbon sequestration, which is really important these days. So I hope you will consider this. And again, thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Jan Kelly, if you would like to unmute yourself, please. Jan Kelly, please unmute yourself. There you go. Go right ahead, please.
Well, thank you. I'm a longtime resident of Studio City since 1971 here on Redwood Drive. I'm not that close to Studio City. I'm not that close to the Weddington Center. However, in my younger days, I played tennis many, many, many times there for quite a few years. I had a friend from West LA who was happy to come over the hill and play with me over there because it was so beautiful. It was such a great place to play. The price was open to anybody. All I had to do was make a reservation. And it was wonderful. It was just a lovely, lovely place. It just breaks my heart to think that this might all disappear. And I'm full agreement with everybody who spoke about the environment. This plastic grass, this artificial grass is horrible. And I believe it was Karen Abrams who spoke very eloquently earlier about the dangers to the environment. And I just think that to have all this building and construction, mainly for the benefit of students from very elite families, wealthy families, I think it's a terrible, terrible thing to think of this wonderful space going away. And I just want, I'm going to say one more time, many people have said it, but once it's gone, it's gone. So please don't let this horrible project go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Becca Evans, if you'd like to unmute yourself, please, and begin. Go right ahead.
Hi, how's it going? My name is Becca Evans. I'm a resident of Studio City. I've been here for about 4 years. I've lived in LA for almost 10 years, and part of the biggest heartache of living in this city is seeing irreplaceable pieces of its history lost forever every day to development. And we have an opportunity to stop that happening here. Weddington is worth preserving on its historic merit. It's a piece of irreplaceable history for our city, but it's also an incredibly important open community resource, and we can't afford to lose it. I agree with what the earlier speaker said about the squirrels. I've never played golf or tennis at Weddington, but it's a daily part of my routine. It's an incredibly valuable part of my experience here, especially post-pandemic. Getting to enjoy an open space like that for free is such a special thing in this city, as I feel like many residents can attest to. And the entitlement involved in taking this property that's open to everyone and putting it behind a 12-foot wall makes me feel incredibly sick every time I think about it. I really think that Weddington deserves to be a historical landmark, and the space deserves to be saved for the entire community and not just a few. Thank you.
Thank you. Paula, if you'd like to unmute yourself, please. Go right ahead.
Yes, thank you. I have been a resident of Valley Village for 29 years, and I have watched all this controversy happen. And I would like to say that I am in opposition to what is being planned. I understand people's desire for something that is safe and something that is allows athletic availability. But I think the people that are so adamant about supporting this have not looked at the fine print and really, really need to take a look at the issues that were raised by Studio City Neighborhood Council, President Scott Mandel, as well as the Residents Association, the issues outlined by Amy Mintier, excuse me, and you know, to say that they are alarming is an understatement. I think supporting the project the way it is being proposed is short-sighted at best and naive at most. And I don't think people that are supporting this, they're going more on what they want to see happen, not been spelled out in black and white, and more importantly, what has been omitted. So I am registering opposition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. David H., if you would like to unmute yourself, please. There you go. Go right ahead.
Good morning. My name is David Hinden. I'm a retired Harvard Westlake teacher. I served for many years there as dean of the faculty, and I'm calling in to support the River Park project. This project is about for the benefit of kids. I had the pleasure of teaching and working with many Studio City kids over the 30 years that I taught at HW. The school is a part of this community. It has been for almost a century. And River Park is a facility whose purpose is to benefit kids who are members of our community. I know that the school has always worked to be a good neighbor. As a small and personal example, I spent years running around the track with neighbors from the community who were always welcome, and I know that they're going to continue to be welcome at River Park. The school tries to be a beacon of excellence in everything it does, and that includes being an excellent neighbor. I hope that the city will approve this project, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last four digits 0439. If you'd like to hit *6 to unmute yourself, please. There you go. Go right ahead.
My name is Susan Wren. I have lived in the Grove for 25 years and in Studio City for over 30. This is not about nostalgia. This is about quality of life. This is about vision. Not only is there no room to absorb more traffic, people, or businesses, but please keep in mind that at the same time that Ms. Rahman and the Planning Commission are considering this project, they are also looking to grant permission to Hackman Capital to double the size of the Radford lot. Failing to present and consider these projects together is dishonest and deceitful. In speaking with the Planning Commission regarding that project, I discovered that the analysis of traffic congestion no longer even looks at how long it takes to travel down our streets, no longer looks at how much time we spend at lights, but instead, and I put this in air quotes, considers how far we live from certain amenities like Target, a ridiculous change undoubtedly accomplished by developers and financial interests. With regard to access, there is no specific commitment to share this space, but instead, when not in use. The positioning that Harvard Westlake is opening this space up to all is simply untrue. As the parent of graduates of both Marlborough and Campbell Hall, both of which have successfully accomplished serving their students without intrusions on the communities they are hosted by, I assure you that the property will be in use all the time and access will be limited, if at all. Harvard Westlake is the antithesis of community. And I promise you that participation with the Special Olympics and such organizations is to put on their students' applications for university. It is all about privilege and money. And I say that as someone who is fortunate to enjoy both, but who understands how wrong both of these projects are. Our representatives plan to turn our village into a resource for businesses and wealthy people who most often don't live here. These students do not live in Studio City. Finally, not having an in-person meeting about this highlights the cowardice of our representatives and the privilege of those from whom they seek financial support. I strongly oppose this vision. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my concerns.
Thank you. Caller with the last four digits of your number 8228. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. There you go. Go right ahead.
Good. Thank you very much for this opportunity and the meeting. I only wish it had been a public one, given the gravity of this issue. My name is Louis Sanford, and as a 33-year resident of Studio City, 28 of them next to Weddington Golf and Tennis, I proudly joined Bill Nye and the others in opposing this plan. For starters, the community loses precious green open space and a mature tree canopy. Acres of natural grass will become acres of artificial turf, brimming with PFAS, the forever chemicals, and creating a heat island effect. If that's not enough, traffic flow will increase, noise levels will spike, and light emissions will dominate each night. Let's not forget, government is supposed to aspire and adhere to a higher standard. Well, this ain't it, folks. This so-called River Park plan is nothing more than billionaire donors willing to spend $140 million or more for a super school sports complex and make more money. But at what price to the community? When city planning considers such development plans, private interest must never trump public interest. This is truly a matter of not only planning for the community, but more importantly, protecting it. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Kimberly Henry with City Planning as the hearing officer for today's hearing. I just wanted to give a couple of quick reminders for those of you who may have just joined. If you are interested in speaking and have not done so already, please press *9 on your phone or the raise hand button in Zoom. When it is your turn to speak, planning staff will announce the last 4 digits of your phone number or your name. Once you hear this prompt, you will need to press *6 to speak. Please keep in mind that if another speaker has already provided a similar comment, you may state that you agree with the previous comments, since we want to be mindful of everyone's time. This is also not the only opportunity to provide comments. Written comments are equally considered as today's oral comments and will also be described in the hearing officer staff report to the commission. I'd also like to remind everybody to make sure to please direct their comments to me when you make your comments and be clear and concise. Additionally, we will be having a planned lunch break from approximately 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock. So I will give another warning later before that happens. And for those of you who may still have your hand raised at that time, please know that you can stay on the Zoom during that 1-hour lunch break so that you don't lose your line in the queue to provide your comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey. Matt Strain, if you would like to unmute yourself, please, and have your opportunity. There you go.
Hello.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, hi, my name is Matt Strain. I live in the community. I play golf at the golf course a little bit, not that much. I'm totally against this. I've been lived in this neighborhood for 10 years. I talk to people at the farmers market, people that walk around the neighborhood, people that run on the Valley Heart River path where I run. I've never met one person that is in favor of this. It's just on these Zoom calls where these people are incredible fans of Harvard Westlake, like they're saving Studio City or something. I think they're like operators or paid shills or something like that. Doesn't line up with the reality that I live in. This is going to be if they say it's a 1-year project, double it. I work in construction. We all know that usually when they say, oh, this is going to take 1.5 years, we all know out of the get-go, you can usually double it or close to double it. So you're looking at 3 years of thousands of dump trucks, concrete trucks, big rigs, heavy equipment, excavators, bulldozers. I mean, years of diesel truck engines running all day, 6 days a week, 10, 12 hours a day. It's going to be horrible for everyone in the neighborhood. The traffic, the concrete trucks coming when they do big pours, it's going to be cranes. It's going to be a disaster for years. Then we have raccoons, jackrabbits, egrets, squirrels. I mean, there's so many animals, frogs, lizards. They're just all dead. They all get a death sentence. They get to die, so they can have this. And this Valley Heart, school complex benefits the elite only, strictly. The multi-millionaires and billionaires in Bel Air and Beverly Hills, whose kids can afford, who can afford to spend 80 grand a year to send their kids to high school, which is more than most of us peasants make in a year. They don't care. They don't live around here. They're not going to have to deal with traffic and noise. They're not losing a beloved thing that normal people from the area can afford to go spend $10 to take their kids to, play a little bit. They don't care. If there are golfers, they probably are members at Bel Air Country Club, which is, a couple $100 grand a year. It's an amazing golf course. It's just utterly beautiful. So that's where they'll go golf. It's not going to affect them at all. But all the hundreds of thousands of peasants who go there to play, too bad. Go drive 10 miles to Van Nuys. That's the only other cheap place where you can go that's not expensive and you can go quickly. That's only 10-mile drive. Just go there, peasant. Who cares? So this is benefiting the richest, most elite kids on the face of the earth and probably in human history who will never play in the NBA, mind you. These kids are not good enough, okay? Sorry, but none of these kids are going to be in the NBA. But their parents don't care because they have unlimited money. Kids of multimillionaires and billionaires just stomping a boot on the face of us normal people, taking something away from the neighborhood, destroying the environment, construction noise. I'm against this thing. Everyone in the neighborhood is against it. I've not met one person except these Zoom miraculous people that appear with, that are big fans.
It's your time. Thank you. Ryan E., you'd like to unmute yourself, please? There you go. Go right ahead.
Yes, thank you. You can hear me, yes?
Yes.
My name is Ryan. Thank you. My name is Ryan Ellingson. I have a PhD in ecology and evolution from UCLA, where I also taught biology courses for 6 years. For the past 5 years, I've worked at Harvard Westlake, where I teach ecology and AP environmental science. I strongly support construction of River Park for 2 reasons that have nothing to do with my employment there, but both of which have been mentioned in this hearing. The completed project will have positive environmental impacts, and it will provide outdoor recreation for a much broader and more diverse portion of the surrounding community compared with the current golf and tennis facility. Our regional water supplies were fortunate to receive record-breaking rain and snowfall this winter. Unfortunately, we also know that our next extended drought is not far away, and it will never be unimportant to conserve water in Southern California. Maintaining the Weddington Golf Course and surrounding landscape currently uses approximately 1 million gallons of fresh drinking quality water every month. The proposed drought-tolerant landscaping and rainwater capture system of River Park is projected to conserve 2/3 of that total volume, saving 8 million gallons of water each year. Institutions throughout Los Angeles will need to implement similar water conservation strategies as climate change promises to increase the frequency, duration, and severity of drought in Southern California. River Park can help lead the way toward this goal in Studio City. Another environmental issue that gets far less attention is biodiversity loss. While it gets less attention than climate change, these 2 crises are deeply intertwined, and the overwhelming consensus among ecologists is that biodiversity loss is every bit as threatening to the economic and social order. River Park's native landscaping will attract and provide critical resources for pollinators like bees and birds, as well as other native wildlife. River Park's proposed plans for landscaping are consistent with the efforts of LADWP and many other water districts to decrease water consumption, replenish regional groundwater supplies, and support native wildlife. I empathize with Studio City residents who have developed a strong sentimental attachment to Weddington Golf and Tennis, and I hear their heartfelt concerns. But it's important to approach community issues like these with both empathy and rationality. This includes acceptance that change is crucial for making progress, and loss is often an inherent part of change. The city of LA can't afford to continue its historical trends of water and land use, and some positive changes will require sacrifice. In this particular case, long-term benefits to the entire community and to the environment should outweigh the loss of golfing privileges for the few. When viewed through this lens, I see no justification for maintaining a water-hungry golf course devoid of biodiversity in the middle of Studio City. Weddington's current landscaping is not environmentally sustainable, and the facilities as they now exist do not provide the most inclusive situation for the community. I hope our city council agrees, and I urge them to approve the proposed River Park project. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Susan and Ken Mitchell, if you would like to unmute yourself, please. There you go. Go right ahead.
Hi. Hello, my name is Susan Pratt, and I live 1 block from Weddington for the last 14 years. And I want to express my support of the proposed River Park. I also want to mention that this is even though I play tennis there every week and that our son plays golf there. And Weddington, while it is a green space, it is not an open space. And I wish people would stop calling it that. Everyone has to pay in order to gain entry. So I'm very excited that our family will be able to finally enjoy the green space that has always been so close by, but only available if we pay to play golf or tennis. I am really especially excited about using the walking path that'll be around the perimeter of the park. Harvard Westlake continues to be a great neighbor, and I trust them to keep our best interests in mind, and I urge you to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Michelle Sargent. There you go. Go right ahead.
Hi there. Can everyone hear me? Okay, great. I see my timer. So my name is Michelle Sargent. I live up the road about a mile right off Whitsett in Valley Village. I was born and raised in Los Angeles, born in the San Fernando Valley. And I would like to join the many other community members here today in strongly opposing Harvard Westlake's sports complex project. I had a whole prepared statement, but I have to say Scott Mandel, Amy Mintier, Bill Nye, Brian Grace, Karen Abrams, caller 0439, and Matt S., I think said it way better than me. So I'm not going to spend too much time to honor everyone's time here. I'm really worried about the traffic. Like I said, I live right off Witsit, and that is my main thoroughfare to work, to my friends, to other family members. And this project is going to create a huge traffic jam for much of the year, especially during the construction phase. But as many of the other folks said, the long-term traffic effects, I think, are going to be really terrible. And yeah, this is exclusive. Like I was really excited about this plan initially because I thought of all the other the amazing sports access I was going to have to a track and everything else. But if you look at the site plan, this is really provisional. This is not 100% public space. And I really feel like this facility that's going to be surrounded by 12-foot walls and fences is going to create a private fortress for a privileged few rather than a welcoming space it is now. This is not about nostalgia. I am nostalgic. I'm a golfer and I'm going to miss it, but they need to rethink this plan and do something that's going to be more supportive of our community. Recreational equity needs to be preserved in Los Angeles. Instead of letting our 100% public community spaces be ravaged by private interests like Harvard Westlake, we should treasure and sustain our public recreational spaces, 100% public, keeping them equally accessible and available to all people at all times, not just when they're going to be used by the 1,200 or so very, very privileged students. So I really, really invite Harvard Westlake to relook at their plans. I understand I might have to let my golf course go, and I'll grieve that. But this plan, as it currently is, with the horrible artificial grass, the loss of our shade trees, the traffic, the congestion, the impact on the fire station next door, which is, you know, going to come get me if I'm in trouble, that needs to be reconsidered. Again, I really thank everyone for their time and thoughtful comments. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last four digits, 8533. If you'd please hit *6 to unmute yourself, it's your turn. Last four digits, 8533. Please hit *6 on your phone. There you go. Go right
Hello.
ahead. Yeah.
Well, my name is Jack Bornoff. I've been a resident of Studio City for 34 years. I served on the first Studio City Neighborhood Council. This community is in my heart. It's in my life. My children and my grandchildren grew up here, went to public schools here. Appreciate what Harvard Westlake is offering, but I would just like to say this in defense of those of us in the community who are opposed to it. Years ago, I used to jog up on Harvard Westlake's track. It was open to the public. And then one day I went there and there was a fence around it, and it was no longer open to the public. I don't condemn them for doing what they have to do, but look at the final EIR and you'll see that there are no provisions for individuals who care to use the pools, the track, or some of the amenities that are being built at the sports complex at all. You have to be part of some kind of an organization. I walk by the property every day as I walk through the community, and I'm impressed by the fact that it is a place that is naturally beautiful. It is kept that way. Trees there are incredible to look at. The flora, the wildlife, this is going to be gone. And what's going to replace it is not unlike what happened with Sportsman's Lodge, where now if you come by and walk down Ventura, walk down Coldwater, as you go across the driveways that lead in and out to it, you see an enormous amount of traffic that is impacting this community. I fear for my life when I walk across several times that cars that don't even pay attention. We have trucks loading and unloading at early hours of the morning on Coldwater Ave. There is going to be impact nobody's even considering. Light and noise pollution is something that doesn't exist there now. Imagine what that's going to be like for the people who live around that property, 8 o'clock at night on Saturday when there's a football game. I thank you for your time and your consideration. I hope the commission will think about the interests of the people here first, and then about all the development and money and the billionaires second. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I didn't.
Jen Bladen, if you would like to unmute yourself, please. There you go. Go right ahead.
Thank you so. Hi, thank you so much. Can you hear me? Okay, yeah. Okay. I am a renter. I rent across the street from from Weddington on Witsit, and I strongly support the Harvard Westlake River project. I would like to echo all of the clean, safe, environmentally thoughtful comments that have been made before now. I have dogs, and we are very much looking forward to having a backyard in our front yard for the first time as renters. And so I urge you to support this project and this urban, useful, open, green space. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stephanie Granato, if you would like to unmute yourself, please. There you go. Go right ahead.
Hi, good morning. My name is Stephanie Granato, and I have lived in CD4 for 20 years. I vote regularly in CD4 and city elections. I wholeheartedly support the River Park as a way to evolve and improve the space for the public. Change can be scary, even positive change. I hear a lot of fear on this call. I hear concern about construction, and I hear concern because the funding isn't coming from a public source. But the reality is the city lacks the funds and the resources to create and maintain green spaces. There are not enough maintained and secure green spaces in Los Angeles. All around the city, we see huge high-rises going up with no parking and no green space. This could so easily have been the fate of the land that's Weddington Tennis. It was a hair's breadth away. The River Park is a breath of fresh air and responsible stewardship. It's an unprecedented opportunity to create a community space with significant quality of life benefits after the construction, which nobody will enjoy, presumably, but it's temporary. This will benefit all members of the public, not just the paying members of Weddington Tennis. The River Park will be a state-of-the-art, environmentally friendly space with native trees and water conservation. I strongly support the River Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Danielson, if you would like to unmute yourself, please. Go right ahead.
Hello.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? My name is Laura Danielson, and I oppose this project. This project is too big and will overwhelm the neighborhood. My husband and I have played golf at Weddington for many years. Weddington is a lovely oasis in the middle of Studio City. It would be a shame if this is destroyed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Caller with the last 4 digits of your phone number, 2120. Please hit *6 to unmute yourself. Again, 2120. Go right ahead.
Thank you. And thank you for the convenience of this virtual meeting. My husband and I are longtime neighbors of the Weddington Golf and Tennis property. We attended the October 1, 2019 SCRA meeting at the Christian Science Center to hear the proposal from Harvard Westlake about the plans they have for the current Weddington Golf and Tennis property, the new River Park campus. After seeing this presentation, we could not fully support this project more. The improvements Harvard Westlake plans for the neighborhood, creating the walking park, installation of a filtration system to deal with all that water runoff, building the subterranean parking to alleviate the parking congestion, just to name a few of these many benefits, are well thought out and impressive. That they will remove the environmentally unsound trees and replace them with more eco-friendly trees is also great for our air quality. We hope that we can count on you for your support for this neighborhood-friendly project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. John Henry, if you would like to unmute yourself, please. There you go. Go right ahead.
Okay. Sorry. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I'm a member of CD4 and am in support of the River Park. I think the all the sentiments that have been already been expressed, I agree with to the good for the park, and I also appreciate the partnerships with Angel City Sports, Boys and Girls Club, Special Olympics, the USTA, and FOLAR. And I think it demonstrates a commitment that the school has beyond themselves. So, thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Tashman, if you would like to unmute yourself, please. There you go. Go right ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me the time to speak. First of all, I do want to address that I, on the record, am completely opposed to this project. I piggyback on the words of Patty Kirby, as well as Scott Mandel and others. The site is not zoned for this. It is agriculturally zoned for open green recreational space, number one. So when people talk about they own the property and can build what they want, that's actually not true. They're going to have a number of exceptions to the city's baseline ordinances. There are all kinds of things that have to be approved long before this goes on. And it doesn't have to stay a golf course. It can stay as a beautiful park, as a community center. There are a million things can be done with it as it is, leaving the grass, the virgin soil, and the trees as they are. I think it's a misnomer to say that there's a 5-acre park. It's a walking path that goes around the park. It is not continuous. So again, that's misleading. I believe that Harvard Westlake cannot allow the general public, which I understand, to come on when they want. There's insurance issues at play there with their students. And again, the fine print does not commit to when the public can come. And it does say in the fine print, if you look and go through all the documents, that it is only approved organizations from the public that will be allowed. That's organizations, not different individuals. Harvard Westlake's own site, their website states that they have students coming from 155 different zip codes over the years. And I wonder what percentage of those are actually kids that live in the neighborhood. That's a lot of people from far away that probably wouldn't want walls built in front of their homes, or the traffic, or all the security issues that are going to come up, as Patty talked about, the liability on the city. They're advertising it as a green space they're gifting to the community. It's already a green space that the community has used for over 50 years. In fact, from public records as a nonprofit, it shows that this Harvard Westlake has not paid they don't pay any city taxes for over 50 years. It's completely out of scale for the neighborhood. It really is no benefit to those of us that live in the neighborhood, and it's going to change the face of our neighborhood. It is just too large, and it encroaches on community property, county land. When this project was originally started, Harvard Westlake's own spokesperson stated for the record that this project was entirely about getting kids home earlier. And I think that once again shows that that's what their focus is for their students, not the public. It is out of scale. It should not be given a CUP. It does not meet those legal requirements. And I would support and help them get the permits and build it somewhere else that is more appropriate, if they would only be open to that. This project, again, poorly planned, just too large. Thank you very much. It's not needed.
Thank you. Caller with the last 4 digits of 4401. Please hit *6 to unmute yourself. There you go. Go right ahead.
Oh, thank you. My name is Phil. I was born in Los Angeles. I was raised in Studio City, and today I live in Studio City in Council District 4 with my family. I am calling in support of the Harvard Westlake River Park. I certainly have fond memories of playing golf and tennis over the years at Weddington. It's not the same place that it used to be, and it certainly does not deserve to be quote unquote saved or historic. For the last 50 or so years, the usage of this property has been recreational. And guess what? For the next 50 years and beyond, Harvard Westlake is proposing to maintain a place for both passive and active recreation. The fact that it's all to be open to the public, again, I understand why there's staggered times for use, but that it is being open to the public, and that the corner putting green and the cafe will remain open as a public gathering space as well. Lastly, I want to address some comments that were made. You know, this is really a gift to the city. We have a city that's got over 4 million people and a county with over 12 million people, and we have a shortage of recreational spaces. And that certainly includes active recreation. And this is a gift to the city. This is a private entity using private dollars to fund a private recreation facility and maintain it with private dollars. That's a win for my neighborhood, and that's a win for the greater city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. John Davidson, if you would like to unmute yourself, please. And go right ahead.
Hello.
Yes, go right ahead.
John Davidson speaking, and thank you for the convenience of this Zoom hearing and making the hearing far more open in addition to additional participants. As I have previously written, I would love to have had the proposed river park next door when I was a neighbor at the corner of Valley Spring and Bel Air Avenue, 4202 Bel Air. This project would clearly be an outstanding asset to Studio City, which will obviously lose the present use of the space, no matter what. So I am calling to support the project and feel that it will be a great advantage to the entire neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Hirsch, if you would like to unmute yourself, please.
Good morning.
Yep, go right ahead.
Thank you for hearing me today. I'm calling in opposition to the current plan, and I'd like to echo the comments made by Scott Mandel and many others that were very accurate. And I have a couple of things I just wanted to mention. Is that one is that regarding the Zev Yaroslavsky walkway, that's a community supported and created area that should not just be annexed by any means to the Harvard Westlake proposal. It's enjoyed by the community as a public access space and has no reason not to continue doing that. And I want to make sure that any annexation of that by any means is not acceptable. That's important. And the other part is, you know, I'd like to encourage the applicants to, when they have a presentation like today, they use an illustration that reflects the way the project will look in the part that they will build. The picture that we saw today represents sort of a nice imagination of the area as it is now. But, and I please correct me, but I understand that all those palm trees in that picture, for example, will be removed as part of the project or the representation of those. So we are struggling for some clarity, as has been mentioned on a few different issues that I hope comes forward soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Charlotte Lawson, if you would like to unmute yourself. There you go, go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Charlotte Larson, and I live 4 blocks from the Weddington Golf and Tennis Court. I agree with all the people so far who have spoken who are against this project. It is far too big. Why are we building a SoFi Stadium in a single-family residence neighborhood? Many of the comments before that I wanted to make have been spoken about. I want to speak about community access. This is not available to the public to be considered to use the property for the sports fields, the pool, etc. You have to belong to an organization, which means you have to pay fees to join that organization. And this organization has to be background checked, registered, and this is in favor of group sports, not individuals. And these community groups that Harvard Westlake that want to align with them, the alliance with the Boys and Girls Club of Burbank, the Angel Sports is in West LA. None of these community groups are in Studio City. So I would like to question which community Harvard Westlake is trying to benefit. Many other points that I could make, the trees, the canopy trees that are currently providing shade that reduce the temperature in this area, they are 70-foot canopy trees that are going to be replaced in 3 years after construction. They are the last thing to go into a hardscaping property. They are going to be planted and take 30 years to grow and will not provide shade. They are 30-foot native trees and do not provide canopy. The parking, their parking structure, everyone is going to arrive 20 minutes before the game time. No one is going to arrive an hour before and look for parking and wait in line to get into this parking building. So you're going to have 300 cars or so. They are going to be building up traffic along Whitsett and around Ventura and Moore Park, trying to get in and out. This is before and after game time. And with regards to Harvard Westlake saying that they will not have Olympic competitions in 2028, they will not have competitions per se, but if they have one event or fiesta or practice surrounding the events of the Olympics in 2028, they can apply to the city for taxpayer money to reimburse them for half of their building costs. This is not acceptable, as they are putting all this money into it and hoping that they will get money back from the city. This is too big. This project has been nothing but bait and switch and deception from Harvard Westlake, and I am against this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Cantwell, if you would like to unmute yourself, please. There you go. Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Catherine Cantwell, and I'm a resident of Council District 4. I moved to the Woodbridge neighborhood over 3 years ago with my husband, and we plan to be here for many more years. I agree with Matthew Flynn's comments and countless other neighbors when I say that I oppose the Harvard Westlake River Park development. This development will remove an important part of Studio City and will no longer be a part of our community, but a part of a school that is hoping to draw in more students, not draw in more neighbors. While the development is promoting the public access, it is still a school, and the public access will be based on the school schedule, not the community schedule. Additionally, as mentioned before, the turf fields being planned are actually not environmentally friendly and will be banned when California Assembly Bill 1423 is signed by Governor Gavin Newsom. Furthermore, as stated, the development will create massive traffic congestion to our neighborhood and unsafe conditions. I hope that our voices are taken into consideration and that this development does not go farther. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Fuller, if you would like to unmute, there you go. Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Dennis Mabassa, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Friends of the LA River. I'm speaking to express the support of FOLAR for the Harvard Westlake River Park. This project proposes to turn the Weddington Golf and Tennis Facility into a Studio City multi-benefit, recreational, and open space that will be available daily for both public and local students and Angelinos, with significant improvements in the sustainability standards of the space. FOLAR is proud to be a partner with Harvard Westlake on this visionary project, and we look forward to the day when the River Park becomes our Valley headquarters, serving students in the Valley and providing the same river education that we're currently only able to offer students to schools in the central stretch of the river. The River Park classrooms will also allow us to welcome thousands of elementary and middle school students from all over Los Angeles region to the site for field trips each year. In addition, FOLAR staff and volunteers will lead tours of the park and environmental education sessions in an on-site classroom. The classroom will also serve as a hub for the Fellows Program we're developing in conjunction with Harvard Westlake Environmental Sciences Department to train high school students for careers in the environmental field. In doing so, we will make great strides towards fulfilling our organization's mission, which will build capacity for communities to advocate for the LA River and connecting students to the river that runs through their cities in one of the most important building blocks of the mission, particularly students who have not historically had access to the river or its resources. I can think of no better place to do this important work than the River Park. Not only will this project utterly transform the property into an environmentally sensitive open space, but it will also convey a huge number of environmental benefits for the surrounding community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike J, if you'd like to unmute yourself, please. There you go. Go right ahead.
Hi, I'm Mike Jurin, a Studio City stakeholder. I'm here to strongly support the proposal for River Park. I've heard some opponents of River Park say, we don't mind Harvard Westlake's plan for River Park, but we just want to put it somewhere else. Maybe they can put it in the Sepulveda Dam area or some other part of the valley. Respectfully, I'd like to point out that that's what's called NIMBY, not in my backyard. The school owns the property. They bought it and developed a careful plan to create opportunities for their students, as well as this community close to their campus. It's unreasonable to say that they need to relocate their property elsewhere. This school has been in Studio City for more than 80 years and established themselves as members of the community. They've supported this community in ways big and small. They have just as much right to be in Studio City as anybody else. And the River Park will be a wonderful addition to our neighborhood. I hope you will join me in supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. David Gaines, if you would like to unmute yourself, please.
Hi there.
Yep, go right ahead.
Sure. I'd like to say good morning to Kimberly and the rest of the city planners who are participating today. I just want you to know that I appreciate what you guys are doing on the planning service, and I support your position in this process. And I really look forward to you doing your due diligence in sorting through all the community comments you receive. And I hope you recognize the deficiencies of the submitted EIR that doesn't really detail the flaws with this plan. Please listen to those of us who oppose this project, and most of us are going to be severely and negatively impacted by this development. I'm a resident of the council district and a 45-year resident of Studio City. In the last 35 years, I live in Footbridge Square. I want to state for the record that I am against this project. It reeks of elitism, and I think there's a lot of deception, even naming this hearing River Park, and then somebody else mentioned it. The visual billboard posting that presented for this online was not representative of what this project will ever look like. And before I get into my argument, I'd like to remind everyone that at the time Harvard Westlake purchased this land, it was in the process of being planned by groups, including the Friends of the LA River, as an ecological space that would have replaced the golf course with water filtration ponds and other types of ecological displays that would help educate the public on the benefits of open space. This project is an extremely poor replacement for what was hoped for on this property. I support the findings and conclusions that passed at the Studio City Residents Association regarding this project. Their vote against this project should be taken with the weight of all of us who they represent and the amount of time and expertise their resources focused on the planning documents that are available. My understanding is that the suggested public park attributes of this project are kind of bogus. The only people who can access the public use aspects of the private pool must be members of a currently non-existent swim club, which must pay for lifeguard supervision of the pool during the very limited public use hours being proposed. I see I'm running out of time, so I will cut to my end here. I want to express my agreement with Dr. Sen Red X, who said earlier this project represents the selfish, greedy desires of a small group of wealthy private school patrons, taking away a community resource that is currently available to all. You are teaching your students that their selfish needs trump those of us who live in the community. I would like to think that Harvard Westlake teaches its students to be good citizens who care about their fellow citizens and the communities they inhabit. I urge Councilwoman Robin to use her vote and influence in the city to prevent this project from moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg R. You'd like to unmute yourself. There you go. Go right ahead.
My name is Greg Ross. I live in Studio City and in Council District 4, and I 100% support the River Park project. It's my understanding that nearly 15 years ago, members of the Studio City community developed a draft plan for the land. That sounds a lot like what the current owners, Harvard Westlake, are proposing. That plan called for closing the golf course and turning the property into open space for public enjoyment. And those very things define what Harvard Westlake is planning on doing for this property. Harvard Westlake's really thoughtful and inclusive vision for the River Park will build on the traditional use of this property as a recreational haven and expand upon those opportunities with a wider variety of facilities and to a greater number of people. That to me makes it a tremendous benefit to the Studio City area. As a Studio City resident, I'm really looking forward to the day when the entire community can enjoy all that Harvard Westlake River Park has to offer. I want to thank Ms. Henry and Mr. Harris for running such a great meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last four digits, 1386. Again, 1386. If you would like to unmute yourself by hitting *6 on your phone, there you go. Go right ahead.
Hello. Convenient that I'm on right now. I'm in Chicago in a rainstorm. Thank you, Ms. Henry, for having this meeting. I'd like to echo my opposition to this project. I live less than 50 feet from the putting green. I look out over it from my window. I've been a resident for 27 years in Studio City and watched the encroachment of sound pollution coming from above in the skies with change of flight path from Burbank Airport to now, in the last 2 months, having LA.dot come and erect a four-way crosswalk at the corner of Whitsett and Valley Spring Lane. Which seems to be in preparation for the inevitability of the transformation of the Weddington Center into the Harvard Westlake Sports Complex, competition complex. It's my understanding that any kind of public access is merely going to be something that is already open to the public along the LA River, which, if maintained by the Harvard Westlake, will also grant them access for their students to make a cross-diagonal walk from Whitsett through the center of the public access. The public access to me means it's not going to be 24-hour security. How can you do that if it's public? The walkway around is a one entry point. It is not a perimeter. To me, it seems it's going to be shared by people walking, dogs going to the bathroom, and people trying to run against a 12-foot wall and to be off the street, which is a double wide street. The parking situation there is off the charts, virtually non-existent. To have a competition sports complex built where massive numbers of people are either playing and or observing, whether they're bussed in, a caller talked about the reality of that, the lining up of vehicles, the emissions and noise, let alone is an impossible, massive undertaking that seems to be completely detrimental to any kind of peace. Something as it currently exists is a mental health gain because of its absence of people. It is a vestibule of silence more than anything else, and that's what people need. Everything has been stated about sound pollution, light pollution, 3 years of construction, the massive amounts of debris and noise that will infiltrate and make that area inhabitable deeply concerns myself and anyone who lives in the perimeter of that area. So that's all I'm going to say, and that I really don't think it's going to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael Grunstein, if you would like to unmute yourself, please. There you go. Go right ahead.
Hi, thanks. I'm Mike Grunstein. I wanted to thank the organizers of this session, particularly Kimberly Henry, and I'm a pediatric pulmonologist. My specialty has been in patients with mainly children with asthma and chronic lung disease, as well as other disorders. I have three main concerns related to pollution. And these concerns must be dealt with appropriately. Because whatever you think is transient now is not transient for a child who develops or has asthma or chronic lung disease, or an elderly adult who has asthma or will develop it, or will develop chronic lung disease. Not to mention any mental disturbances related to these areas of pollution. The areas of pollution are noise and light pollution, vehicle pollution, and construction pollution. I'm not going to get into details about how to fix each of these, but they can be done. It can be done. It just needs to be done, and there has to be a legal background to make sure that it is done. Promises are nice, but they don't really mean much. What matters is legality. Now, for full disclosure, I have, and my wife has, 3 grandkids who go to Harbor Westlake, and we're very proud of that. They're terrific kids. They do very well in school. And they're competitive athletes in soccer, tennis, and track. So I welcome the opportunity for them to experience what is possible with this project. But we have to deal with the pollution issues because the health and safety of our children and of the elderly especially as well is critical. I would like to see documents indicating, legal documents indicating what will be done and how it will be done and what the future will be. Let me emphasize, my biggest concern really is inhalation of the consequences of the massive construction work that will be done. And what will be done to block that inhalation of those toxic elements? Thank you.
Thank you. Susie V, if you would unmute yourself, please. There you go. Go right ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm Susanna Vettori, and I am in support of the River Park project. I have been living with my family in Valley Village for the last 10 years, and we are truly blessed actually to live in this neighborhood, and we made a lot of friendship. Lots of the benefits and concerns regarding the project have been covered already, and the reason why we are in support of the project essentially is because of the opportunity of having more offers in terms of sports activity to more people moving forward beyond what Weddington can currently offer. Having said that, we have been frequenting the Weddington Club for several years. Our son learned to play tennis there, and we have wonderful memories. So one thing that I would like to focus is actually on the emotional connection, which many of my neighbors have with the Weddington. I know that some people say it's not about nostalgia, but sentiments are also important. And I know very well what it means losing a loved place, childhood place. And in my life, I've seen many of these loved places being replaced by condos overnight, memories gone, and nothing that could remind us of the good time spent there. So I think that in this case with the river park, the situation is very different because it's going to be a beautiful, low-rise, environmentally friendly sports campus, which in some form of way we can all enjoy too. Furthermore, about memories, I think that Harvard Westlake has been thoughtful in considering the community sentiment in terms of not losing completely the history of Weddington. And as far as I know, they will maintain some lots of symbols of the Weddington's history. So the clubhouse, which I understand will continue to be open to the public, the putting green, the famous iconic golf lights, and I've been told that we will also have an archive of historic photographs for the community to actually contribute to and enjoy. So for the sake of let's say, respecting this emotional connection and knowing that lots of neighbors would love to have that kind of continuity, I would like to actually to thank Harvard Westlake for being thoughtful and preserving in this project precious memories linked to this place. So I hope that we will find a way to enjoy this project in the future, and I continue to respect my neighbors and dear friends. And thank you again for the opportunity to listen and participate.
Thank you. Person by the name of Gentle Phoenix, if you would like to please unmute and go ahead and speak. There you go. Go right ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you
go right
hear
ahead.
me? Okay, hi. My name is Gentle Phoenix. I live in the neighborhood of Weddington for the last 10 years. I'm originally from New York. When I came out here, I had no idea about smog, air quality reports, and brown air. I didn't know what that was. I remember walking and being like, wow, the sky is beautiful at night. And it wasn't until one day I hiked Runyon and I saw the brown layer of air, and I was like, oh, okay, so that's smog. Over the past bunch of years, it's gotten better here. You don't hear the air quality reports. As of late, living over here, there's lots of tree trimming going on. There's lots of cutting down of trees. I don't know about you guys, but when I grew up going to school, we learned that trees are living things. We learned that trees give us clean oxygen. They protect us from the harmful rays of the sun. They are here that we're supposed to take care of them because they take care of us. They collect carbon in them and hold on to it for the entirety of their life. Even if they get cut down, as long as they're not pulverized, they'll still hold that carbon. Well, guess what? Every tree, even palm trees, hold carbon. Now, when they destroy and kill, and I say kill because remember I said trees are living things as what I learned. When they kill these trees and they will pulverize them, they're not planning on building any houses with them. And these aren't just all palm trees. There are old trees that are in the center that they will kill to put up their green, not green. There's no green space in this. It's plastic. It's artificial turf. It's artificial turf. It's tracks. It's building. It's a dirt path. So when they kill these trees, that carbon that these trees have been holding is immediately put back into the atmosphere. Immediately. All of that detrimental stuff, that is irreparable. You are destroying the clean air that your children so desperately need to play outside. Now, I know you're saying, okay, well, they're going to plant, it's over 200 trees, by the way. They're going to plant 100 more. 100 more, and somebody also said that it's the last thing to go in. Now, when they go in, they're not going to automatically grab all the carbon that was in the air. No, it's a gradual thing that they do. I've done the research. I've seen it. I'm not an expert with letters behind my name, but still, I listen. Also, the fire department, they are our neighbors. They'll be there for your children. The ambulances leave that road. if in emergency they have to deal with flashing light and traffic, people will die. That's in the report. Read the DEIR, read the FEIR, and please, I oppose this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Cohen, if you would like to unmute yourself, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you for holding this meeting and allow us to speak, though I must say I'm extremely disappointed that it's not an in-person meeting where we can see who comes and who talks like in the past. I do live adjacent to the property and have lived there for 30 years. And one of the problems I have with this whole situation is Harvard Westlake, in the beginning of their planning for this property and in all of their meetings, they kept talking about how they wanted to have it so they could have more sports fields for their 800 students because they have so many teams. They were doubled up on their own fields. Kids had to stay late to be able to practice their sports and then very late getting home to do their homework. Well, that's what it all started with. And now it has morphed into a sports factory, more like a commercial endeavor with numerous soccer teams and nonprofits using it, and monthly 500-person events, and 2 times a year, 2,000-person events, all of which they can hold on their current property. And they used to say, oh, we're just going to have a few parents, and parents hardly ever even come to watch the soccer. So they played it down so dramatically to get everybody on board. And it just makes me have very difficult time having any trust for them. And I know somebody spoke about their 4 mission statement points. Well, one might also look up their school motto, which is written in Latin, which I won't try to pronounce, but it translates to, they do because they think they can. And that's exactly what they've done. They did it on they tried to get it passed on the bridge over Coldwater, and now it's happening here. It is morphed into this gigantic thing, and now they list all of their partners. It's going to be in use 24 hours a day. And honestly, anybody who thinks they're going to end up with more public access is drinking their Kool-Aid. We all know that eventually, whether we have any or not, other than the skinny perimeter walk around the edge, which we can do on our own right now, they can have their attorneys say, oh, we've decided it's too much liability to have the public there when our students are there, so we're going to close off public access. So I have no faith that we're going to really have public access. Let me see if I got through everything. Sorry. So anyway, they're talk about wanting to be good neighbors. They can be good neighbors by holding their events, holding their swimming in their pool with Italian tile, and
that is your time.
Do it elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica G, if you would like to unmute yourself, please. There you go. Go right ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, good. I just want to make sure. Hi, thank you so much for offering this time for us all to speak. I think that the points have been really wonderfully passionate, I have to say. I do want to say that I live in Council District 4, and I support River Park in countless ways. One being the 16 acres will wonderfully remain as recreational open space in perpetuity for generations of students and community members to enjoy. I urge everyone to support River Park. I have lived in this neighborhood, very close proximity to the park, for almost 12 years. And I echo all the statements in terms of it is there for golf. We use it for disc golf. We've used it for tennis. However, what Harvard Westlake will be providing with River Park is so much more with the community. And I do appreciate that possibly there will be an increase in traffic. The new Sportsman's Lodge area that I knew, there's a lot of concerns about, that has increased traffic. but everybody loves that area. It has been a gift to this area. And I am one that, change is hard. And we all know that change is hard. And I think that the statements about that have been really meaningful as well. This change is so much for the good. I have 3 kids. There is no question we will enjoy it. It is for the school. It is for the community. It is so much better than the alternative. Having Harvard Westlake be the custodian of this area is priceless, truly. So I firmly support it. Happy to help out in any way, and very happy that this is hopefully going to be in the future for our neighborhood, because it will be a gift for our whole community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stop sharing my screen here. We'll set. I can really go right ahead.
Thank you, Jim. As I mentioned previously, we will be taking a lunch break from about noon to 1 o'clock. I wanted to come on and just state for the record, the image that's being shown currently as part of the slides is not an image representative of the Harvard Westlake project or any other project in the city. It is a department stock photo for presentations that are used by staff. So we will now be going to our lunch break from about 12 to 1 o'clock. For those of you who are still on the Zoom and have your hand raised, you are welcome to stay on the Zoom so you do not lose your place in line. And we will come back at approximately 1 o'clock. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the Harvard Westlake River Park Project Hearing Officer Public Hearing for CPC cases or case numbers CPC 2020-1511 VCU-SPR and ENV 2020-1512-EIR. I'm Kimberly Henry with City Planning, and I'm the hearing officer for today's hearing. If you are just joining us, we'd like to give a couple of reminders. If you're interested in speaking and have not done so already, please press *9 on your phone and the raise hand button in Zoom. When it is your turn to speak, planning staff will announce the last 4 digits of your phone number or your name. Once you hear this prompt, you will need to press *6 to speak. Please keep in mind that if another speaker has already provided a similar comment, you may state that you agree with the previous comments, since we want to be mindful of everyone's time. This is also not the only opportunity to provide comments. Written comments are equally considered as today's oral comments and will be described in the hearing officer's staff report to the commission. I'd also like to remind everybody to please direct your comments to me and to make sure that your comments are concise and to the point. Thank you.
Callers 3028. You can now press *6 to unmute yourself. Caller with the last 4 digits 3028. You can now go ahead and unmute yourself.
My name is Martha Jura. I am a Studio City stakeholder. I support River Park. The community will be able to use the open space at River Park from sunrise to sunset every day. The site will be staffed with security and maintenance workers 24/7. For community members enjoying the park, they will be able to easily find a restroom and someone to answer questions about usage. The school is welcoming the community in a true public-private partnership. The community will exercise, gather, and relax, and meet neighbors. There are necessary and practical guidelines based on the school use of the site. The school is welcoming members of the community to use the park and the facilities when not in use by the school. This is a tremendous benefit for the area. The River Park will be a lovely green space and an asset to the community. Thank you for letting me speak.
Caller number 3814. You can now press *6 to unmute.
Hello, my name is Jody Plegaman. I am a neighbor of Weddington, and my kids learned to play tennis there, and I've gotten used to, over the years, the sound of golf and tennis balls being hit at Weddington. But when I first heard of the plans for the River Park, I was worried about noise coming from the pool on the site. I shared as much with Harvard Westlake officials. Much to my surprise, they not only heard me, but they took steps to alleviate those concerns. As part of the pool, there will be a canopy designed to muffle noise coming from there. In response to neighborhood concerns about noise, the pool canopy has been redesigned to be more efficient, and as a result, this thoughtful design feature, there should be limited noise spillover for the neighborhood. In addition, another potential source of noise, the diving boards, have been eliminated from the pool. And even better, the canopy has been designed so that it's not even visible from the street. I appreciate the school's willingness to work with us in the neighborhood to ensure that this project has limited impacts. For that reason, I fully support this project. Thank you.
Caller 8079, you can now press *6 to unmute.
Hi. My name is Nora Doyle. I've been a resident of District 4 for 20 years. I agree with the comments earlier of Scott Mandel. I do not support the project as it stands. I agree with everybody who's talked about the dangers of the PFAS from the turf field, which will poison the environment for all of us. And the Harvard Westlake representative talked about providing a great environment for wildlife, but I'm also wondering what is the accommodation for current wildlife that's there right now? Thank you for listening.
Caller Bob McKinney, you can now press *6 to unmute. Caller Bob McKinney, you can now unmute. Caller Bob McKinney, you can now unmute yourself. I think we'll go to the next caller. Caller Christian Holden, you can now unmute yourself. Caller Christian Holden, you can now unmute.
Hello, my name is Christian Holden. Hello, this is Christian Holden. I am wholeheartedly in support of the project, Harvard Westlake River Park project. And I think that the positives definitely outweigh the negatives. And I also want to address one of the, I've been listening since this morning, and I've heard a lot of callers say that this is only going to benefit the elites, ultra elites from Bel Air and the kids from Bel Air and elite kids like that. My son, we're African American. We come from meager means, and my son will be attending Harvard Westlake this coming school year. And so we're part of that group that will benefit. And I do believe that as a community, they will definitely benefit from this project. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Caller Doug Williams, you can now give your comment and unmute.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to speak. Ms. Henry, I'd like to just say a few things. First of all, I want to say that the average age in Studio City, we live in the area, is 40 years old. The average household with kids is 22%. The average families without kids is 77%. So you're talking about bringing a complex in that's going to have noise, construction, and all of these things, and it's not benefiting the community. And the last thing I just want to say is that I've been on the ground there. I've actually gone from door to door to talk to people, and this is very disingenuous to hear all of these people saying that they want it. By and large, the community does not want this sports complex. So I'm a foot soldier. I've been on the ground, and this is not what the people in the area want. So I don't know where all of these callers are coming from that claim that, you know, they live in the community and this is what the community wants.
Hi, I'm Ada Williams. I'm Doug's wife. I also live in the community, and
also speaking against of the complex being built. Here's some of the reasons why. While we're in opposition of the sports complex being built, we are in favor of the protection of the Studio City community as a whole, not just a selected few. Statistics speaks volume. Being that the Studio City's median age is 40 plus, low impact activities will be most utilized by the community. My grave concern about the sports complex being built on the community is the accessibility used in the long term. So you can say whatever it is that you have to say to get it built, but administration comes and goes. And with the strict gun protection laws, policies that are placed in our schools, will we be able to have this access to this community or to this complex 10 years from now? We need a facility that can be enjoyed by all demographics and all ages publicly. Mental health issue has increased drastically since COVID-19. Many people, especially older 40 plus people, have become more introverts. Low impact activities such as golf in the community is vital for many reasons, but let me just tell you a few. Like I mentioned, low impact helps reduce depression and anxiety. It helps with social anxiety, may even increase life expectancy for about 5 years. Studio City also has families both with and without children. Speaking of families in the community, I play golf there with my husband. It has become many of our date nights, which helps us to give money back to the community. Our children play there. Weddington Golf allows youth of all races, ages, without regards to their economic status, along with their families, friends, who are able to freely facilitate and enjoy the sports for all and not just the selected few. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 6065, you can now press *6 to unmute.
Hello. Hi. My name is Deborah Amelon, and I have totally opposed this for years. I did a lot of work to stop how they were trying to dismantle the mountain on Coldwater Canyon. Would have meant another ridiculous idea of theirs. The bottom line with this sports complex is that the students don't need it. They don't need it. For those sports they're putting in there that they want more of, they want to attract more students. They want to be more like Notre Dame, which has Notre Dame is excellent, amazing sports facilities all within their complex. And they can't compete with that. And they also have to repair, Harvard Westlake has to go a long way to repair the damage they did with their football. And football, as we know, is declining. It's declining. 350 schools a year are cutting out their football programs because of CTE. Parents are not putting their kids into football anymore. It's declining as a sport. So, in 50 years, there probably won't even be any football. That'll be the end of it. And our football stadiums will be ghost towns. But the sports that they're having, gymnastics, tennis, soccer, swimming, all those are athletes that they get college scholarships, not what they do for the high school. They have to become nationally ranked. I'm a mother of a Division I athlete, so I know what it took. And it's everything that you do outside of school. It's not what you do for the school or representing the school. It actually holds you back. But gymnastics is a private, where you have private coaches. That's where you get somewhere. Swimming is private. How do you think you become a Michael Phelps? Tennis, same, everything. You don't do it by having those facilities down there. The school does not need it. They're just trying to fancy it up, and stop having these people come on and speak here who say they're from District 4. Well, District 4 spans from CETA to West Hollywood to almost to Glendale. And so they're just reading from a script that just shills for somebody that we don't know who they are. There's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands that are against this. When we formed Save Cold Water Can, there were 5,000 people that joined, and now it's even bigger, and even more groups have joined. So there's thousands against this, and by not publicizing that this was going to be today and not putting it in a public space, you are hindering our voices from speaking. Please do not put this up. There shouldn't be any of these facilities there at all. They could certainly go back over the hill and go to the west side and do their swimming and their tennis over there. Thank you very much.
Time. Okay, we'll try Bob McKinney once again. You can go ahead and unmute yourself, Bob. Bob McKinney, you can unmute yourself. Okay, we'll skip Bob again. Caller Erica Fox, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello. Thank you, Ms. Henry, for having us here. I speak in strong opposition to this project. We keep hearing things river park. There's no river, there's no park. We hear green space. The only thing that's green is the color of the AstroTurf. We keep hearing open space. There's no open space. Open space means it hasn't been developed. So all of those words need to go when talking about this. The only people that are really talking about green space and open space are the people in opposition to this project. You know, I keep hearing the proponents of this saying, you know, we're nostalgic, very condescending. I have to say that they're very condescending. I'm not nostalgic about things that should go. I'm not nostalgic about covenants that didn't allow Jews, Blacks, Latinos to buy property in certain parts of Los Angeles. I am not nostalgic about the loss of photochemical smog. I am not nostalgic about things that are bad. And progress absolutely is a good thing, if it's a good thing. But we live in a city of Los Angeles. It's a big city. It's supposed to be at the vanguard. We're supposed to be a million-tree city. And here in front of the planning committee, we are talking about a project that would take away trees, that would take away, you know, green open space. And what are you going to replace that with for the many? This isn't just about Studio City. This is about all of Los Angeles. People come here. It is about the health of our city. We have developers all the time cutting down trees, putting up plastic, putting up concrete. We need to keep open space open. I had a daughter who was on a club team that worked out of Harvard Westlake. This is talking about access. Every time there was a problem with parking, they would talk to the people, they would yell at the people who were non-Harvard Westlake people. You are not going to be able to park here if this keeps up. It wasn't the non-Harvard Westlake people who were causing the things. They were not allowed to access the weight room, even though they paid the same dues because of liability issues. So if anybody thinks this is open space and for the community, it will not be. They will get to decide who uses it, when they use it, and if they don't like you, they won't let you in, just like who they let into the school and who they don't. So those are my things. I strongly oppose it. And as the planning committee, you really need to think about what you see as the future of Los Angeles.
Okay, caller George Shea, go ahead and unmute yourself. Caller George Shea, you can now unmute.
Yeah, thank you. George Shea is my name. I've lived in Studio City for 33 years. The problem for me with the project, it's just way too big and also way too disruptive. It's going to take, what they say, a year and a half. It could be 3 years to do all the construction. And I'm an environmentalist. Destroying 240 old growth trees, I mean, that seems obscene. So, yeah, I mean, I and practically everyone I know is opposed to this project. And thank you.
Caller Heidi McKay, you can now unmute.
Yes, hi, my name's Heidi McKay, Studio City resident, 30 years. I am vehemently opposed to this project. We've been here before, and here we are again, having to defend ourselves against a misleading, unsafe, and destructive project by Harvard Westlake. I hope the city has noticed that the majority of the comments approving this are very misguided. Approximately 90%, in fact, of the callers in support gave reasons that are not accurate. Previous callers say they are looking forward to a community recreational facility for all to enjoy that will be available to a greater number of people, that the entire community has time to enjoy Harvard Westlake has to offer. Well, both the DEIR and the FEIR, the only public that can use anything behind the 10-foot walls, the pool, track, field, and gym, are organized pre-approved groups. No individual members of the community will have access. Harvard Westlake's extensive and deceptive marketing campaign seems to have given the community a wrong impression. This is not a gift to the city. Another previous caller said that the other community that was against the garage applauded this. Well, I can say as the board member of Save Quarter Canyon, that is not true. We are very leery of Harvard Westlake and their promises, and are now seeing the same false promises and learning that their plan at Weddington is as unsafe and as environmentally destructive as the parking garage would have been. This project's location and size and operations are not compatible with and will adversely affect adjacent properties and surrounding neighborhood public health and safety. This project does not enhance the surrounding neighborhood, does not provide a service that is essential or beneficial to the community. Yet, the community is expected to bear the burden of 300 truck trips daily, 6 days a week during excavation, dangerous exhaust emissions from idling trucks, particulate matter from the deep excavation of the soil that the doctor previously stated, airborne fungal diseases will aggravate respiratory issues in young children. In fact, there are hundreds of pages in the FEIR with unmitigated health hazards to these sensitive receptors. I highly, highly recommend the city not approve this project. I thank you for your time.
Caller Jacques Stambouli, you can now unmute yourself.
Yes, hi. My name is Jacques. I'm a resident here in District 4. This impacts me directly, obviously. Firstly, thank you for making this meeting accessible through Zoom and phone. It enables people who work for a living to attend. I approached this project with an open mind, trying to be mindful not on what it would do for me personally, but what it would do for the community at large. And as I analyzed the project, I became more and more excited by it as I saw the massive benefits it offers the community. I'm personally on the board of a local nonprofit that works with special needs kids. I'm very happy to see that the space is going to be made available to so many nonprofits, like Angel City Sports, the Boys and Girls Club, Special Olympics, many others as well. I've heard things today, I've been on since 9 a.m., and I've heard things like, destroying the green space, when in fact what this project does is exactly the opposite, and it's going to preserve it, make sure this does not become another mall or building or something. And I've heard about comments how it damages the environment, when in fact it's doing the exact opposite. I think that, if we just think rationally rather than emotionally, because a lot of people have been very emotional and using slurs like billionaires and elitism and so on. But I think that if the commission actually approaches this just based on the facts, I'm sure the decision will be to approve this, because based on the facts, it really should be. Thank you.
Caller Judy Chaikin, you can now unmute yourself.
Hello,
My name is Judy Chaikin. I'm a longtime resident of Studio City, and I strongly disapprove this project. I've heard a lot of pie in the sky today about how great this is going to be and how we'll all benefit, especially the students of the Harvard Westlake School. And I urge you to read the fine print. This is a sacrifice of the many for the benefit of the few. The truth is, this is a business. Harvard Westlake is heavily invested. They will need to repay their investment. And in order to justify this expense, they'll have to maximize the use of the facility and renting it out to whoever they can. This is a sports arena, and I'd like you to think about all the other sports arenas in this city. Would you want to live in the shadow of any of them? Show me one sports arena that was of benefit to the local residents. We are all aware of the studies that show the benefits of natural open green spaces in the midst of our residential areas. They give us breathing room. I have never played tennis or golf at Weddington, but every time I drive by, I feel a sense of well-being. And I doubt if that will happen if the plan you are proposing goes into effect. Don't fool yourself. This will not be for the benefit of the public. This is a private facility with a dinosaur footprint in the midst of our little bedroom community. This will be the beginning of the end of our cherished way of life in Studio City. And the first time a homeless person sets foot on the Harvard Westlake development, fences will go up and the public will be locked out, all in the name of, quote, safety of our students. In 10 years, do you want to be saying, remember how great Studio City used to be? What we have is precious. Let's not sell it for somebody else's pipe dream. Thank you.
Okay, Kelsey McAllister, you can now unmute yourself. Kelsey McAllister, you can now unmute.
Hi there. My name is Kelsey McAllister, and I'm very thankful to speak on behalf of the proposed plan. Like so many others, I strongly oppose it for countless reasons that have already been mentioned. The plastic grass, the traffic, the loss of trees for the people and animals, the loss of the gathering for the community. I can go on and on. But what has me very disturbed is the dishonesty and the confusion that Harvard Westlake is creating by saying that these 16 acres will be accessible for all the people from sunrise to sunset. Just the name alone, River Park. What park? There is no park. There is a thin, small sliver of perimeter that people can walk along, and who wants to walk next to 12-foot concrete buildings and little saplings when the community right now can enjoy the open green space, even if you're not even on the property, just looking through and seeing the natural grass and the trees and all the animals and the people that are there gathering, having so much fun. As a parent with high school students, I am greatly aware and know the rigorous schedules of the ultra competitive culture that high school sports requires. These swimming pools and fields and gymnasiums will be taken up by the elite few, the students of Harvard Westlake, morning, noon, and night, leaving no availability for the public. And so it upsets me greatly to think that these people who, like many others, I'm confused who these people are. I am a foot soldier myself. I have grown up at Weddington my entire life. I have spent hours and hours there talking to the people. And I know that the community does not want this sports complex. And so the people who are speaking on behalf of Harvard Westlake, saying that they're excited because they don't play golf and tennis, but they want to engage in other sports, this is very misleading. And Harvard Westlake has intentionally created this confusion. And just like their property in Bel Air, history repeats itself. And it is my belief that our community will lose any access to what they already have. And also, just to touch a little bit on nostalgia, this place has given back to the community for 67 years. It is iconic. It is rich in Los Angeles history. And when we get rid of these landmarks, we are tearing apart the fabric that creates such uniqueness and specialness that Los Angeles gives the whole world. And, you know, we might as well be any small town USA. So please, council members, please preserve the gem of Studio City for the people, and let's preserve this legacy for generations to come.
Okay, Lori Belatich, you can now unmute.
Hi, my name is Lori Balatash, and I have lived in Studio City for 27 years. I was a teacher at Carpenter, and I can personally say that hundreds of local students have attended Harvard Westlake. They're not all millionaires. I also want to say thank you so much for having this on Zoom, because it makes it accessible for everybody. And I am not a paid shill. I live in the neighborhood and very active in the neighborhood. I want to say that I support the project. A couple of things that are important to me. I know there will be trees cut down, but in the long run, there will be an increase in trees. Also, I'm very interested in capturing the stormwater and recharging the groundwater table. That's incredibly important in Los Angeles, and in light of the the droughts that we've had. I also want to say that I walk in the neighborhood all the time, and sometimes I walk at night and I see the tennis court lights on until 10 o'clock at night, and there's no one on the court, and there's light all over the place. The light will actually be less once this project is built. The site had some other options, housing or other development. And once that has been built, those people are going to disappear. Those developers disappear. Harvard Westlake has been a community member for over 80 years. They are unlike a developer. They're staying. They're going to be here. I totally and 100% support this project. Thank you.
Lori Young, you can now unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. I am opposed to this project. I want to talk about two things. One is the consistency with the land use element and zoning, and also issues. I have issues with the project alternatives in the EIR. The project is not consistent with the land use element, which designates the property as open space and the zoning as agricultural. A project that's constructing over 105,000 square feet of building and facilities, including additional county land, is not compatible with the open space character, the land use and zoning intends. Harvard Westlake has not been honest and is marketing this project as an open space park for the community. The open space is comprised of areas between structures and perimeter along the property line that cannot be developed, and it does not include contiguous land that can qualify as viable open space. The applicant knew before they bought the property that they would be required to obtain a CUP, and the onus is on them to demonstrate that the use is compatible with the neighborhood. Yes, schools are allowed in the A1 zone with a CUP, but this is really a sports complex with only minimal educational instruction. A sports complex is not permitted in an A1 zone, even with a CUP, and it should not even be considered here. The applicant is trying to put too much development on too small of a site. This is evident by the many code waivers that are needed to mitigate impacts caused by this project. A sports complex generates noise impacts and requires tall light poles to illuminate the athletic fields. And these waivers are needed for the wall heights and the light poles that exceed 30 feet high to make the sports complex viable. There is a misconception that Studio City residents are NIMBYs and against all development. This is not true. The community would welcome a project that is an appropriate use for the site and one that can comply with all municipal codes. The applicant is trying to force a use not compatible with the zoning and land use by calling this a park. The community is not fooled and should not have to settle for this ill-conceived imposter. I have also several issues with the EIR, but I'm going to talk about project alternatives. CEQA requires the EIR to identify reasonable alternatives to the project so that the city can make an informed decision that there are no other alternatives to the project that would have less significant impacts and to also facilitate public participation. The alternative. Okay. Thank you.
Caller Matthew Edwards, you can now unmute.
Hi, my name is Matthew Edwards. I was born in Los Angeles and my family currently lives close to Weddington and Valley Village, and we plan on staying here for the foreseeable future. I am also not a shill. But I think by building the fields, a gym, a running track, and a pool, River Park offers a much greater variety of sporting options than currently exist. These options serve a much larger portion of the community, not just those who play golf and tennis. And based on what I've seen, the school is drastically improving the ecology of the park. As others have said, this project does seem like a gift to the community, especially considering the possible alternatives. My family and I are excited about the opportunities River Park will provide. I hope the city will approve it. Thank you.
Caller Mitchell Kenny, you can now unmute. Caller Mitchell Kenny, you can now unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hi, please provide your comment.
Yes, hi, my name is Mitchell Kenny. And I'm a 30-year resident of Studio City. And I'm opposed to this. The project is way too big. I know a lot of people are saying they're in District 4 and stuff, but I feel like a lot of people don't really live in Studio City. I live right down the street from this project. And it's way too big for this community. And I believe it's going to cause great traffic concerns in our neighborhood, which we already have this issue. People using our streets as shortcuts to get to Laurel Canyon and to Witsit and Moore Park. It's a very high congested area, and this is even going to make it worse. When I called Harvard Westlake to ask if they had any plans for the traffic. And they told me they were just going to tell their students not to drive in our neighborhood. Seriously, that's the plan. I'm opposed to this. And I think it really hurts our community. Thank you for hearing me out.
Okay, Pamela Scott, you can now unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Pamela Scott, and I live about a mile and a half away up off of Witsit. And the fact is that this area that we're talking about, Weddington Golf and Tennis, and before that it was Studio City Golf and Tennis Club, it was developed and has been operated for 70 years according to the way it was zoned. It is zoned for the purpose that it is being used today. Harvard Westlake knowingly purchased this property knowing that it was not zoned for the proposed complex. The prior owner tried for years to change the zoning, get that zoning changed so they could develop it. And there was fierce opposition from the public and the surrounding community. When they took over after they ended the lease, they had promised to keep it a golf facility. Well, that promise went by the wayside because they tried to change it. So promises of being open to the public, like the Harvard Westlake is saying, is meaningless. There's no way to promise that this will be open to the public. Harvard Westlake is also trying to develop a property that has been designated in its entirety as a historic cultural monument. They have proposed keeping the clubhouse and the front lawn putting green and the driving range lights to keep it, but that's kind of like killing an animal and putting its pelt up as a remembrance. So, Harvard Westlake is trying to build a facility that they already have all of these items, these, track and field. They have on their website, they tout all these wonderful things that they have. They have tennis courts over at LA Valley College. I have never seen anybody using of the public using those courts. So I don't believe that they were putting up walls around this facility, and at any time once the zoning is changed, once they're given a conditional use, they have the authority to do whatever they want with it, and that could keep out the public with their walls. So I am strongly opposed to anything that they want to do
That's
here.
time. Thank you.
Keep it open, keep it wet.
Caller Patricia Shellog, you can now unmute yourself. Caller Patricia Shellog, you can now unmute. Last call, Patricia Shellog, you can now unmute yourself. Okay, we'll go to the next caller. Caller Rachel, you can now unmute yourself. Caller Rachel, you can now unmute. Last call, Rachel, you can now unmute yourself. Okay, we'll go to the next caller. Caller Rachel R, you can now unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you for having me today. I live in Council District number 4, and I fully support River Park. I am thrilled about the investment that the project will make in improving our environment. The project will add over 400 native trees and plants to the site, which will reduce water use, increase shade canopy, add to biodiversity, encourage return of native bird and wildlife, and increase carbon sequestering capacity. The building will have solar power, and the synthetic turf will save millions of gallons of water each year and will reduce the use of herbicides and pesticides. Thank you.
Okay, Robert Schmidt, you can now unmute yourself.
Thank you. This is Robert Schmidt in Studio City, and I appreciate being able to make this call. I do strongly oppose the project. So let's get that behind us. I believe everybody who said there are thousands in this community that oppose it, and very few. I have not met one neighbor or anybody in my neighborhood watch group that thinks it's a good idea. So there's a lot more negative opposition than what I think we're hearing. We also need to be aware that Council District 4, as noted previously, covers Koreatown, the Miracle Mile, West Hollywood, all over Los Angeles. And these people are not affected, don't drive by, aren't part of the community, don't be impacted by the traffic, by the noise, by the disposal. I think they probably won't recognize it'll be years before the trees bring back these birds and the shade cover. I think it's disingenuous on Harvard Westlake in the worst way that they use their marketing campaign to help pull people into call. The second thing, I've heard some prepared scripts that have been done. I've also heard that they use the word river park. And as Ms. McAllister said, there's no river and no park. It's no green space. It's all going to be on that green that's on the field. We cannot do this. This is just the worst reuse of a really nice open area that all of us in Studio City have come to appreciate. Seeing 11-foot wall on the north side of the property, we walk down that street every day, and if we see 11-foot wall, we're going to say, boy, what have we given up? That's a lot, and nothing they can do with 11-foot wall is going to in any way replace what we currently see right now. It is a project that just can't move forward. And I think my last comment has to be, so many people believe they're going to be able to walk in that place and use the facilities. Everybody thinks they're going to use a lacrosse field. Everybody thinks they're going to use a swimming pool. People are going to think they're going to use all that. And I think Harvard Westlake has given private access to some of these groups just to get their name on the sticker. But for the rest of us that live here in Studio City, that I want everybody to realize that is a non-event. We will not be able to wander in that place. We will not be able to walk in and use whatever is left of the place once all the paving and the building and the structures all get built. It's not for us, it's for Harvard Westlake. Thank you very much.
This is Kimberly Henry with City Planning as the hearing officer for today's hearing. For those of you who may have just joined, if you're interested in speaking and have not done so already, please press *9 on your phone or the raise hand button in Zoom. When it is your turn to speak, planning staff will announce the last 4 digits of your phone number or your name. Once you hear this prompt, you will need to press *6 to speak. Please keep in mind that if another speaker has already provided a similar comment, you may state that you agree with the previous comments, since we want to be mindful of everyone's time. This is also not the only opportunity to provide comments. Written comments are equally considered as today's oral comments and will also be described in the hearing officer report to the commission. I'd also like to remind everybody, when you provide your comment, to please direct your comments towards me. Thank you.
Caller Robert Skur, you can now unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi, my name is Robert Skier, and I live in Studio City. I live in the actual area that will be affected by this. I live on Laurel Grove. I'm about 4 or 5 blocks away from Weddington, and I vehemently oppose this project. It is too big for this area. It violates the zoning. So it wasn't even designed to fit in here. It was designed to be built with an exception made so that something that's too big for the area can be put in. I really resent a lot of the misinformation that's being spread here as well. They keep saying how it's going to be a boon to the public. It's a gift to our community. It's not going to be open to the public. It's open to the public now. You go there after they put up those walls, all you're going to hear is, you don't belong here. This is private property. We have to keep our students safe. You don't belong here, sir. Well, why don't we just keep it open for everybody the way it is now, as opposed to just closing it off for the benefit of, how many people go to that school? Like 900? So half of them are going to be using this facility? So 100,000 people won't be able to use a facility that they have now, so that 400 people will be able to. I also hate the idea that, you know, we're being told, oh, they're going to have a pool there. They're going to teach us how to swim. That's going to stop people from drowning. Oh, that's great. They're going to save our lives now? Really? Seriously? If that's what they're going to use their pool for, why don't they use the pool that they have currently for that? Why don't they invite people? Why hasn't that school helped our community now? They're going to suddenly become altruistic because they're taking away our golf course? So I don't know if you guys been watching the news or not, but every day they keep talking about how there's a new record temperature set on the planet, how it's just getting hotter and hotter and hotter. So we're going to create a heat desert in our neighborhood so that we can contribute to what's going on and make it worse. It's ridiculous. And lastly, what I want to say is that nothing says River Park like a perimeter sidewalk. And that's all that they're offering us. It's not a park. And we don't feel nostalgia for Weddington. We feel gratitude. We feel appreciation for the fact that this is a facility that can be used by everybody. So Harvard wants to they want to help the community. They want to help the community. You know, nothing says community access like a 12-foot wall. Thank you very much.
Caller Sam, you can now unmute.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, good morning, or better yet, good afternoon. My name is Samuel Capuchin, and I have some comments about this project. It should be known that I am against the project vehemently as well. And I do want to bring up some concerns in terms of the Army Corps of Engineers, the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and Cal Fish and Wildlife. It seems as though the FEIR and the DEIR have just kind of not addressed that at all, since the Army Corps has jurisdiction over the LA River and is abutting this development directly. And we've made some efforts to find out whether or not there's a permit on file, and we couldn't find any. So we don't know if this project is skirting California jurisdictions that protect natural wildlife, water discharges, and all those other things that are involved in a large project of this nature. Harvard Westlake claimed that they wanted to put in a retention basin. The retention basin only acts to skirt the jurisdiction of California, the Port of Cologne Act and the Clean Water and Clean Air Act. So I would urge Ms. Kimberly Henry to do a fine-tooth comb analysis of the environmental agencies and jurisdictions that are involved with this project and that govern these areas and these type of developments. I would also like to say that you are on the side of the public, so we are beholden to you, and we want you to do all these findings and find all the facts you can to support this not building this monstrosity in this area. We need the public space. I'm a member of the community. I love that place. We go there all the time with friends. People have learned how to play golf there. It's like a walk in the park. It's an oasis from Los Angeles. It's the most fantastic location in all of Los Angeles, arguably. But besides the personal point of it, there are real jurisdictional issues here. And we have some of our consultants looking into the FEIR and the DEIR, and they will return with comments. They are we do want to do like a separate analysis as well, because we believe that the findings haven't been addressed adequately. Smaller projects than this, when little things are found like streams or natural wildlife or anything like that, can stop a project. But it seems like none of those tests or considerations have taken place in this development. I too have heard a lot of rebuttal arguments from Harvard Westlake, and they feel like they're just reading off of a script. Their arguments don't really have much merit. And I would just like to leave you with the fact that it is a jewel of the valley, and we would like to keep it as much as we can. It's not nostalgia. We truly value and treasure this place, and I hope we can keep it, and I hope you reconsider. Thank you.
Okay, Sam D, you can now unmute yourself.
Hi there. I live in Council District 4 and I work in Studio City. I'm there daily and I support Harvard Westlake and its River Park. I'm an avid golfer and do I lament the fact of potentially losing a golf course? Sure. But there's lots of affordable golf in the valley, and what Harvard Westlake has proposed seems to be amazing. Van Nuys, which is only about 7 miles away, charges about $13 per round, which is only $1 more than Weddington. They have 2 courses there. There's Woodley, there's Encino, there's Balboa, there's Griffith, there's Hanson Dam, there's Wilson. There's lots of golf courses in the area, and I play at all of them. What it's much harder to find in the valley as a father of young children are public basketball courts, swimming pools, and soccer fields that are open to the community. And I think that's what Harvard Westlake is really proposing here. It's really hard to find these gathering areas that are well-maintained, sustainable, and safe. And that's what River Park will do. I also appreciate Ms. Henry for making this meeting available on Zoom for people who work for a living and can't devote a full day downtown. Thank you, and I hope the city will approve River Park.
Caller Stephanie H., you can now unmute yourself. Stephanie H., you can now go ahead. Stephanie H., we can't hear you on your end, on our end. Okay, we'll come back to Stephanie. Caller 0066, you can now press *6 to unmute.
Hello, this is Jennifer Stussy, and I am very much against this project. The property is surrounded on 2 sides by single-family dwellings and on 1 side by multiple-family dwellings. It is a residential area, and this project is way too big. It is just a concrete behemoth, and it does not fit in the neighborhood at all. It's going to provide light, traffic, and noise pollution, and it is going to really wreck Studio City's little village feeling. And once it's gone forever, this little golf course. Or if something else is built that's smaller, that would be very much agreeable. But the way it's set up now, and I'm also opposed to the city leasing any land back to Westlake, Harvard Westlake. I am very opposed to that. And I've lived in Studio City for 37 years, and I have seen traffic get worse and worse and worse. And the lights and the noise is going to be incredible. It is really, really going to wreck a small little neighborhood. Thank you so, so much for listening to me.
Okay, caller number 2888, you can now press *6 to unmute. Please go ahead.
My name is Carrie Sanford, and I live in Studio City. I strongly oppose this plan. It's clear this plan will increase traffic, congestion, noise, and light. It is incredibly excessive. Plus, the toxic sports field and the reduced tree canopy are unacceptable given climate change and global warming. Despite the heavy promotion by the developer Harvard Westlake, This is simply the wrong plan in the wrong place at the wrong time. The impact of this project is significant beyond reason. I oppose the plan, and I hope city planning, after all the public comments made today, will decline the CUP and bring an end to this project. Thank you.
Okay, we'll try Rachel again. Rachel, you can now unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Rachel, and thank you for giving me time to speak. I strongly oppose this project. I am a mother and live on Witsit with 2 young children. I've heard people on the call say the only benefit to people are people who use the actual golf course. Well, I walk around the golf course regularly, look at the beautiful green space, appreciate the animals. I don't believe Harvard Westlake is being genuine in their offer for community use. We already know that what they're saying is that only approved Studio City associations or approved sports associations will be allowed to use the space, which is not what they're saying to the general public. So everyone that called in saying this is such a great resource to everybody is either misinformed or lying, like Harvard Westlake is doing. I oppose this project. It is too big. It's not good for the environment. It should not get built. And the fact that this got as far as it did, the fact that LA needs to approve them to build it, they bought the property without the right to build on it. That's just wrong, that they are just bulldozing the community with their big, deep money pockets. All right, thanks for letting me speak.
Caller 9751, you can now press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you. I'd like to just implore the committee as well as the Planning Commission to vote down and reject this proposal. It is absolutely, undeniably usurping and taking away public lands and benefit for the purpose and sole purpose of beneficiaries basically dictating and taking away what is general use planning and making it private property. That is inexcusable. It is taking away natural habitat. It's taking away green space, and the longevity of the public usage will no longer be in consideration. It is absconding what is general public use and for the community at large, and being someone who is a stakeholder and resides near Council District 4, yes, it encompasses all districts from West Hollywood to Laurel Canyon. And I have to say, I advocate for the neighbors to the north, and I'm sorry they have to go through this of having people take away and dominate their own purposes and saying it's for the public benefit when it is not. They are taking away public usage lands that will destroy habitat, destroy trees, destroy what we have as a semblance of only the community space and communal space and green space there is in that area. Unlike Woodland Hills that has massive, Balboa has massive land, it does not. LA River, they're trying to use that as a ploy, and they're disingenuous. And I have to agree with other speakers that say that majority of the people do not want this. This does not fit the landscape. It is a monstrosity. It is not conducive, and it will change, the nature and habitat of animals, will destroy everything that's in its surrounding, will basically enclose and encompass a private property and domain and fortify. and restrict what was normally public to private land. I'm absolutely adamantly opposed to this. I urge the committee to vote this down and reject the proposal because it's self-serving interest. That's what it is. It's lobbying interest of what they want. And they're going to destroy habitat and they're going to destroy things in their wake, and they're not going to look at the aftermath. And that's what's important. They're going to cause a lot of damage to the LA River. There's going to be, overflow with construction. They're going to disturb the soil. It's going to cause particulate matter. It's going to cause a lot of toxic fumes and dust, and they're not going to see the aftermath. And I want to urge the committee, please strike this down because it's self-serving interest of only someone that thinks that it's the school. Thank you.
Okay, let's try Stephanie H. one more time. Stephanie H., you can now unmute yourself. Stephanie, I show that you're unmuted and that you've unmuted yourself, but I think that your microphone on your end is not working. So we'll come back to you once again and try you in a little bit. Caller Adam DeRay, you can now go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello? Yes, please go ahead. Hi, my name is Adam Derry, and I was born and raised in Studio City. My parents still reside only a few hundred feet away and have since 1984. Growing up, I had several friends that attend Harvard Westlake and even worked there as adults. Now that I think of it, none of them actually were residents of Studio City, rather they are from the West Side. While I was fortunate to attend another local prep school as a teen, I would often use the track and field facilities at the Harvard Westlake upper school due to its proximity to my childhood home, as the school used to allow Studio City residents to use it by presenting a form of ID that showed a Studio City address, as caller 8533 said. While I was appreciative of that access, they eventually restricted access to the track and field, and who's to say that this won't happen again with this proposed sports complex? In 5 years, it would be no surprise to anybody if this complex is not open to the public whatsoever, as Mr. Schmidt said. Harvard Westlake has multiple campuses already with sports facilities and have had no issues in excelling in athletics, producing professional athletes and Olympians for years without needing an additional 17 acres of land. The school I attended had no space for sports complexes or fields whatsoever, unlike the world-class amenities that Harvard Westlake already has on its two separate campuses. Instead, my school leased fields from the VA, UCLA, Balboa Park, Senior Little League, and trained with the Taft High School at their track and field. Currently, I'm a real estate professional and I'm generally not opposed to development. That said, as others have echoed, the traffic and congestion that will build up on Witsit will be devastating for the community, as we've seen on Coldwater and Ventura from the newly developed Sportsman's Landing. The 300 to 500 units planned to be built notwithstanding. Studio City has changed significantly, resulting in great commercial appeal over the last decade. While great for business and development in the community, the noise pollution in the neighborhood has worsened in recent years, and this project won't contribute to that. Drive through the immediate surrounding neighborhood around Weddington Golf Course. The majority of those neighbors have had signs in their front lawns for over 15 years opposing any development of the site. I have not met an actual local of Studio City in support of this project. It's equally important to pay heed to the voices of those who aren't represented by paid professionals of Harvard Westlake, but are deeply impacted by these decisions, the residents. The majority of those in support say they are stakeholders of Studio City and cite nostalgia of Weddington by residents. I don't know what a Studio City stakeholder is. The simple fact is they aren't residents of those who it'll impact. I stand with those in opposition of this project as a member of the Studio City community. Thank you.
Alexander Black, you can now unmute yourself. Caller Alexander Black, you can now unmute. Last call, Alexander Black, you can now unmute. Okay, we'll come back to Alexander. Alexander Frank, you are now unmuted. You can now unmute yourself.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Henry. This is Alexander Frank speaking. I'm a civil rights attorney and a constitutional law attorney. I'm a Studio City homeowner, and I grew up next door in Sherman Oaks. I'm speaking only for myself, not for a client. I strongly oppose granting Harvard Westlake the CUP it seeks. Some of the previous speakers, particularly Mr. Strain and Ms. Sargent, who spoke this morning, and a few others already said most of what I have to say, but I'll offer my views nevertheless. I've been playing golf at Weddington since I was 10, when it was known as Studio City Golf and Tennis. Weddington is an absolutely beautiful institution that you don't have to be rich to use. A round of golf costs next to nothing, a bucket of range balls too, and same for the tennis courts. It's open for everyone, and it's peaceful and it's beautiful, and it's a true cultural institution that makes this community what it is. It's a beautiful thing, even if you don't play golf. And to let the richest people in the city take it away from the community, for them to make it into an after-school leisure space for their privileged children, which makes them among the most privileged children in the world, is sickening. I went to a competitor private school. I'm from this community, and it still sickens me. It's the kind of elitism and class warfare that's ripping our society apart. And all this PR babble about it being open to the community and the Boys and Girls Club and the Special Olympics is nonsense. The hundreds of thousands of local residents in the community who actually use this facility as it is now outweigh the interests of a few private organizations. How many Special Olympians are there really to begin with? This type of PR washing is always the optics packaging for these kinds of developments, which puts the interest of well-heeled elite above the interests of the societies that they're claiming to help out. And it should fool absolutely no one. Moreover, Los Angeles doesn't need any more public spaces. It has plenty of them. There are 181 public parks in LA County. LA needs to clean up the public spaces it already has and make them safe. But instead, the city just lets them rot into de facto homeless shelters. We do not have a shortage of places for recreation in our city. We have a lack of political will to rehabilitate the ones we already have into what they are supposed to be and for what our tax dollars would like them to be already. Weddington needs to remain a community institution, not become another after-school leisure park for the children of the wealthiest people in our society, positioned behind a 12-foot wall trying to pass itself off as a community leisure center. Now, I hope no one construes this as animosity towards the kids at Harvard Westlake. They're not responsible for this, and I would imagine most of them are conscientious enough to see the merits of the opposition to this ambitious project. And also, the fact that this meeting isn't in person is also absurd. The COVID emergency order is no longer in effect, so there's no reason for this not to be in person with the option to appear and speak remotely. And the fact that Nithya Rahman isn't here for this is also absurd, and I'm afraid tells us everything we need to know. But if she truly is the progressive politician she is, the answer here is obvious. Don't convert a community institution into a private school leisure facility. Thank you.
Brian B., you can now unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Brian, and I've lived in Council District 4 for about 10 years, and I enthusiastically support the River Park project. Thank you for hosting this meeting via Zoom, so those of us who work for a living can participate as well. Harvard Westlake is preserving the open space, whereas any other project on this site would result in dormant property that would eventually become multifamily, affordable, and/or homeless housing. These are huge issues facing the city, and that's where taxpayer funding currently exists. For those who say that the property is zoned as agricultural and it can't be made into housing, the city council changes the zoning all the time. It can change in an instant. That much housing would be hugely enticing to the city. The rezoning decision would be made by a majority of the city council, not just our local council member. It could also be made unilaterally by the mayor during a state of emergency, such as we have right now. However, no zoning change needs to occur for Harvard Westlake to operate River Park. The Harvard Westlake River project is the best option for the land and the community. I can't wait to visit the park with my family and enjoy the amenities, especially since park space in CD4 is very limited. I hope you'll support the project. Thank you for the time.
Carol Green, you can now unmute yourself.
Hi, my name's Carol Green. I live half a block away from the Harvard Westlake project, and I am opposed to it. The things that Scott Mandel, Kimberly Tashin, Lori Cohen, Louis Sanford, what they've all said, and that's just a few. Bill Nye also, I just agree with all of them. I have asthma, the idea of that AstroTurf being built into that just does not make me happy at all. Also, my other question is, why does it have to be so large? It's like schools grow, and once they get approval to build on that, who knows what they're going to build on that? They could decide to move their junior high down the hill because it's closer and because it's easier and because they own the land. So I just think like I said, I'm against the project. And I think we should be very careful about saying, well, it's just a little park. Well, it's not a park, it's a sports complex. And I oppose to it being built. Thank you very much.
Charlotte G, you can now unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Charlotte Glover, and I have been living in Studio City for quite a while now. I vehemently, strongly, all those words, oppose the Harvard Westlake plan. And despite their propaganda, I understand that it really showcases their willful disregard for the safety of our neighborhood, as well as its horrific environmental impact to our city. I'm going to, first of all, touch on a couple things people have commented on, one of which is the fact that CD4 residents, I would love to see on this type of meeting, if it is virtual, where people live who are making comments. The people just like I'm going to echo, everyone I know, signs everywhere, no one who lives relatively close to Weddington, where this proposal would take place and the proposed development, wants anything to do with it. The other thing I'm going to really echo is traffic. My biggest concern, concerned about everything, environment, all the things, noise pollution, the horrible things that will happen with this. Since the completion of the Sportsman's Lodge shopping complex on the corner of Coldwater and Ventura, there has been an astronomical increase of traffic, not just parking, but people, as someone mentioned, cutting through our neighborhood, driving at great rates of speed. There are a lot of families here. A lot of people walk. A lot of people walk their dogs, ride their bikes, and enjoy the open space that's right there because you can see all the green. And someone's going to get hit and killed. I've said this before, and I fully believe that's going to happen. People race through this neighborhood now like they're on some sort of mission, because they're cutting through. And when this happens, this is just going to increase exponentially. So honestly, I'm going to be really honest. When that happens, what are you guys going to do? Going to go, oh yeah, we knew this was going to happen, but yeah, someone's child was killed. Someone's pet was run over. And you know what? That blood will be on your hands. Anyone who lets this happen, because that's horrific. And someone touched on this again before about the last few days have seen nothing but the hottest temperatures on Earth ever. And we're talking about destroying tree canopy and planting artificial turf. And when you cut down trees and quote unquote plant more, that takes 30 years. That is such a false narrative that I just despise hearing. So I really appreciate your listening to everyone. I wish this could be in person and hybrid, because that's what people do now with COVID, post-COVID. We should be able to be in person, and then we should also be able to pop in virtually if necessary. Thank you for listening. Please, please, please do not let this move forward. Thank you.
Caller E. Haxel, you can now unmute yourself.
Hi. It's been really interesting hearing all these people from CD4. It's a huge district. And you know what? Hey, if there was a school going up somewhere in West Hollywood or Silver Lake, I'd probably be for it too, a sports complex. But I actually live here. I live within a few hundred feet of Weddington. And, walking along Weddington keeps me sane. There are beautiful birds and animals and wildlife, and it's so peaceful and quiet. And the last thing that we all want here is referee whistles. And, you know, not the 3 years of construction, that's bad enough. But then once it's finished, all the trees are gone for the athletic fields and all the birds have been disrupted. Their, you know, nests and habitat, the squirrels, the skunks. I saw a family of skunks just, you know, a few months ago run across the street in front of me and go into my neighbor's house, running under the fence that we can all see through, the chain link fence, you know, so that we can all see these beautiful trees and green. And for that to all get walled off, knocked down, you know, yeah, they'll plant some more trees, but it's going to take 30 years for those trees to grow into the canopy that we have right now. And the canopy will be destroyed for the sports fields. So, you know, I'm mainly concerned about the environment, which doesn't seem to be addressed at all. The animals and the fauna of this area in the FEIRs and stuff. Also, just the noise. I don't want to live near a school athletic field, or I would have bought near a school. I don't want the noise of the referee whistles and the air horns and the kids cheering. I mean, I'm glad that that exists in our world, but I don't want to live a block away from it. It's really noisy, and it's going to be noisy all day long once this thing is finished, if God forbid it goes. So that, you know, it's hard to imagine the amount of noise that's going to be generated by this, as well as the giant lights. You know, 80 feet of lights, that's 8 stories, folks. This is Studio City. Nothing is 30 feet, over 30 feet in Studio City. 80-foot tall lights, that's big. That's really gonna affect our neighborhood. And of course, the construction, all the other points that everyone has made being opposed to this project, I'm completely in accord with. So I heartily oppose this project, and I sincerely hope that you will think of the people who actually live here, by this project, and say no. Thank you, Kimberly, for listening to us. And I really hope you all vote no for this project. Thank you.
Fred Ebrahimi, you are now unmuted. You can unmute yourself on your end.
Thank you. My name is Fred Ebrahimi. Thank you, Ms. Henry and the planning staff for giving me an opportunity to speak. I would like to say that I echo the comments of many Council 4 residents, including Basil Hamide, Adaman Joseph, Phil, Jen, Mike Duran, Greg Ross, Susan Victory, Jessica G, Jody Weddington, Lori Belistech, Matt Edwards, Rachel R, Sam D, Brian B, who enthusiastically support this project as I do. I think we've heard throughout the last 5 hours of public presentation that this is a true gift to the community. Harvard Westlake at no time was obligated to share this space with the community. As a reminder, as we heard in the beginning of the presentation from the school, the president mentioned that the alternative proposal was residential and commercial. I think other speakers have mentioned that were it not for this River Park project, likely with the shortage of housing and homelessness, increase of homelessness, close to 70,000 now in LA County alone, that this would be converted into affordable housing, which would eviscerate any of the environmental concerns that people have had by replacing the current Weddington project with 6 acres of public open space. As we all remember from the pandemic, there was far too much shortage of public space for families and their children to play safely and freely in LA County. This would be, again, a boon to the community and to LA County at large. When you think of the amount of water that a golf course uses, and you think of the recycled use of water that the plan anticipates, and the fact that there will be 150 more trees, we see that as a gift as well. I want to support this River Park project, and I commend the school and the community in their partnership together with local nonprofits and finding ways to have the community be able to enjoy this project for 30, 40, 50 years to come. In conclusion, I'm asking you to support River Park so the community gets a new park to enjoy. Thank you.
We will go back to Stephanie H to see. Stephanie H, you can now unmute yourself.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we got you now.
Oh,
Thank you for your patience. I'm sorry for my technical difficulties. Thank you, city planners Kimberly Henry, Bob Abagine, Jim Harris, and Councilmember Nithya Raman's assistant Michelle. Not only have I lived in District 4 for 14 years, but I specifically live in the neighborhood that touches Weddington, Studio City, golf and tennis. That is the heart and the lungs of Studio City. You take it apart, you build on it, you will destroy the heart and lungs of Studio City. I wholeheartedly oppose the Harvard Westlake River Park project. I second Kimberly Tashman, Patty Kirby, Scott Mendel's argument, and dozens of other people that have spoken so well, especially people that have done civil planning. City planners and Councilwoman Rahman, you must look at the entire scope of the actual environmental impact of this project and how it will completely erase our 67-year-old biodiverse community of vibrant plant life, tree life, and all the bird, animal, and insect life that has made this neighborhood a healthy and complex web. This project will disrupt it and destroy it. Like Bill Nye, our neighborhood science guy, has reported, AstroTurf from the sky looks black. And it's not green. The only thing that's green is plant life, living life. Green things are carbon-eating living things that exhale the oxygen we need to breathe. Our neighborhood is quiet and dark at night. It is vibrant with endangered plants and the endangered yellow-winged bats and the endangered black-backed woodpeckers, the monarch butterflies, and the honeybees. Other animals include tree and ground squirrels, possums, raccoons, skunks, coyotes, jackrabbits, egrets, 2 types of owls, red-tailed hawks, falcons, ducks, geese, and so many hummingbirds. You know, there was a couple people that said that there's nothing nearby. Well, guess what? 2.3 miles away from this Weddington Golf and Tennis is the Van Nuys Sherman Oaks Recreational Park. It has a public jogging track. It has a dog park area. It has swimming pools. It has gymnasiums. It has everything that Harvard Westlake claims they will do for the public. It's private, people. It's never going to be open to us. The Harvard River Walkway will destroy this habitat and kill these animals. This sports complex will destroy our local climate. This 16-acre golf and tennis site is the final open space along the LA River. Greenpeace has completed a study you can read online in recent years that states that watering the golf course is the best thing a community can do to keep the water cycle local so that we do not have additional drought. Saving the environment means watering the golf course. And you know what? I don't play golf, I don't play tennis, but I enjoy this green space just by, it's like oceanfront. It's like oceanfront land for my family. Please keep it as it is.
Okay, we'll go back to Alexander Black. You're now unmuted. You can unmute yourself.
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you now.
Okay, thank you so much for having me. Thank you for listening, Kimberly. I'd like to play something that I would be playing if I were in person. This is very important for everybody to hear. Requires no water whatsoever. I want to play that one more time, please. Requires no water whatsoever. That is Ari Engelberg. That is Harvard Westlake speaking, folks. That is public information on YouTube from I'm on the Sustainability Committee. My name's Alexander Black. I'm a 22-year resident of Studio City. I have worked side by side with a lot of hardworking people in the Sustainability Committee and the wonderful folks working hard with the Studio City Neighborhood Council. We have met with Ari, and I believe, and I will like to make this very public, that Ari is very disingenuous. And I have spoken and I talked directly to Notre Dame, to Campbell Hall, and to a dozen other schools that will adamantly tell you, you will be using water. So that is a complete and utter false understanding of artificial turf. I guess they don't use any water on their current turf on their 2 campuses. I'd like to ask, is that true? Because if this does go through, first of all, there should be a conditional use permit that says a drop of water used by them on that turf would then completely throw out what he has just stated there. Secondly, I'd like to point out the fact that they state that the PFAS study that they had done was certified by the city, and that is not true. I went to the same lab with the same sample they had studied, and I found PFAS, and I have those results. They have been given to members of the Studio City Council. They've showed measurable amounts of PFAS. So I have now taken the latest, because they moved the goalpost. I took the next sample that they are now stating they will be using, Vertex Core from Field Turf. And we are now having that sample. We're spending our own personal dollars to have that sample studied by Eurofin's laboratory, the same laboratory they've used up in Sacramento, with the correct lab test. That is a much more vigorous test. And we asked this entire process be delayed so that all these pieces of the puzzle get put on the table, and we are all honest and clear and very clear about where PFAS is and isn't. And conditional use permits require that we study exactly what they say they do and don't do to artificial turf now, or will be doing, in terms of water use. And we constantly look at the degradation, the microplastic, dermal and oral, and different ways that these athletes will be receiving those pieces of plastic grass into their bodies. And most of all, the PFAS levels in there that we are studying now. We found it in the first sample they were going to use. They moved the goalposts.
That's time.
Thank you.
Caller Jacob Murray, you can now unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, great. I'm so glad I got to talk. Thank you for having this meeting. Stephanie H., I am so glad we got to hear her talk. Everything she said was fabulous. I strongly oppose this just incredibly stupid project. I heard someone say that you need to come up with a viable alternative. Well, if that's the case, then affordable housing is a much better alternative than this stupid facility that no one wants. But I also don't want it to be affordable housing. I want it to continue being Witsit. And that's what everyone who has gone there and loved it for years calls it. They call it Witsit, not Weddington Golf and Tennis, not Studio City Golf and Tennis. They call it Witsit because it defines the street. It defines the community in many ways. I've heard people talk about, well, we want a park and a place to go. There is one of those. It's like 3 blocks away, Beeman Park. I also grew up there. I grew up in Studio City. I've been a resident there my entire life. And there's just so little history in Los Angeles and Studio City. And how can we have any culture and identity if we're just tearing down beloved locations? And that's what it is. I mean, this is a place where parents bond with their kids as they teach them a new game. It's a place where people take their first dates. It's a place where friends go on the weekends to gather. It's where people go and blow off steam after work or on their lunch breaks. It's just completely, God, I'm so flustered. I've been waiting like 6 hours to talk. It's a wonderful, wonderful place. And for all the people who are denigrating nostalgia, I encourage them to light their family photos on fire. Nostalgia is important as long as it has continued purpose. This isn't holding on to some relic that has no current use. If anyone goes there, it's crowded all the time, despite Harvard Westlake having owned it recently and not poured any money into doing it and doing a terrible job running it. People are still there. It's full all the time because people love it. It's only open to golfers and tennis players. Cool. We get to have something, don't we? The nearest other facilities for golf are either for more advanced golfers, they're not for beginners, or they're 4+ miles away. They're not close. Kids haven't been able to talk here because, who the hell are they going to be doing on Zoom? But like I said, I just want to wrap up. I grew up there. Nostalgia does matter. History matters. Culture matters. And it would just be absolutely disgusting to lose it. Thank you.
Janine Milne, you can now unmute yourself.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, Kimberly. Thank you so much for hosting this. Although I must say, I do wish that I was meeting you in person. The first thing I just want to say is that an answer to those people whose public comment and support is because instead of just golf and tennis, they believe this sports complex will make available to them and the community so many other sports recreation options like the gym, pool, and track. This is what Harvard Westlake has said, but it's not true. The DEIR and FEIR clearly state, and they are not vague at all, that the pool, gym, complex, track, fields are for, quote, swim club members, unquote, or, quote, organized groups, unquote, pre-approved by Harvard Westlake. The FEIR clearly eliminates individuals. So anyone who believes that they will be using the amenities or taking their kids to learn how to swim in the pool is believing Harvard Westlake marketing. The DER, as I want to just say again, filed with the city, is not vague on this issue. The only public usage that they even mention is the tennis courts, which are available from 9 to 11 and only when not in use by the school. So totally at Harvard Westlake discretion. But what I wish to comment on is public safety in my neighborhood and traffic. Not noted at all in the very flawed FER from Harvard Westlake, but by a report by Brohard, a safety expert. Harvard Westlake has said their students will not drive through my neighborhood. My neighborhood has almost no street lights and 50% of it no sidewalks. The street is our sidewalk. We have very high pedestrian traffic of people with dogs, strollers, and kids on bikes, and they are in the street. It is not realistic to think that teenage drivers will not drive through our neighborhood to avoid the Ventura Boulevard gridlock, and it is not safe. The FER also states that there are many events of 500 people and several of 2,000 people will be happening, and this type of traffic belongs in a commercial area prepared for it. This is a commercial sports business. It does not belong in a quiet 2-lane residential neighborhood. People will be injured or killed, and I hope city planning really takes this in, as the city will be liable and responsible if they allow this dangerous project to move forward. And as you can probably assume, I am in opposition.
Caller Cameron F., you can now unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Cameron Fatahi, and I've been living in Council District 4, not far from Weddington, for over 30 years, and I fully support River Park. First, a specific comment about artificial turf. Lab testing of the artificial turf intended for installation at River Park found that chemicals that could pose a health risk known as PFAS could not be detected in the material, even using the finely calibrated equipment of a nationally recognized lab. Using rigorous form of testing and the highest level of sensitivity, the test came up negative for presence of the type of PFAS that have been identified as posing health risks. As for my general comments, several speakers use the words privileged, elitist, or elite few in reference to Harvard Westlake School and its River Park project. And some of those comments have even come from people who attended other private prep schools. I respectfully think that those sentiments do not fairly describe the school and what it likes to build at Weddington. It is true that Harvard Westlake is a private educational institution and has a right to want to improve its facilities and do what is needed for the betterment of its institution. Nevertheless, with respect to the River Park project, they are doing so with thoughtfulness and caring for the community which they are part of. Lastly, development, construction, and improvement of buildings, freeways, parks, and other places are essential parts of life and progress, especially in a large city such as Los Angeles. For example, we all live through the expansions and construction projects involving the 405 and 101 freeways and the Mulholland Bridge. And while there were inconveniences for a while, those projects were for the greater good and benefit of numerous people, some of whom live or work in the area, and many more who do not. Let's not oppose this project because of the inconveniences during the time it takes to build the facilities, or because it may not benefit every member of the Studio City or nearby communities. Please join me and support the Harbor Westlake River Park. Thank you.
Caller Keith Blaney, you can now unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Keith Blaney. I've lived in Studio City for almost 20 years. I oppose this stadium project, and I've never met one person that wants it. Please don't be fooled. Do not be fooled by Harvard Westlake or anyone who says they support this extremely private sports facility. This is not a gift to the city, the public, or our community. This is a gift directly to them, for themselves, to themselves, and themselves alone. Once the last green space for miles and miles in the valley is gone and replaced with a giant toxic rubber doormat, where someplace very special to our neighborhood used to be, then it is gone forever, and there's no getting it back forever because of greed, lies, and deceit. Harvard Westlake is no longer a school in this scenario. They're now another reckless developer pushing another careless development on a neighborhood that doesn't want it. And why? As it was explained to us by the school itself, having a second stadium just 1 mile from their other stadium that they already have. All of this, so the children of privilege, the children of, excuse me if the term offends anyone, millionaires and billionaires, can have the convenience of not having to sit in 45 minutes of traffic in Los Angeles for homework. Traffic? That sounds like a joke. What's not a joke is marching their students directly through the already horribly congested intersection at Ventura and Coldwater to a fairy tale ramp on the other side of the Los Angeles River to get to their second stadium, making traffic in our neighborhood even more dangerous. Our neighborhood is not a joke, and our neighborhood is not their doormat. Any construction is our neighborhood's destruction. Please don't allow it to happen. Thank you for the time and the opportunity to speak.
Caller Keith Horwitz, you can now unmute yourself. Caller Keith Horwitz, you can now unmute. Last call, caller Keith Horwitz, you can now unmute yourself. Okay, we'll go to the next caller and come back to you. Caller Kelly Porter, you can now unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Kelly Porter. I've been a resident in Studio City for 30 years. I live in the neighborhood adjacent to Weddington Golf and Tennis, and I agree with my many neighbors in opposing the Harvard Westlake development. The reason that this neighborhood is so special is because it is a tranquil oasis in the middle of the city, largely due to the space at Weddington that even if you don't use the facilities, you can visually enjoy it. I think this, the size and scope of this proposed project is incompatible with zoning and is not essential or desirable for the public welfare in the neighborhood. The impact will be detrimental to the character of the neighborhood. It will harm the neighborhood and the property values of the surrounding properties. It will create an objectionable nuisance regarding noise, light, traffic, and parking, not to mention environmental issues. And I urge the council to oppose granting a conditional use permit. And I thank you for the chance to speak.
Caller Lupe Herrera, you can now unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. On behalf of the more than 4,200 young Angelenos we serve, the Boys and Girls Club of Burbank and Greater East Valley is proud to partner with Harvard Westlake School and support their proposal for the River Park campus. The Harvard Westlake River Park will be an extraordinary resource for the Valley community, providing high-quality recreational fields and facilities for children and families to enjoy. We are particularly looking forward to using their swimming pool. We will develop new recreational programs for our children and thank Harvard Westlake School for committing to use their property to benefit nonprofit organizations like ours and the public. Thank you.
Caller Matthew Hess, you can now unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Hess. I'm submitting my voice in support of this project, and I'd very briefly like to tell you why. And in particular, I'd like to briefly address some of the issues that those opposed to the project have raised in the hope that, we can find some common ground. The first question that I think all of the community members who are opposed to the project have raised is whether the school will keep its word. Right now, Weddington is a private facility that you have to pay a fee to access. Under the proposal, the public will be afforded access to the hiking trail, to the riverfront, and during certain hours for free. And you won't have to pay a fee. The question is, will the school keep its word? Or, will 6 months from now, a year, 2 years from now, a fence will go up and a gate slam shut? I can only offer my personal experience in support of the notion that I think the school will keep its word. My kids attended Harvard Westlake School from 9th through 12th grade. I'm not rich. When I started sending my kids to private school, I could afford to pay for it, and later I couldn't. But when it came time to send them to high school, Harvard Westlake extended very generous financial aid, and my kids were afforded the opportunity to attend and given the same opportunities as every other student. The administrators at that school are under constant pressure every single day that the school is in session to make allowances for wealthy, well-connected parents and their children, and they generally don't. The grades at that school are very fair, very meritocratic, and the school hasn't really ever wavered in ensuring that the process is fair. And a lot of children of wealthy, well-connected parents leave every single year because it's too demanding, and the school won't change its standards. So I think they can be trusted to keep their word to the members of the community. Second, I think they'll be reasonable during the construction process. These days, the construction methods have improved a lot. There's a lot of things that can be done to minimize noise and dust. I'm sure they'll do it. And if an issue arises, I'm sure they'll be responsive and make any necessary corrections. Finally, I think it's important to bear in mind that the project is intended to benefit children. These kids are very overscheduled, and this will really help ease their burden. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Caller Melanie Winter, you can now unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm founder and director of the River Project. I've lived and worked in Studio City for 27 years. I'm a renter who works for a living, appreciates the nuance of science, and embraces change. I strongly oppose this project as proposed. It's simply too big. I do not believe the project can develop a legitimate and binding CUP that meets the standards required by the city to enhance the environment in the surrounding neighborhood or perform a function essential to the community. Its size, height, and operations will adversely affect adjacent properties, surrounding neighborhood, public health, and welfare. If the applicant would negotiate with, rather than condescend to, the local community and downsize their facility, it might be feasible. Despite the condescending implications that we emotional locals just don't understand how good this is going to be for us, masquerading the intensely self-serving goals of expanding the Howard Westlake sports franchise, the project results in a net negative for Studio City in a number of ways. They claim we'll have more access, but much of the acreage they include in their accessible park are already available and accessible to us along the county greenway, the perimeter walk, and the cafe space. The access they tout as a generous gift is limited, monitored, and walled in. It's designed to serve fewer than 1,000 privileged individuals, and it's counter to the city's park equity goals. The irony of replacing a site designated as historic due to its inclusivity and diversity with a private elite institution expanding its operations beyond its core academic program is wild. I don't play golf or tennis, but I benefit from the existing green space by visiting the cafe, which is a cooler lunch spot than any along the boulevard due to the trees and vegetation. The benefits of living green space go far beyond recreation and access. The existing site does much to support public health and mitigate local temperatures for surrounding residents merely by its proximity. The proposed project significantly increases the site's building footprint and its impervious surface area, both of which raise temperatures and reduce our ability to manage stormwater. It removes existing tree shade and their carbon sequestration, both of which will take more than 2 decades to recover. No one on this call will live to enjoy the benefits depicted in those project renderings. No, the site is not ideal today in terms of water and pesticide use, but this project isn't the only way to change that. The putative stormwater and water conservation benefits don't pencil out. The proposed underground parking and water tank will necessitate 24/7 dewatering of our local groundwater, throwing that water out to the ocean. Proposed parking is excessive. They should provide for electric shuttles, require all HW users to use electric shuttles to access the site so there's no additional traffic. Just because you believe you can because you believe you can, well, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And in just over a mile of the LA River and Studio City, we're having to consider 3 massive development projects: Sportsman's Landing, Harvard Westlake, and Radford. I'm baffled the city is not considering the cumulative impacts here. Thank you.
Caller Melissa Herlihy, you can now unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. My name's Melissa Herlihy, and I'm a Studio City stakeholder. I am in full support of this project. I believe this space will provide more opportunities to people of all ages. I've lived there, I've worked there for over 20 years. I also learned through COVID that exercise and socialization is vital to our health, and I believe Harvard Westlake has taken that into consideration, and I am in full support of this project. Thank you.
Caller Monica, you can now unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Hi, my name is Monica Rogers, and I oppose this project. I've lived in the Weddington neighborhood only a few blocks away for the past 4 years. I have a master's in public health from UCLA, and it's obvious to me that this project would be a detriment to both public health and safety. I would like to echo comments made by Scott Mandel, Matthew Flynn, Linda Clark, Amy Mintier, and caller 6065, all of which describe the harms this project would cause, including heat islands, toxic chemicals, traffic, and so on. When my husband and I were looking to purchase our home 4 years ago, we came and watched the neighborhood and fell in love with the charm, the beauty, and community feel we found here. The neighborhood was truly the biggest selling point, and we saw Weddington Golf Course as a true gem. My husband and I walk our dog twice a day, looping past the golf course. It really is the highlight of my day, as well as my dog's. It saddens me to think that a 10-foot wall would replace what is there and what we get to see every day. On our walks, I see all the signs up in neighbors' yards opposing this project. All of the community members that I have met in our neighborhood all oppose it. We are the people this project directly impacts, and I hope city planning strongly weighs the opinions of those who actually live here, not just those who say that they are in Council District 4, because that could mean somebody in Reseda, it could mean somebody in Los Feliz, people that don't actually live in this neighborhood and that are not directly impacted. Lastly, I want to mention how this will negatively impact our property values. We saw Weddington and this serenity of our neighborhood as benefits to our property value. I can't imagine those looking for a new home would see the noise, construction, nature destruction, traffic, and toxic release of chemicals as appealing. This is not a place they would want to move. This is not a place they'd want to live. This project is far too large for this quaint neighborhood, and the land is not zoned for such a misuse. I hope the city rejects this proposal for this project. Thank you.
Professor Carl Ketchum, you can now unmute yourself.
Hi.
Yes,
Thank
please
you.
go ahead.
Thank you for the time to speak. So I just want to talk about the numbers. We've had 4 million residents, this, that, and the other, who gets benefited. First of all, anybody that thinks for 1 minute they're going to be able to use these facilities are crazy. It's never going to happen. They don't let people use their facilities now. Why do you think they're going to let all of a sudden, maybe for 1 month? There's 1,620 students. 50% are female, 50% are male. Harvard Westlake was originally a white finishing school for male Protestants, feasting on lobster Newburgh, okay? Let's talk about the numbers here. They are building and spending millions upon millions of dollars for a football stadium for 69 boys, a total of 87 participating in that. 69 may or may not play. For the last 80 or 90 years, they had one quarterback come out of this school, Drew Brees. The other 3 that went to the NFL, not notable. You wouldn't even know their names, shuffled from team to team, okay? So why is it that now, echoing throughout the hills in the neighborhood, on game day, we are going to hear the names of, I don't know, 24 boys at every given time. We're going to hear the injuries. We're going to hear the timeouts. We're going to hear the whistle blows. We're going to have 80-foot lights. It's going to reverberate in the hills as it does now. You can hear the band practice coming from their existing campus. You can hear the whistles now echoing through. So now it's going to be expanded into a very quiet, beautiful neighborhood. Let's also talk parity. Right now, it is demographically open and gender neutral to the public. Now, literally, it's a sports complex. It's a business. It's a corporation. And as everyone else mentioned, that's exactly what it's going to turn into. And I have to tell you, hope is not a strategy. I think what we should do is that this got as far as it did, somebody somewhere is being paid off. I think we need to get some crack reporters from the LA Times involved. I think we need to hire the best lawyers money can buy. And I guarantee you, Harvard Westlake does not want reporters or lawyers messing in their business. They do not want us to know where their money's coming from, and they don't want us to know who they're paying. It can't get this far, this horrendous project, without somebody somewhere being paid off. I know this because I have been on the political scene and I know how this stuff works. So I'm just going to close by saying we can hope that the city doesn't do this, doesn't do that. Hope is not a strategy. Now, I think we need to get this broken wide open. And the fact that this is not a public forum, that it's a closed Zoom call, watch out, people. This is a blah, blah, blah session. We now have to take action.
All our public employees for environmental responsibility, you can now unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Henry. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Kyla Bennett. I have a PhD in ecology and evolutionary biology, and I also have a law degree. I am calling from the state of Massachusetts. The reason I am interested in this project is not because somebody is paying me to be here, but because I am one of the 2 scientists that discovered PFAS in artificial turf. I am here to tell you that there is absolutely 100% PFAS in the turf that is planned to be used in this project. The reason this is important is because in March of this year, the US Environmental Protection Agency said that there is no safe level of several PFAS, including one of the ones that we are finding in the turf proposed for this project. No safe level. It causes cancer. I have sat here for hours listening to these comments. I've heard people talk about green space and nature and progress. And plastic is not green space. Plastic is not nature. And plastic is not progress. This is the year 2023. It is not the 1970s. Plastics is not our future. Plastics are part of our problem. Speaking from somebody from Massachusetts, we always look to California as a leader, somebody who is going to help us forge a path for environmental progress. And in this particular case, I'm horrified to see that not only is there a proposal for PFAS-laden plastic grass, but that you're using crumb rubber, which is known to give children cancer when they play on it. There are studies that show that, which are not cited in the FEIR. Nobody on the East Coast uses crumb rubber anymore. We all know how dangerous it is. The FEIR is so flawed. I sent a letter with details about how flawed it is. There were citations to websites claiming it said things that they didn't say. I strongly urge you to read my letter. I strongly urge you to think about the toxic chemicals that will leach off this field into the soil, into the LA River, and contaminate the entire neighborhood. I also strongly urge you to think about putting down acres of plastic in this time of climate change. And this will also emit so many microplastics. Please say no to this ill-advised project. Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll go back to Keith Horowitz. You can unmute yourself now, Keith Horowitz.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Sorry, I took the whole day off. I was on with this morning and I just had to take a work call for a minute. So thank you for being patient. And I am absolutely opposed to this project. I would love to be in favor of it because I do actually think Harvard-Westlake is a good institution. I think this project is awful for all the aforementioned reasons, especially the one that was just mentioned about the plastics. There is no accountability for this project. And it's not about, some people have talked about nostalgia. Some people have talked about, not wanting to change. I would love a beautiful project that is a win-win. The gentleman from Harvard-Westlake who talked about a win-win earlier, it's not. In my opinion, this is greed. They're wanting to use every square inch to go against the intention of the property. It is ill-advised and it goes against, and the information that they have been sending out has been misleading and dishonest, which makes me believe if you're starting this out with dishonesty and misleading information, what are you going to do when you have control of the property? I would love to trust them. I would love to believe them. I worked in politics, political advertising for over 10 years. I can read between the lines, and all of the mail that they've been sending to my house with all of the little information, it's vague and misleading, because if you don't commit to something now, you don't have to follow through. If it's not in print, if it's not in writing, you get to just do whatever you want. And I would think it would be an absolute disgrace if the city were to honor corruption before we ever get out the gate. That is what we are moving away from. And to take away when we're in the midst of a climate crisis and create more, that is a disgrace. And nobody from the council or otherwise should be condoning this unless it meets. There's a way for this to work and meet the standards and include accountability, because accountability is where it's all at. So I'm on board with everybody, with the Studio City Residents Association, with the woman who just spoke, Bill Nye, Brian, Grace, and Amy Mintier, who spoke earlier. This needs a deep look. There's no hurry. There's no urgency. The only urgency is coming from Harvard Westlake because they're sitting on a project that they can't get money from yet. There's no urgency in our neighborhood. And I do not care about the construction. Anything that goes on, there's going to be construction. Okay, big deal. But it's a construction for something that is going to leave a legacy of awfulness in our community. And this is a time when we should be improving. They're putting up ugly metal electric poles everywhere. They should be improving the city, not degrading the city. And that's where I stand, and thank you.
Caller Randy, you can now unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, I'm addressing this to Kimberly and the planning staff. My name is Randy Benavente, and I've lived in the Studio City Valley Village area for over 50 years. I'm opposed to the Harvard Westlake project. I agree with the factual, and I repeat, factual information that has been told to us from Scott Mandel, Patty Kirby, Bill Nye, Amy Mentier, Charlotte Larson, Lori Young, and all of my fellow community members opposing this project. Harvard Westlake project information is very, very misleading. And I really hope that Kimberly and the planning staff will take all of these opposing views in consideration when they make a final decision. And I thank you for your time.
Richard Granat, you can now unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thanks so much. Firstly, I just want to, pay tribute to all the eloquent speakers who have been talking about in vehement opposition to this project, which I am. I'm trying to name a few here. Kelsey McAllister, the professor who just spoke, the eminent woman from Massachusetts who just spoke. This huge, overwhelming monstrosity is something that I'm urging you to wholly reject. I'm touched by so many callers who don't even play tennis and golf, who have talked about, walking the grounds, walking the perimeter, looking at the green, real grass, looking at the bunnies and the squirrels, and which I really enjoy as well. That's going to be replaced by a concrete wall. It's an elite fortress for the privileged few, and it's just an awful thing for this community. I want to echo the views of Laurie Cohen, my neighbor, talking about, we were told this was going to be a practice situation only. I attended a little cozy tea that Rick Commons threw at my neighbor's house, and Ari Engelberg was there, Rick Commons was there, and they looked us in the eye and said, this is just for practice only. This was a couple of years ago when it first started. There's never going to be games there. It's for practice only. And that's proved to be a total lie. There's going to be no lights, no towers, no bleachers. Now, I'm talking from a viewpoint. I live 50 feet. I live diagonally opposite the third tee. My house is on Bel Air Avenue in Valley Spring. Neighbors might know it as the house where people leave sandwiches every Sunday morning, which we distribute to the homeless. So I know a little bit of thing about community. And this is not serving the community. It's just serving the elite few. People have talked about, being foot soldiers in the area. I too know absolutely no one. I actually do know one family who is for it, who live in our neighborhood. Every other single family is against it. Now, and if this thing is going to go through, Miss Henry, I want you to think about the compensation. I live 50 feet away. We bought this house as a beautiful oasis. We have a porch where we sit outside and listen to the golf balls and the tennis balls being hit. What's going to be the compensation for having to put up with 3 years of monstrous construction that Matt Strain talked about? And I want that noted on the record. And I also think that why is everyone saying that they belong to District 4 before they give their speech? It must be a prepared script. Miss Henry, no one in this area wants this. Thank you very much.
Caller Sam P, you can now unmute yourself. Caller Sam P, you can now unmute. Last call, Sam P, you can now unmute yourself. Okay, we'll go to the next person. Caller Teresa Sun, you can now unmute yourself.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Ms. Henry and the city planning staff. My name is Teresa Sun. Just for full transparency, my son went to Harvard Westlake from 10th grade to 12th grade. But aside from being a Harvard Westlake parent, I am a neighbor at Studio City much longer. We live within walking distance at the Coldwater Canyon campus. And before my son started school at Harvard Westlake, he was on a swim team, which is practice in 2 separate pools, including the Harvard Westlake pool. That's how we first become familiar with the schools. The first thing I noticed is that the school was absolutely militant to shut off the lights at the swimming pool at 8 o'clock sharp because we were told that it was a covenant with neighbors. So that was something that was, surprising as a new neighbor with schools. I certainly feel that over the years, I was given the opportunity to use the facilities on the track, to walk the track, along with the retired teacher and my neighbors. Yes, the school did suspend the use of the track facility during COVID, but since the restriction has been lifted, I have reached out to the school and I was told that I was welcome back to use the track facility again. So my experience with Harvard Westlake is that it's a respectful neighbor and really enjoy the ability to use the safe facility. I like hiking at Fryman Canyon or Coldwater Canyon, but on the days that when my knee acts up, I really appreciate the ability to use the track on campus. And this River Park facility is just going to be so much more for both the neighbors, our kids, and I just really appreciate and fully support the use and the build of this cherished property that I can't imagine a better use for it if it can stay what it is for right now. So thank you for the time and opportunity.
Caller Tess Taylor, you can now unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Excellent. I'd like to drop a few facts upon the gathering here. I vehemently oppose this project, and I'm speaking right now on behalf of the West Toluca Lake Residents Association, which represents almost 1,000 households immediately adjacent to Studio City. Also, for information purposes only, I am a board member and director of the Greater Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council, which also voted to support preservation of the Weddington as a historic cultural monument. As you know, this was also approved by the LA City Council. So both the West Toluca Lake Residents Association, which voted unanimously, and the Greater Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council, which voted overwhelmingly to support this preservation, stand behind this. Going back to representing the Resident Association alone, I echo many of the comments here. I'd like to add a few things that have not yet been said. Our quality of life is a public asset, and it is not for sale. Let us please not conflate nostalgia with quality of life, which is a disingenuous and intellectually dishonest statement and argument. And those opposing this project call these arguments emotional, which is also disingenuous, and it's gaslighting. There are boatloads of facts that have been presented here, not only today, but in the when this project was announced. Caller 9751 used the word, quote, usurp about our quality of life, but I would be more strong about it. This is stealing our quality of life and selling out to profiteers and developers. Residents will get left holding this very, very big, bad bag of multiple, massive, permanent negative impacts. I call upon CD4 Councilwoman Nithya Raman to withhold her approval of this conditional use permit, which if she withholds her approval, that will go a great length to reinforce the faith her constituents have in her. But putting developer and their global investor profits ahead of residents is a bad, bad move. We heard about promises made and then promises forgotten. This is a very, very Machiavellian strategy to give to us in paragraph 1 and then take away from us in the fine print on paragraph 145. I don't trust these promises for 1 minute. Last but not least, I would say that public-private partnerships are rife with problems and challenges. And I would also say that I would like to see the Los Angeles City Planning Department treat the public with greater respect. These days, developers and builders are treated like the clients, and the public is treated like an afterthought, if not an actual nuisance. Tess Taylor, strongly opposing this project. Thank you.
Caller Tom McNulty, you're now unmuted. You can unmute yourself.
Hey, thanks very much for having me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hey, I'm Tom McNulty. I live in Sherman Oaks, about 3/4 of a mile from the Weddington Golf and Tennis. And look, I think Harvard Westlake is an amazing school. Academically, it's probably the best in LA. And financially, it has a $500 million endowment. So that's, I guess, impressive. And somebody else mentioned Ari Engelberg. I got to hand it to Ari, who now, by the way, has to legally register himself as a lobbyist. On the Coldwater project, which got shut down, they used 3 different PR firms. They used Greer Daily, and then Advocacy, and then Elkin Sulkin, and the latter wouldn't even work with them ever again. But now they have Marathon Communications, right? A multi-million-dollar PR firm. And they pushed through the expansion of Burbank Airport, the Avalon Hotel. They also rep all the studios, USC, the Academy. But that in and of itself doesn't mean there's graft or anything slimy, but it does mean that Harvard Westlake has very deep pockets. And also hats off to the well-coached Harvard Westlake elite, a few of whom live in Studio City. Many of my friends and kids have gone to Harvard Westlake, and I was part of the emails. I saw the verbiage they were given. And on a tour of Harvard Westlake, the student described as their new sports center. I never heard the words Riverwalk coming out of these kids' mouth. And I know the message and the verbiage a lot of us have written to sway the city council. But see, we don't have a silver-tongued spin doctors charging hundreds of thousands of dollars to write carefully worded and misleading statements. All we have is a community of people coming together with their voices loud with 1/100th of the money. Let's talk about the script they're reading from. First of all, a Studio City stakeholder, really? All right, so I looked up stakeholder. Webster says it's a person having an interest or share in a commercial undertaking. So I could basically live in Nome, Alaska and be a Studio City stakeholder. So I'm asking the board to see through that. And also the term CD4, let's be honest, all that is a dog whistle for you're living in Hollywood or Los Feliz or Silver Lake or the Hollywood Hills. So stop it. Open space. Okay. In what world is a 16-piece acre of private property hardscape with 2 massive artificial grass fields surrounding by seating, an underground concrete parking structure, a chlorine swimming pool, and several thousand square foot heated air-conditioned gymnasium still considered open space? I mean, I guess the Westville Mall is open space too, because, it's open inside. I can walk around the perimeter of it. It's open. But how is that any more ecologically sound than leaving the grass as is? And Harvard Westlake, stop talking about native trees. None of the palm trees in LA are native. And I doubt half of your well-manicured houses and all are all surrounded by native plants. And if Harvard Westlake is truly keeping this as open space, they wouldn't have needed a conditional use permit, right? The 6 acres, closer to 5, is nothing other than a ribbon of path that encircles part of the parcel of land. The fact is the times they're offering to the public is basically an MC Escher grid with less than 10% of the weekly times being open to private sports enterprises. And in terms of graft, all I have to say is, this is nothing like, Huizar allowing the tear down of Ambassador Hotel, and now we've had backroom deals, and now he's going to jail for at least 9 years. I've asked Nithya Raman, who I wish was here today, to please, I'm asking the city council to please deny the conditional use permit.
This is Kimberly Henry with City Planning as the hearing officer for today's hearing. I'd like to remind everybody to please direct their comments to me. And for those of you who may have just joined us, if you are interested in speaking and have not done so already, please press *9 on your phone or the raise hand button in Zoom. When it's your turn to speak, planning staff will announce the last 4 digits of your phone number or your name. Once you hear this prompt, you will need to press *6 to speak. Please keep in mind that if another speaker has already provided a similar comment, you may state that you agree with the previous comments, since we want to be mindful of everyone's time. This is also not the only opportunity to provide comments. Written comments are equally considered as today's oral comments, and will also be described in the hearing officer staff report to the commission. So please make sure to address your comments to me as the hearing officer for today's hearing. Thank you.
Caller 8708, you can now press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Lair. I attended Westlake School for Girls from 7th to 12th grade. While at Westlake, I learned profound lessons about ecosystems in our shared environment. I'm so sorry the school is doing this. I oppose this project and ask others to be very cautious of Harvard Westlake School. When the school wanted to decimate a native plant hillside to expand in Coldwater Canyon, I appeared at the Van Nuys hearing to support the school's neighbors. At that time, I learned of Harvard Westlake's outrageous and atrocious disregard for their neighbors. Listening to testimony of the Coldwater Canyon neighbors made me ashamed of the school I graduated from. If we are to learn anything while on this planet, it is to be a considerate neighbor. As many Coldwater Canyon community members will tell you, beware this neighbor, beware this school. Now that Harvard Westlake is at it again, I ask that the school be stopped from building a project that is too large in scope and scale for this neighborhood. Please prevent the obliteration of the community's environment. In this time of increasingly devastating climate change, destroying 240 healthy trees is the last thing we should be doing. What is the school teaching children? Please stop the destruction of a significant urban habitat. Please protect this neighborhood, community, and its much needed, already established urban forest of mature trees. By selecting to redevelop an oasis, Harvard Westlake has badly miscalculated. Stop this project as planned. Thank you.
Caller call-in user 2, you can now unmute yourself. Caller call-in user 2, you can now unmute. Last call, caller call-in user 2, you can unmute yourself. Okay, we'll go to the next caller. Caller Adam Chemerinsky, you can now unmute.
Hi guys, thank you for organizing this. I'm a lifelong LA resident and currently live walking distance from from Whitsett, Weddington, and I speak for all of my neighbors who are unable to attend today. And I also speak against this bill due to environment and construction. But today I'll speak about the tennis facility, which I've worked in tennis for over 15 years. I've been involved in parks and recreation, and I've seen this before. This build would be ripping away the tennis courts from our community and the neighborhood that Harvard Westlake claims that they serve. We would be lying to ourselves if we really think this would be properly shared. It will be theirs, and we will be lucky to use it on their time. I've seen many public tennis courts in LA experience the same thing, and I've also worked at some of the high profile country clubs in Los Angeles, and Whitsett is fine the way it is. People prefer playing there to the fancy country clubs that they also are members at. So also, I'll end with, I would like to audit some of the phone calls that have been made today, because doing a quick Google search of some of the names that have popped up that have been in favor of Harvard Westlake results in a lot of Harvard Westlake employees and parents who have lied about living in Studio City. So I would usher you to review some of the names who have called in and disregard them, because they are not Studio City residents and do not speak for us. The neighborhood strongly opposes this. Thank you. And I wish next time for Councilman Rahman to be present to hear our thoughts.
Caller Elizabeth Corral, you can now unmute yourself. Caller Elizabeth Corral, you can now unmute. Last call, Elizabeth Corral, you can unmute yourself. We'll go to the next caller. Caller Evan, you can now unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I've been a resident 1 block north of the Weddington property for 28 years and completely oppose this river park, which for the record is neither a river or a park. Today, we've heard about the short-term and long-term impacts about construction and project in general. Someone mentioned the fire station directly next to the property. One of my concerns is the obstruction of firefighters that's clearly going to happen on Whitsett when hundreds of cars are going to be going in and out of the property. Has anyone talked to the department about what their needs are? Are they supportive of this added congestion? How many times is the school going to ignore the concerns of the community, even a city department? It's also really frustrating to continually hear talking points like the river park is for more people than currently utilize the property. I do not understand how 1,000 students and family members attending games are more than nearly 100,000 that use it each year. If you look at the preconditions of quote, when not in use by school, and for quote, pre-approved community organizations and quote, pre-approved swim program members, this is not for the masses. Like these supporters in the school are preaching this today. So again, neither an open or community space. Someone else mentioned the community had a chance to buy the property and form an LLC. How realistic is it that neighbors are supposed to collect $50 million for the land and have billionaires on the school's board donate to the project to build it? In marketing materials, schools have renderings of what the space will look like with trees that will take at least 50 years to even remotely look the way they do right now without chopping all of them down. It's the definition of manipulation, and it's just wrong. For the record, I've never heard of a private school that has people that are not affiliated with it. So hopeful for their success. It makes absolutely no sense. They all say they live in Council District 4, and thank you for making Zoom available, quote, for those who work for a living, which is clearly a ploy by the school to make them seem less elite. More than 15,000 have signed a petition that clearly states the community is not in favor of this. Please make the right decision and stop them from destroying what we consider to be the central park of Studio City. I want to thank you for making the Zoom available. I work for a living. I just happen to have a boss who is understanding and letting me be on a Zoom for 6 hours because it's that important to my family and those who live with us in the community. Thank you for your time and understanding, and please take us seriously. That's why we're here today.
Caller Miriam Priesel, you can now unmute yourself. Caller Miriam Priesel, you can now unmute. I'm sorry, Miriam, we can't hear you on our end. I'll come back to you. Caller Nestor Rodriguez, you can now unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Nestor Rodriguez, as you just said. I'm so happy that you guys have this on Zoom. I was actually able to build a IKEA dresser and go to a wake in Glendale, come back, and my number was still on. That's a little joke, but I own a house in Studio City for 16 years, pay property taxes in this neighborhood, and I am completely against this proposed project. I just want to reiterate what some people had said. Most of the speakers here today who are in favor of the proposed project say they are from District 4. Let me just say this. As you know, District 4 reaches far beyond Studio City to include Koreatown, Miracle Mile, Fairfax District, and Hollywood Hills. Okay, I seriously doubt that most of these people in support of this project actually live in this neighborhood and community, or have even been to Weddington, which I invite all to actually go there in person and see what we're trying to protect. Having your kids attend Harvard Westlake or once living in this immediate neighborhood or community does not constitute actually living in this community and being affected by the project. The people who pay property taxes and actually live in this neighborhood will be the ones primarily affected by this, not you. This project is too massive for this neighborhood. Our neighborhood cannot absorb and sustain all of the light pollution, all the noise, or even the construction the new complex will impose on it. Our neighborhood cannot absorb and sustain the massive traffic congestion that this complex will impose, and it will pose traffic and congestion threat to the fire department next to it, as was just recently mentioned. Witsett already has a lot of high traffic, cannot contain anymore, not to mention the additional noise and auto pollution. Okay, at zero cost to the neighborhood, this will cost the neighborhood more than Harvard Westlake and its supporters are willing to admit. Most people who live in the neighborhood or even in the immediate community are actually opposed to this. I've attended a few protests, and believe me, most of the people who live around there do not want it. Positive environmental benefits, hundreds of mature trees and natural grass will be lost. Let's reiterate, artificial turf is toxic to the environment. Toxic to the environment. Open to the public by appointment only is not the same as open to the public. Currently, Weddington is open from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. to everyone, not just when they allow us to use the public facilities between this time and that time. Create access to more people, they mean tuition paying and affluent people. Long-term community benefits, diversity. Currently, Harvard Westlake in Studio City is attended by 54% white, 8.5% Latino, 7.2% Black. That's not diversity. This project will not benefit the neighborhood, but is in fact designed to benefit Harvard Westlake, a private affluent organization, its staff, its students, and all future paying customers and organizations who are not from and do not live in the neighborhood. Finally, this is not a nostalgic or emotional issue.
Yes, sir, that's your time.
Thank you so much.
Caller Rich Nair, you can now unmute. Caller Rich Nair, you can now unmute yourself. Last call.
I trust you can hear me now?
Yes, we got you now. Please go ahead.
Sorry for that. Okay. My name is Rich Nair, and I am totally opposed to this ugly project, which is, in my opinion, just a big wool over our eyes campaign. I don't golf, but I use the tennis facility. I realize many of you couldn't care less about hundreds or maybe thousands of tennis players. But I witnessed what they did with the tennis public in the last 3 years. How they tried to push us out, limit access, tighten the noose around our necks, just so they can show the public doesn't need the 16 courts. Harvard Westlake just doesn't have a history of being truthful with the public, in my opinion. The same will happen 3 years from now with those 8 courts when it comes to who's getting access due to the shameful pact the USDA did with this school. Here's the priority list as I see it, based on the recent history with Harvard Westlake. Number 1, Harvard Westlake tennis team. Number 2, Harvard Westlake students that are not on the tennis team. Number 3, whatever Harvard Westlake plans. Number 4, USTA leagues. Number 5, USTA tournaments. Number 6, the public, you and me. Remember this. The tennis community can't afford to lose the 16 courts we have now, probably for 2 to 3 years during the construction. Makes me wonder why people praise the promises of open space and access to all those facilities when we already know that access will be extremely limited. And I know where they're coming from. If I was a parent at Harvard Westlake School and lived in the Hollywood Hills, I would also say I'm a resident of Council District 4, or I'm a lifelong Angelino. And about the woman who said the tennis court's lights are on at 10 p.m., I have to say, I'm not sure what you are seeing. The first thing Harvard Westlake did after they purchased the property was restricting the hours for the public. Lights go out at 9 o'clock. This ugly project should be rejected, in my opinion, and I'm surprised it went as far as it did. Thank you for your time.
Caller S. Weprin, you can now unmute yourself.
Hey, everybody. Thanks so much for the opportunity. I do want to also recognize all the very, very passionate and learned people who've lent their opinions so far. All due respect to the people or the proponents of the development, I would simply say be careful what you wish for. You may hope that the development will provide more recreational opportunities. The reality is that you'll be sorely disappointed when you learn that you will not have unfettered access to the facilities that are going to be built. You need to understand that Harvard Westlake, a private school, will always favor its financial contributors, the parents, and access to the facilities will always be with restrictions. To those who hope that the area will be a hub of community, you'll be sorely disappointed when the walking path is so crowded that you can't actually utilize it, or when the times of day that you want to use the swimming pool or the gym aren't available to you. And with due respect to those who find a pool or a basketball court appealing, I ask you, how much are you going to be asked to pay to utilize the facilities? You're buying into a facade, into a pipe dream. I think Harvard Westlake is being disingenuous. They bought a property with the singular hope of designing an attraction which will only attract more well-funded parents to grow their bank account. I don't believe for a moment that Harvard Westlake has the public good at the top of their minds. For those of you who bemoan a lack of secure and safe public space in the area, I happily direct you to Beeman Park Studio City Recreation, less than a mile away, where you can park, let your kids run around, enjoy the playground, meet your friends, and enjoy a truly secure environment. Let's be clear, no one disagrees that the golf course could benefit from a redesign. Harvard Westlake's plan, though, is not the most environmentally sound solution. They're talking about removing 240 mature trees, excavating 250,000 cubic yards of soil in order to build a few buildings. And I would simply point out, I would say, this is not a gift. This is not a park being donated to the public. We're talking about a private entity interested only in self-preservation
That's your
and
time.
future. Thanks, everybody.
Caller Tony Williamson, you can now unmute.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yay! You can see how passionate the community is in opposition to this project. We've all been waiting 5+ hours. My name is Tony Williamson, and I have been a resident of Studio City Valley Village for 45 years. I am strongly opposed to this project as it stands. It's just simply too big for this residential community to absorb. The environmental destruction and impact would be devastating on the wildlife, the greenery, 240 trees removed, which is shocking, and that you need a permit to even cut a branch off of an oak tree, and they're going to pull out over 200 trees. I support Scott, Patty, Adele, Heidi, Matt, Lori, the two Keiths, Bill Nye, the caller from Massachusetts who spoke so eloquently, Tom McNulty, Nestor, and all the rest that were in opposition to this project. Just one other quick thing. If they're so concerned about the water, you'd think they would monitor the ongoing mosquito-ridden polio pond that's been there for years on the corner of Witsit by the putting green. And those that live in the area will know what I'm talking about. Anyway, strongly oppose, and I wish this could have been in person, so people who would have liked to have attended would have been able. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to try Sam P once again. Sam P, you are now unmuted. You can unmute yourself.
Thanks for calling on me again. This is Sam Uatastanon. Thank you, Ms. Henry, for the opportunity to speak today. I've lived in the Valley for over 40 years, and I'm a Studio City stakeholder. I'm a supporter of the Harvard Westlake River Park. I joined the comments from other supporters that have spoken today on the project, particularly those that spoke about expanding access to the property beyond just merely golfers and tennis players. The project's design reflects attention to the interests of the community balanced against the school's interests. The final EIR documents reveal how the plans for the river park have evolved over time and how Harvard Westlake has modified and scaled back the project to address concerns expressed by community members, improve public uses, and reduce potential impact on neighbors. Earlier, I think there was a speaker who spoke about the pool, specifically the pool canopy, how it's been redesigned to be more efficient, and the fact that there's now more limited noise spillover, and the fact that the canopy won't be seen from the street. They also mentioned that the diving board has been eliminated from the pool. One thing that I don't think has been discussed is that with the reduced field seating capacity on the project, the amount of parking at River Park has also been reduced while still meeting the city code requirements. The elimination of these over 100 parking spaces will result in substantially less grading and soil removal to construct the parking structure. I hope that the River Park is approved. Thank you very much for your time and consideration of my comments.
Okay, we'll go back to call-in user 2. Call-in user 2, you can now unmute yourself. Call-in user 2, you can now unmute. Last call for call-in user 2. Okay, we'll go to the next. Elizabeth Corral, you can now unmute yourself. Elizabeth Corral. Elizabeth Corral, you can now unmute. Last call, Elizabeth Corral. Okay, we'll go to the next caller. Miriam Priesel, you can now unmute. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Great. My name is Miriam Kreisel. I'm a member of the nonprofit for this Cloverton Basin off-leash dog park since 2015. We are fighting a bike path along our dog park in the north side of the wash, which will cause many conflicts because Harvard Westlake's O'Malley very large ball field was allowed to be built over the access road on the south side of the wash. We honestly don't know if they were consulted, if they cared, but ultimately they were given more consideration than the only dog park in the West Valley, serving 3 council districts and over 800,000 households. We have a petition of 1,900, neighborhood council support, valid concerns. There are alternatives, but we aren't being heard. We are in CD6. We're working with our deputy after our council member resigned in disgrace. We've been trying to deal with the Bureau of Engineering in good faith while finding city council motions by Public Works, looking for more funds and noting that there were no public comments. It's interesting to me that council member Roman is not on this call. She represents herself to be supportive of the community, when in fact we were told by her office that the dog park is not in our district, while they've been influencing the Bureau of Engineering behind our backs. I am hoping that this community is given a fair hearing and can fight for a solution that is livable with their community. I believe plans are made beyond what would be accepted by the community, and we are left to fight them instead of community needs being taken into account in the first place. When council members like Roman talk about corruption, they seem to be living in a different reality, not hearing what is at the very top of the list of everyone that has lost faith in our city government, that people feel that community opinion has become meaningless. Thank you for the time.
Caller Ann M, you can now unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much, Miss Henry and the City Planning Department. My name is Judy Ann Millar, and our family has lived within 500 feet of this project for more than 8 decades. I can tell you that the majority of us in close proximity are opposed to the sports complex plan as it's currently written. And I agree with all of the points made by those before me who have been in opposition to the project. It's too big, and sadly, it seems to be more important to Harvard Westlake to win rather than be smart and acknowledge the emerging science behind the toxicity of the artificial turf. Ultimately, despite their effusive and scripted language, they do not care about our health, safety, and well-being. It's important to clarify, too, that the open space and recreational facilities that will be used by the public is there only because we as a community created it, not Harvard Westlake. The putting green, the clubhouse, and the greenway all were preserved by us. What Harvard Westlake is providing us is a walkway behind a privacy wall. We won't be looking at and enjoying open space. Realistically, it will be closed space. A personal note, we were wined and dined by them years ago and were made to believe their entire facility would be open for us, the public, to use. They promised us, they promised me, they lied. So sadly, now they've become a neighbor that can't be trusted. I implore the city to analyze the project further and not approve it as submitted. Thank you very much.
Caller Josh Lucas, you can now unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Josh Lucas, and I am the programs manager with Angel City Sports. And we are one of the nonprofits. We work with Harvard Westlake schools to provide sports and recreation for people with physical activities. And we are in support of the river park for several reasons. It is going to really give access to hundreds and hundreds of Angelenos with physical disabilities who are not currently active or don't have an opportunity outside of our current programs to go anywhere else. And one of our biggest hurdles in not just Los Angeles, but in the greater adaptive sports community is access. And access is a couple of things. One, physical space. So many people who go to the gyms or go to recreational facilities may only see a few people with physical disabilities, if any at all, participating. And that might be because you don't even understand that the accessibility of the physical location is not conducive for somebody who uses a wheelchair or uses crutches, or for somebody who's blind. And Harvard Westlake has worked with us both at their current school and in the planning of the river park about ways to help these athletes get out and have more opportunity to train, just be more physically active and be around other people. And that's going to open up so many opportunities for them throughout the year of using the facility to hold our sports programs. Also, the other part that is really conducive to accessibility is attitude and understanding. And both the faculty at Harvard Westlake and the students have made it a mission to learn about our athletes, be involved with our athletes, and practice advocating for people with physical disabilities. And that will carry right over to the River Park facility. And that's just going to open up, like I said, so many opportunities for these athletes, and to bring more people out who currently don't go out into the community because they are nervous, they are not confident that the facilities will be accessible to them. So this is going to make a huge difference for hundreds of people in Los Angeles and surrounding counties to come and be a part of something, because there is not many places to go that are accessible. We just held our annual event, our largest event at USC, and even some of the facilities at USC are not accessible. And, you know, that is a premier facility in Los Angeles. So River Park is doing a lot to work with us and make sure our athletes have an opportunity. So we are very supportive of the River Park project. Thank you.
Caller 7510, you can now unmute yourself, press *6.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm Lori Rittenberg. I've been living in Studio City for 31 years. I am strongly opposed to the project in its current form. In its current form, the project is too big for the neighborhood. It will create too much traffic noise, light, microplastics blowing around, forever chemicals, air pollution, heat island effect from the artificial turf, and the loss of mature trees. It will impede the Witsit fire station's ingress and egress from Witsit. City risk managers, please consider that. I think we really need to focus on the massive negative impact on mental health of the community by losing this green space and the accessible recreation of golf and tennis for all ages and all socioeconomic status, including seniors and children. Think about the many seniors who currently use this project and will lose this healthy recreation that's vital to their physical and mental health. Others have mentioned, and I feel the same way, that even walking by or driving by this green space makes me feel good, and I think makes a lot of other people feel good, even if they don't participate in the golf and tennis amenities. I think in order to keep some beloved benefits of recreation to the community, the project should be scaled down and include 12 tennis courts instead of 8, and a golf driving range with real grass. However, at this time, community access seems to be available only to vetted teams and not to any individuals. So that has to change. I'm very happy that the scientist, professor, called in about the forever chemicals that in all of this artificial turf. There are PFAS, and they're toxic and they're deadly. the idea of this artificial turf being worn down by players so close to the LA River not only will float into the nearby neighborhood to the north, west, and east, it will go into the LA River, it will go into the ocean, it will harm our marine life. Things are bad enough. Wake up Harvard Westlake parents and LA City Sanitation and Environment. Do we want these forever chemicals and the artificial grass powder going into the ocean? Regarding Harvard Westlake creating a stormwater recapture project and building a cistern, the city of LA builds many
that's your
stormwater
time.
recapture projects. Thank you.
Caller Barb Brabeck, you can now unmute yourself.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Barb Brabeck. I'm a 21-year resident of Studio City. I'm a tennis player and golfer at Weddington, and I'm also, or I was, a proud parent of a Harvard Westlake alum. For the record, my son walked to high school. He didn't need to park a car. I am a true stakeholder, and I would like to join those in vehemently opposing the Harvard Westlake Sports Complex. This project is too large, and it will destroy a 17-acre neighborhood gem. After attempting to build a bridge over Coldwater Canyon for students to access parking and playing fields, Harvard Westlake faced major opposition from its neighbors. The school eventually shelved this plan, hired a community relations department, and sought to repair its reputation with the community. My son was a student at this time. So when our family heard more than 5 years ago that Harvard Westlake had purchased the Weddington property, we hoped that the tennis and golf facility would be preserved for use by the school for its tennis and golf teams, and that the community would be able to share in its use. Instead, the school has decided to embark on the destruction of a beautiful historic green space open to the entire Los Angeles community and build a plastic covered sports field, not one, but two of them, and a 500 space parking lot. Harvard Westlake, please listen to your Studio City neighbors and this parent of an alum and do the right thing. City planners deny the conditional use permit. Thank you so much for your time. Do the right thing, Harvard Westlake.
Caller Jesse Sanford, you can now unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Great. I'd like to echo all the previous callers, including the SCNC President Scott Mandel, Bill Nye, and other community members who oppose the Harvard Westlake School quote unquote River Park project. I'd like to raise a couple of points that I expect city planners will investigate further and consider as they draft a report for the City Planning Commission. For the record, it's important to point out that the FEIR didn't include Goal 6 of the city's own general plan, specifically the Studio City plan. More specifically, Objective 6.1, Policy 6-1.5 states that, quote, expansion of existing schools should be preferred over acquisition of new sites, end quote. If this policy is part of the city's recommended plan, why is the proposed project deviating from the city's own recommendations? This specific policy has been considered by other schools, like the Buckley School, in their own enhancement or expansion plans. These are severe flaws of the FEIR that must be addressed by city planning in preparing its recommendation report for the commission. In addition, I'd like to point out that Harvard Westlake has ignored thousands of community members who've requested that the scope of this project be reduced. In fact, unlike other comparable private educational institutions like Archer, Brentwood, and Marlboro, Harvard Westlake did not develop a 20 or 30-year master plan to account for future planning. In addition, unlike Archer and Brentwood, which worked with the community to develop covenants with terms that superseded any city permit, Harvard Westlake never attempted this gesture of goodwill or made a good faith effort to incorporate the community's major concerns. So one can see how the community would question the claims that Harvard Westlake has been a good neighbor. Perhaps the school did not engage in these good faith efforts because the school doesn't really care about the local community. since according to its own consultant prepared DEIR, at most, only 7.4% of the school's own student body hail from Studio City, Sherman Oaks, or Toluca Lake. There's also very important safety hazards that have not been addressed. For example, LAFD Station 78 firefighters will have a harder time entering and exiting the fire station to respond to critical incidents due to increased project traffic. The same Fire Station 78 personnel will have to share a road with the Harvard Westlake community, and the city will be at increased liability for collisions that occur with city emergency vehicles. And there'll be increased motor vehicle and pedestrian traffic on high injury network streets, specifically Ventura Boulevard from Coldwater Canyon to Whitsett Avenue. And this will increase the risk of collisions resulting in pedestrian injuries and/or fatalities. In conclusion, this is the wrong project at the wrong time at the wrong location. Thank you very much.
Caller Gwen Gary, you can now unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can barely hear you, but please go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
No, you're very soft.
Okay, I'm not sure why that is. But anyway, I'll try to speak as loudly as possible. My name is Gwen Gary. I'm a 26-year resident homeowner of Studio City. And I would like to go on the record as strongly opposed to Harvard Westlake's massive sports complex project for the many compelling reasons very well articulated by Bill Nye, Becca Evans, Erica Fox, Heidi Mackey, Judy Chaikin, and everyone else that is opposed to this horrific project. I'm particularly concerned about the environmental impacts of the project, the toxicity of the artificial turf, the forever chemicals, the PFAS, the horrendous traffic, the horrendous traffic congestion from the many events that would be held at the sports facilities in the future, the loss of mature canopy trees, the high walls that will ruin the open space of that whole area. And not to mention these other issues that people have brought up about elites versus the community, the deceptive claims of the Harvard Westlake regarding community access and benefits, and the fact that no one that I know in this community, not one person, wants this monstrosity of a sports complex. I strongly urge the city to preserve the much-loved community resource that is Weddington and not approve Harvard Westlake's ill-conceived massive sports complex project. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. For the record, my name is Kathleen King. I'm a planner with the Department of City Planning, and I'll be taking over for Bob with the timer. Kimberly, I just want to confirm that you can see my screen.
Yes, I can see your screen. Thank you, Kathleen.
Okay, great. So the caller with the last four digits, 0705, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Thanks, Ms. Henry. I'm so happy to get to participate in this conversation because I think it's really important that the city reps hear all sides and do the necessary research to come up with the best realistic outcome. I live on Woodbridge, which is kind of west of Weddington, and I'm tentatively in support of the River Park plan because I agree with an earlier caller that the benefits seem to outweigh the detriments in terms of, development. I get that nobody wants a new development in their neighborhood, But to me, having a community-oriented school facility is far preferable to the expensive condominiums or a shopping center like the Sportsman's Lodge that would be the likely alternative. This is private property, and I get that, it has to be, zoned, but somebody is going to buy it in order to develop it. And so I support this plan moving forward with the understanding that Harvard Westlake will be, thinking about what the community wants, listening to the feedback from the community. I don't expect it to do, everything that's best for the community. I think it also wants to be thinking about what's best for Harvard Westlake and what's good for the school. But I think that Harvard Westlake will be open to that. And I think they've already shown that with their water reclamation ideas, having this water reuse system, I think, in place. I've heard that they're considering solar. I really hope that they consider to do that. To me, that makes a lot more sense than having, some wealthy developer come in and put up condominiums or build a shopping center. Yes, we'd all like to keep an open space like a golf course, but how realistic is that? Okay, thank you.
Caller with the last four digits 3153, please go ahead.
Hello, this is Catherine Cato. I'm a 38-year resident of Studio City, and I live just adjacent to Valley Spring Lake. Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. I oppose this project as is. The burdens on the community are just too great. I also object to converting public land as a dedication of a public park. Harvard Westlake should have an additional setback as a true dedication of public park space. Also, the proposed name of Harvard Westlake River Park is disingenuous. It removes the open park-like facility and covers it with concrete and plastic. Perhaps a less objectionable name could be Harvard Westlake Sports Complex. To city planning, may I ask why this project is considered a school instead of a for-profit sports complex? There needs to be more clarity for what size of sports development moves this from being called a school into the category of sports complex. Please consider land use of special allowances for schools by a private school, and it should not be treated the same as a public school when it is used as a for-profit rental or charitable facility. Under no potential significant impact for recreation seems misleading. Reducing or eliminating the recreation for the public and replacing this with student recreation is a loss for the community. In addition, spectators should not be considered recreation in the same category as the current public's participation in recreating. I'd like to see guaranteed public access. I can see the school may say it is in use by Harvard Westlake for maintenance or for rental to other schools or organizations, and that the organized public group times will gradually be eliminated. As a suggestion, Harvard Westlake should name which facilities will be open to the public and memorialize this to prove that they are not being deceptive. I look forward to an in-person meeting. Thank you.
Caller with the last four digits 3633, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, my name is Camila Dos Santos. I live in Council District 4 on Whitsett, right by River Park. And clear that a lot of the people opposing the project are longtime homeowners, and I get that. But I just, I just want to make sure that we're considering tenants and residents who live in apartments also in Studio City. For us, River Park could be like an amazing backyard, a place to walk a dog, a place to meet friends, a place to have a picnic, a place to enjoy nature, a place to enjoy the recreation facilities that doesn't involve some fancy gym membership that not all of us can afford. And it could also be a place where I can do all of that with the peace of mind of good security. As a single woman, that's something that I have to think about all the time. And, you know, the environmentally friendly landscaping and water saving is definitely also a bonus. So I just hope that when we consider this project, we consider everyone who lives here in Studio City and not just the homeowners. Thank you.
Caller 3985, please go ahead. Caller 3985, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello. My name is Chris Marble, living in Studio City for 22 years. I'm on Ventura and Tahunga. The traffic and the noise is already really, really bad. You know, we have homelessness, we have crime, and the neighborhood is kind of going downhill as it is. The Woodsit recreation area has been there for 7 years, and it's a gem. You know, everyone's talking about creating green space. It's already there. You know, I oppose this. The traffic's going to be horrible. Please reconsider. Thank you.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 8539, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Diane Wolke. I'm a board member of the all-volunteer nonprofit Safe Healthy Playing Field. I have submitted extensive written testimony to you regarding the FEIR, and I wanted to advise you that I've been in hearings all day in the state legislature where this morning, excuse me, SB 676 passed its final committee, and this will be going before the full House and then for signature of the governor, and will revert the ban on synthetic turf bans, giving local jurisdictions the authority to ban synthetic turf. I also wanted to speak to the microplastics and the chemicals in the synthetic turf fields. Your proposal for the stormwater catchment is inadequate. It will be like a sponge over a sink drain at best. It will not be able to capture the PFAS that is being released, all of the PFAS, and it will not be able to capture all of the microplastics in the form of used tire crumb, as well as the disintegrating plastic turf blades. It also begs the question, what will Harvard Westlake be doing with the spent cartridges trying to capture the PFAS being released from the fields? The microplastics will be released not just to water, but also to soil and air. They can loft and carry for miles. They are being found in oceans. They have been found in Lake Tahoe. This is an astronomical issue. Also, you should be aware that California Department of Toxic Substance Control is moving to regulate microplastics, which again would include the blades and the tire crumb, as a chemical. They are also moving to regulate the PFAS in synthetic turf. So to put these fields in, only to have to turn around and remove them when they are then designated as hazardous waste, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars to have to landfill these synthetic fields, as well as the remediation for the soil that the Harvard Westlake is proposing to contaminate. I'm strongly opposed to this project, as should anybody who has a concern for children be. Children are not small adults. They have unique developmental windows, and this also includes adolescents. To expose them to all of the chemicals, hundreds of chemicals in the used tire crumb that are known to be toxic and carcinogenic, as well as the PFAS in the synthetic turf and the other myriad chemicals, including neurotoxins in the synthetic turf, is wholly unacceptable. I ask you to oppose, or I strongly oppose this project for these reasons. Thank you.
Caller with the last four digits 8893, please go ahead. Again, caller with the last four digits 8893, please go ahead. You may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Okay, we'll come back to that caller. Caller with the last four digits 9634.
Hello?
Oh, hi. Go
Hello?
ahead. We
Can
can
you
hear
hear me?
you. Yes.
Hi. Sorry about that. I just wanted to call in because I also care deeply about the environment, and I think that the River Park project is an amazing initiative that is going to add over 400 native trees and plants to the site. It'll reduce water use. It's going to provide additional shade canopy, add biodiversity, encourage return of native birds and wildlife, and increase the carbon sequestration capacity. The building will have solar power, and the synthetic turf will save millions of gallons of water each year and will reduce the use of herbicides and pesticides. For those reasons, I strongly support the River Park initiative. Thank you.
Caller with the last four digits 9634, please go ahead.
Hello. I currently live in Council District 4, and I grew up in the San Fernando Valley and still live there. And I'd like to speak in my full support of the River Park project. About 15 years ago, members of the Studio City community developed a plan for the land that sounds very similar to what's currently being proposed. That plan called for the golf course to be closed and to turn the property into an open space for the public. At that time, it was supported by the community in Studio City, and things seem to have taken a change now. I'd like to just reiterate that I'm calling in support of the River Park project. Thank you very much.
Caller with the name Beverly, please go ahead. Again, caller with the name entered on Zoom as Beverly, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Hi. First of all, I wasn't here earlier, so forgive me if I miss anything, but I would like to say that I approve or agree with what Barb Raybeck and Rich Nair said. I vehemently oppose the River Park proposal. I know one of the main things that is the toxicity and the forever chemical issue of the fields that has become mentioned. And I have heard tell that a lot of the schools across the country are now starting to ban them because of that reason. But as a Buffalo Bills fan, I can attest to a whole different issue that they, as a very rich financial, what's the word? Whatever. They have money like Harvard Westlake, but they have passion. They have passion for their players. And they are currently working on a project to change all of their artificial turf, their artificial turf football fields back to grass after decades because of the uptick in injuries. They have noticed a huge uptick in ACL primarily issues, and they care about their players, which I would love to see Harvard Westlake not only care about their community, but care about their students. If this is something they have considered at all, because it is a fact and something to consider just on a whole nother note, I don't know if anyone has mentioned it. I also had a daughter, or have a daughter, who played soccer and played at Harvard Westlake, played on artificial turf. And I can attest to the fact that we carried those plastic beads with us at that time in our lives, wherever we went, to the car, to our homes. It was everywhere. And the heat that emanated from those fields was so uncomfortable and the least pleasant soccer experience we had in that time period. As for the rest of it, cutting down the trees and putting the indigenous plants in, I know in my HOA right now, they cut down a lot of trees. They're supposed to be going to drought resistant landscaping, which hasn't happened yet, but I have lost so many of the doves that I have seen raising their little babies in nests in the two trees by my house, none of which, and it's called Dove Creek. No more doves. Rarely do I see a dove. And I saw them take their families through fruition for years, and now that's gone. I am not a Studio City resident. I lived in Sherman Oaks for years. Before now, Woodland Hills, all of my friends, all of my social life and tennis life and golf life is all in Studio City. And I will tell you that my drive from Sherman Oaks was longer than my current drive from Woodland Hills. And you know why? Because of the Coldwater Canyon traffic jam that I had to face every day going to Weddington from Sherman Oaks. I can't imagine it will be any better with this.
Ma'am, that is your time. Please conclude with your last
Thank you so
sentence.
much. That's basically it. I agree with all the people who are opposing right now. That's my point. Thank you.
Caller with the name Casey Borman, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Casey Borman calling to support the River Park project. I have lived within a few miles of Harvard Westlake's Coldwater campus for more than a dozen years, including 6 years directly on Coldwater Canyon Drive. I join to say that Harvard Westlake consistently does everything possible to be good neighbors and are consistently given a hard time despite their incredible efforts. They are great stewards of the environment, and I find it absurd to think they would be poisoning their students. Their students consistently serve the community, yet they are mischaracterized as elitist because Harvard Westlake does a great job educating students. I'm a professor at a public university. The operation of my school and every other school occasionally inconveniences our neighbors. But Harvard Westlake does everything possible to minimize these inconveniences. As a society, we have decided that schools play an important role worthy of some inconvenience. I previously lived directly across from a school and can attest it was not always fun. Yet I have listened to hundreds of callers saying, not in my backyard. It's NIMBYism by a small number of people who are, going to have to accept some inconvenience, whether it's from Harvard Westlake or a private developer, because next to them they have a failed golf course. I've played tennis at Weddington and enjoy it, but it doesn't work. So if it's not this facility at Harvard Westlake, I think they're going to have to accept it's going to be something worse and stop sticking their heads in the sand and playing their NIMBYism. Ever since Harvard Westlake purchased Weddington, it has designed a project that serves not only their students, but the rest of the community, those of us who spend time in Studio City, which includes me on a very regular basis. Every study has shown that Harvard Westlake River project is a net positive to the community, and I hope the complaints from the vocal, self-serving minority will be ignored, and the positive role of this project will be accepted and acknowledged by the broader community. Please join me in supporting River Park.
Caller with the name Catherine Waller, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. My name is Catherine, and I'm calling in support of this project. My daughter Julia has special needs, and we found it very hard to find a park that can accommodate her and kids like her. I really appreciate the accessibility of the proposed new facilities and their availability to people with disabilities. The sad reality is that many public athletic facilities and parks were really not built to accommodate people with disabilities, despite what we know about how much physical activity can help with both mental health and behavioral issues, especially in a post-COVID time. I know that River Park will be safe for kids like Julia, as it will be built with the highest standards of accessibility, and the school has assured us for both athletes and non-athletes alike. The city talks inclusivity, but unfortunately, we don't really see it a lot put to action. And this is a belief practice. I believe River Park will make a huge Angelinos, but especially those with needs. And I hope will support this project. Thank you for giving us the chance to speak in support of River Park.
Caller with the name Darlene Bible, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. My name's Darlene Bible, as I said, and I am the longest tenured faculty member at Harvard Westlake, having worked there for 42 years. I actually asked to speak.
It looks like we lost Darlene. She dropped off. So Darlene, if you can go ahead and rejoin, although I imagine she can't hear us right now. But we'll ask her to rejoin and start her time again. We'll move on to the next caller for the time being. Caller Greg Gonzalez, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for the time. My name is Greg Gonzalez. I am the Director of Financial Aid at Harvard Westlake. And I'm sure like many of the residents in Studio City, I commute to a neighborhood outside of my own neighborhood. And I urge the city to support the River Park project. Our more than 350 students on financial aid are mostly lower income, mostly students of color. And all of us would benefit, all of them and all of us would benefit from the new community, the new sustainable community at Harvard Westlake. Thank you very much for the time. We all live in a great metropolis. We all contribute to many parts of the city, and I urge the city of Los Angeles to support this project. Thank you all very much.
Caller with the name Hal Brody, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi. This is I'm trying to unmute myself. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Very good. Hi, I'm Hal Brody, and thank you for letting me speak. I live in Sherman Oaks. I'm an avid tennis player. I've spent a lot of time over the years at Weddington. Also, for transparency, our daughter attended Harvard Westlake from 6th to 12th grade. I am not a shill. My comments are not prepared. I am speaking strongly on behalf of River Park. And I want to say I've heard some things today that really, frankly, I take great umbrage at. I am neither wealthy nor a member of the elite. I do not eat lobster Newburg. Most of the parents at Harvard Westlake are like me and do not consider themselves member of the elite or dine on lobster Newburg. And the notion that this project is evidence of some sort of class war, or that it couldn't have gone this far in council deliberations, but for some corruption, is just extreme. Well, it's nonsense, honestly. Harvard Westlake has demonstrated a need for additional athletic facilities. It's put forth this proposal, and it has carefully considered its impacts in terms of foot traffic and auto traffic. Bear in mind, these are athletic facilities that are used only some of the time by some of the students. It's not as if they're building classrooms that will be used all the time. It will, and also there's been a lot of misrepresentation about what Weddington is like now. It is not a park. It is not available to the public generally. It is not used that way by the public. People don't go there on Sundays for picnics. So far as I know, you go there to play tennis and you pay an hourly fee. There are 16 courts and their use is very sporadic in my experience. And by the way, there are about 25 public courts within a few miles, so that can't be an issue. There, as far as the golf course goes, bear in mind that golf courses by their nature are limited in their access and use. So yes, indeed, River Park will permit greater public use and access than is currently. And I want to close with one last thought. What happens if Harvard Westlake's proposal is rejected? What use will ultimately be made of that land? Harvard Westlake's patience and resources are not unlimited. At some point, if it can't make use of it the way it wishes to, it will ultimately look to sell that land. In all the time and energy that the community has devoted to this, have they presented to the city one credible proposal by some other organization that is prepared to take over and has the means and the resources to take over and operate the current land? The answer to that, I think, is no. It's a good proposal. It should be adopted. Thanks very much.
At this time, I'm just going to see if Darlene Bible would like to continue with her comment as she dropped off before. So Darlene Bible, you're unmuted if you'd like to continue with your comment.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great, thank you. I'll go quickly. I'm the longest tenured faculty member at Harvard Westlake, having been here for 42 years. I asked to speak today because I wanted to express how important River Park will be for our most important school constituency, our students, and for our community at large. I love Harvard Westlake, and I've been around long enough to experience many things. I've been an administrator, summer camps director, teacher, coach, and mentor. I have also learned to love and appreciate the amazing Studio City area. I love the area and I love the people I have met in and around our school. I've also been the liaison with Special Olympics. And earlier today, someone mentioned that it was a bogus relationship that we're promoting, and that's just simply not true. I work with them to give them dates at the high school to use, and they are often on our campus and really appreciate being there. The students come first at Harvard Westlake. Decisions are all made for the betterment of the students. An overwhelming majority of our students play sports, and with limited athletic facilities, we stack practices and send some students home well after 8 p.m. Academics are a priority, and with additional athletic facilities, we'll be able to get our kids home early enough to complete their homework and to have some family time. When we acquired the Weddington property, we not only were excited to have additional resources for our students, but we're also saw the opportunity to have the community join us and experience a beautiful green space full of opportunities for exercise and enjoyment. These additional facilities allow us to grow our community relationships. We'll have the ability to offer the community a lap swing, field sports, running, walking on the track, and many more activities, all the while allowing Harvard Westlake employees to get to know more of our neighbors. I care so much about the school and our incredible students, as well as this community, and I just wanted to share my passion and excitement with all of you. Thanks for listening, and I really hope you'll support the project.
Caller with the name Terry Austin, please go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, Kimberly, for all your hard work. Media regarding.
Terry, you're breaking up. Can you hold on 1 second?
Yeah.
Can you hear us okay?
Had no trouble hearing you guys.
Apologies, you are breaking up. I don't know if you want to try to reconnect, and I'll call the next caller, and then when you reconnect, I'll call you after that.
Okay. All right, Kathleen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Caller with the name Katarina M, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. I'm calling in support of River Park. Harvard Westlake School's plan from day one of ownership of this property has been to increase the recreational activities at the site for both its students and residents of our community. The result will mean more recreational choices for a broader demographic of our local community. I look forward to the day it is opened and both the community and the school can enjoy the recreational options and facilities at this beautifully landscaped property. Thank you. I hope you approve this project. Thank you.
Okay, it doesn't look like Terry's rejoined just yet, so I'm going to continue with the next caller until I see her name. Caller with the name J. Amazan. First name is an initial J. Last name is Amazan. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, awesome. So my name is Junior Amazon. I've been boots on ground, 10 toes down here in Studio City for the last 5 years, and my role here, again, I'm a motivator, an educator. The kids like to call me a torturer at times, right? But I like to help them get to not only their greatness, but also overcome hurdles that they have. I'm a big proponent to, and again, I'm on board with Harvard Westlake and the River Park project. And again, what we're talking about here is creating a safe space for our kids and our community, right? I think it gives us a chance to learn more about each other, right? Which I think we definitely need, and our kids really look for that opportunity to be able to connect to the community. I think obviously I look at a space like this, and what I see isn't a brick wall or a fence, but I see again a space where our kids and our community are bonding and creating relationships and are forming bonds that'll last for generations to come. I think that's really important for us, and again, we're going to need hometown support, and our kids specifically during this time, they're going to need, you know, as much love and support, not only just from us within that bubble, but again, everyone outside as well. I think again, they want to feel like they belong, right? They want to feel like they're good enough, and just like a lot of people said before, it's not the name that makes us great or that makes them great, right? But the community around them that really gives them that feeling. Being at Harvard Westlake sometimes can feel isolating, right? I think there are a lot of things that have been done in order to, again, make the community around us and the neighbors around us feel comfortable with us doing the kind of things that we're able to do for our kids. But again, to that same degree, I think it's one of those things where we want to be able to connect with the community, and this project is going to give us that ability to do so, right? It's going to give our kids an ability and our community an ability to you know, again, root for our kids, not only just to win academically or athletically, but also, you know, for them to win just personally in life, right? And I think that's something that this project helps us to do. I think it doesn't solve all of our issues right now, but it helps us to open up a table, a dialect for communication that we can come to the table and ultimately bring several issues, not only just those that surround this, but other issues that surround our community. And we have the kids equipped to do it, and the community and passion to do that as well. So I'm, you know, in full support of the program.
Okay, we're going to go back to Terry at this time. So Terry, if you could please unmute yourself. Terry Austin.
There I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you much better. Please go ahead.
Again, thank you, Ms. Henry, for all your hard work. I want to rectify a misleading statement made by Harvard Westlake to the media regarding the lawsuit mentioned in the FEIR. They said the Superior Court judge already ruled against the project opponents. This insinuated that the judge ruled for the project. In fact, the lawsuit, which had been appealed, is still open and pending and not settled, had nothing to do with the design, scope, or operation of the project. The judge did not comment, rule, or even see the project as part of the lawsuit. Why do I know this? I made the application for the historical landmark designation. I was one of the people who brought the suit. The judge did not rule in favor of Harvard Westlake or the project. The judge never mentioned Harvard Westlake or the project. There's a feeling that has been mentioned very often today about the disingenuous of Harvard Westlake. I myself have had many meetings Nothing has changed, not in 2 years. If you look at the map that I can show you if you like, as a matter of fact, that map is on the saveweddington.org homepage. If you scroll to the bottom, you will see it is the exact same map that was presented to the DEIR and is in the FEIR. With the changes that they talk about, changing the gym, making it smaller and a second pool on the property, look at that project. Where would they have put that? It is a 0 lot line McMansion of a project that does not even fit on the property they bought. If you look at the map on the website, you will see it spills over into county land, which historically was leased to the golf course, but that lease does not transfer over to a new owner, and they want to build permanent structure on it. If land is going up for sale or lease, I like a bite at the apple, and so would a lot of other people in Los Angeles. This is a backdoor deal that should not be allowed to happen. Further, the what do they call it? They're going to fix up the ZEV, or they want an opportunity to build into the ZEV Yaroslavsky Greenway, because they cannot build this project if they don't have access to construction on the ZEV. I am against them touching 1 teaspoon of dirt on the ZEV Yaroslavsky. 7 years ago, philanthropic dollars were put into that property, and it was renovated by constituents and by nonprofits, and it is a thriving biosphere, as it is with thriving native plants. It does not need, not one leaf needs to be touched. Further, in terms of access, please refer to the FEIR on page 2-100. It says groups will consist of any organization or league that has a registration process for its own participants, provides training, staff, coaching, and there'll be a fee, and it goes on and on. That's page 2-100. There is no individual access. It is teams and leagues, and after you've been security checked out. It is the antithesis of open space, and it is lipstick on a pig. Thank you for hearing me.
Caller with the name Jill Carmel, please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you so much for your time. My name is Jill Carmel. I am an alum of Harvard Westlake and a parent of 2 recent graduates. My younger daughter played both golf and tennis, and my family has used the Weddington property for those events over the years. But I am speaking today in support with enthusiasm for this project. I really believe that the school is a partner in the community, and that our community of families is proud to be a part of the Studio City community and to give back and to engage with this community. And I think there will be a tremendous amount of connection and use for all constituents, the green space, the additional trees, the outdoor space, and the facilities that are beyond the golf and tennis. And I think it will be just a tremendous benefit to everyone in the area. And I just wanted to give my support. Thank you so much for your time.
Caller with the name Joel W, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Okay, my name is Joel Wiles. I am a Studio City resident. I live less than a mile from the facility, and I'm calling in support of the project. I'm raising 2 young kids, and one of the things that drew us to the area 6 years ago was that we were near such a great high school in Harvard Westlake, and I've played tennis at Weddington. My wife has golfed there occasionally, and it will be sad to lose half the courts and the golf, but I know the benefits to the community will be worth it. And Harvard Westlake is known as the best high school in the city, and I want to support its expansion, not just for Studio City residents, but for everyone who can go. And lastly, I really appreciate this hearing being held virtually, because I have a newborn baby at home and I would not have been able to attend in person. So thank you very much, and I hope you'll support this project for everyone.
Caller with the first name Todd, please go ahead.
Hi, it's Todd. Good afternoon.
Hi, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great. Hi, I'm president of a very large homeowners association. I'm representing 20 homeowner-owned condominiums located in Studio City. Our building is located directly across from the project. Again, our association is located 75 to 100 feet across from Whitsett Avenue, separating us from the proposed underground parking entrance for hundreds of spaces. So basically, we are living and breathing in Weddington Golf Facility and the proposed river project. We do not support the location of the parking structure, nor the traffic plans for the parking. Therefore, we oppose the project design as is. A new fact that was not considered in the traffic plan, as I understand LA Department of Transportation knows, and I understand this office is represented on the call, on June 14th, the new stop four-way light with crosswalk zone begun operation at Valley Spring and Whitsett. Also, the Whitsett Avenue northbound lane was rezoned to one lane only, and this was not factored in the study in the EIR. Again, 2 lanes down to 1 lane after decades of transportation on Whitsett Avenue northbound. This is a big impact to traffic flow and needs a restudy. Therefore, for over several weeks now, traffic patterns have backed up and congested to the Valley Heart intersection south at the right turn LA Fire Department in 78, and then just north to the Moore Park Street to Woodbridge. We've already seen dozens of near misses, several collisions, and delays of the LA Fire Department Station 78 trying to maneuver around the backlog of cars with several new lane changes on Whitsett. Clearly, this is a safety hazard, and this change is part of a recent traffic flow, which in theory were greatly needed to help calm traffic down on Whitsett. But the LA Department of Transportation proves the parking interest is not sustainable where it's located today in the planned EIR. Therefore, as noted, we oppose the parking and parking entrance underground as is. Thank you. And likely, as some others have said, it's great that we're having this on Zoom, but a community meeting would have been fantastic in person, as many other counties outside of LA County are now hosting in-person meeting sessions across our state. And as several have noted, we are no longer in a pandemic state of emergency, so we would appreciate as homeowners and residents, we should have more in-person and hybrid content forums. And lastly, thank you to Councilman Nithya Rodman, to the City of Los Angeles Planning Office for facilitating this forum. Thank you.
Caller with the name John Newby, please go ahead. Again, caller with the name John Newby, please go ahead. Okay, we'll go ahead and come back to John. Caller with the name Rebecca Lawler Calkins, please go ahead. Again, caller with the name Rebecca Calkins, please go ahead. Okay, we'll come back to,
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
So sorry about that. Someone just went to the front. I'm sorry. My name is Rebecca Calkins, and I'm urging you to support the River Park project. This is going to be a beautiful new sports and park facility, complete with tennis courts, beautiful grounds to be shared with the residents that will also have an infinitely positive impact on literally thousands of children for years to come. River Park will benefit both our youth and the local residents. It's going to provide enhanced sports opportunities and also offer a shared space that will foster interaction, unity, and inclusivity. There is nothing greedy, the word I've heard tossed around so carelessly. There's nothing greedy about wanting to provide opportunities for children and families, including local boys and girls clubs and the other organizations that we've heard from today. River Park will nurture a sense of community and operate to bring people together. Let's seize this chance to move forward with River Park. It's a beautiful, accessible facility that will benefit all concerned, and I look forward to it coming to Studio City. Thank you very much for your time.
We'll go ahead and try John Newby again. Please go ahead.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for the opportunity here. My name is John Newby. I'm a 35-year resident of Studio City with my wife and our 2 now grown children. I live in Council District 2. I do not support the Harvard Westlake so-called River Park project. I approve of Bill Nye and Erica Fox's previous comments, as well as so many other very eloquent community residents. Public versus private, another phrase, public green space versus private sports complex. Let's never forget how important those terms are. The solutions to public access to green space and athletic activities are not in the private sector. The public will always be restricted at the whim of the private owner, however noble their intentions and proclamations may be. The entire purpose of this project is to serve the Harvard Westlake community, which is of course logical. Just as it is logical that they have increased their assets from up to $398 million since 2010. This is a 93% increase. They're running a profit, which is quite impressive for a nonprofit corporation. It seems like the corporation of Harvard Westlake is acting like any entity that needs to expand for the sake of its expansion, just for the sake of its expansion. The idea that a public green space in a residential neighborhood can be converted to a mega sports complex comprising mostly of concrete buildings, plastic heat magnifying artificial turf, and 11-foot walls is absurd. The San Fernando Valley is full of underdeveloped, commercially zoned, currently paved parcels that could well be improved by some kind of a sports complex. I also wonder why Harvard Westlake has such a need for such massive expansion of their currently fantastic campus. I have nephews and nieces who went to Harvard Westlake in recent years, and their athletic programs were excellent as they were. Weddington golf and tennis can certainly evolve towards a future with the exclusive interests of the public in mind. Please vote against the further privatization of public amenities and green spaces. Thank you very much.
Caller with the name Johnny Lau, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you for taking my call. My name is Johnny. I live in the area, and I'm calling to support the River Park. So I take my daughter, she's just 10. I take her to play tennis there every once in a while, and I do appreciate the the environment and everything, but with the River Park, what River Park has to offer in particular, I'm pretty excited about the school that will create the facility and operate it with the secure and still an open to public sort of setting. And so because when we were there, we've seen lack of security, trash and problems, just at the city park it's not the type of place where I would feel pretty safe to let my daughter just run around on her own. But I think at the River Park, the property will be secured by the school and it'll be kept clean by the school. So yeah, so I hope the city will approve the River Park project. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Caller with the name John, last initial M as in Mary, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Thank you for holding this. I live right next door to the site, my family and I, and have for 36 years now. My family and the neighbors around me wholeheartedly support the River Park plan for all of the reasons that the proponents have already articulated. What I would like to address is a disturbing thing that I hear in these hearings and on this call, and that is the deliberate misinformation and conspiracy theories, wild conspiracy theories about the motive of Harvard Westlake that are being pumped into this discourse by those who oppose this project. So let's talk about some facts. This is not the privatization of public property. This is private property as we sit here today. Harvard Westlake is not going to padlock you from this property. If they wanted to do that, they would have done it years ago when they bought this property. They haven't done it. So let's talk about facts. Also, it's not open to everyone. And it never has been during the entire 36 years I've lived here. It's open to those who play tennis, who can get a court time and pay the fee. And it's open to those who play golf. And that's it. It's not open to the public. It's open to a very select few. And the reality is that Harvard Westlake's plan will open up from sunrise to sunset. You're not locked out. I'm talking every single day of the year, to over a third of this property, 6 acres for jogging, walking, dog walking, sitting and reading a book, whatever it is you want to do. None of the things you can do now on that golf course. If I tried to jog on that golf course, I'd probably be arrested. So let's deal in the facts. There's also this myth going around that this is the last open space along the LA River in the entire city of Los Angeles. That's a bald-faced lie. Weddington Park, a huge park, which is in Studio City, is divided into north and south sections by what? The LA River. It runs straight through it. Balboa Park. One of the hugest recreational opportunities there is using the LA River. Griffith Park, Lakeside Golf Club, Buena Vista Park. All of these parks are adjacent to the LA River. So let's deal in facts, folks. Let's stop the lies. Let's stop the scare tactics. Let's act in good faith. The reality is there are a select few who want to keep this property to themselves to play golf, which is an environmental disaster with the chemical herbicides and pesticides. Thank you.
This is Kimberly Henry with City Planning as the hearing officer for today's hearing. I'd like to remind everybody to please make sure that they direct their comments to me for today's hearing. And for those of you who have just joined, if you are interested in speaking and have not done so already, please press *9 on your phone or the raise hand button in Zoom. When it's your turn, planning staff will announce the last 4 digits of your phone number or your name. Once you hear this prompt, you will need to press *6 to speak. Please keep in mind that if another speaker has already provided a similar comment, you may state that you agree with the previous comments, since we want to be mindful of everyone's time. This is also not the only opportunity to provide comments. Written comments are equally considered as today's oral comments and will also be described in the hearing officer staff report to the commission. Thank you.
Great, we'll move on to the next caller. Caller with the name Elizabeth Corral, please go ahead.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you for taking my call. I've been on this meeting since 9 o'clock. I walked away to go to work for a little bit and came back. I appreciate the opportunity to talk. Someone just mentioned the facts here, so let's talk a little bit about the facts. This project is way too big for where we live. I live right next to the golf course. I've been here for 25 years. It's been a haven for me, my family. I walk my dog every day in this area. That's fact number 1. It's way too big. Fact number 2 is that Harvard Westlake, this has been going on for years. Since I moved here, it's been going on. Harvard Westlake in 2012 built an Olympic-sized pool that cost $5 million. So why do they need another one in my neighborhood? That's another question that I wanted to ask. And fact number 3 is that Harvard Westlake is one of the top 10 highest paid lobbyists in LA County. And who do they lobby? LA City Council and the Department of City Planning. I bet a lot of people didn't know that about Harvard Westlake. And I want to know why in 2017, the people up in Coldwater Canyon didn't allow this project to take place up there. They fought it, they won. We've been fighting for a very long time here. And not for nothing, I do not appreciate the people who live in Valley Village, Sherman Oaks, in the hills of Studio City, or west of Studio City to comment on this project because they don't live in the area. I live here, been here for 25 years. It should be the people who live directly near the golf course who should determine the outcome of this project. It's not zoned for this project, that's a fact. It's too big, that's another fact. Plus, they're a big lobbying entity, Harvard Westlake. And please, let's come to some sort of agreement. We have chemicals on the fake grass. You're going to take down our trees that have been here for 100 years. Come on, this is enough, you know? And I think everyone in my neighborhood where I live right next to the golf course should have the opportunity to speak. One gentleman said that everyone that he comes across that lives in my neighborhood is against this. So I'm thinking the majority of us are against this. And we should be able to voice our opinions in person, not on Zoom. COVID is over. So this is another attempt or ploy to get us to not go and be heard, be looked at, our feelings acknowledged, and our voices heard. So this is where I'm injecting a little bit of passion here against this river, whatever you call it, river park. It's not a river park. It's a Harvard Westlake sports complex.
Thank you. That is your time. Please finish with your sentence.
Let's call it what it is.
Caller with the Zoom name call in user_2. Please go ahead. Again, caller with the Zoom name call in user_2. Please go ahead. Okay, we'll come back to that person. Caller with the name, and I apologize if I mispronounce this, Kaiulani, last initial W, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I'm calling in support of Harvard Westlake and the River Park project, and I'm also calling to commend Harvard Westlake on their outreach and engagement with the community. Many times, those looking to build in this city just try to push their projects through the system, but Harvard Westlake has held hundreds of conversations with Studio City neighbors and other stakeholders. They've changed their plans for the project in many ways after receiving input and ideas from the community. As owners of the property, the school has a lot of options and control of the property, but I appreciate that they have reached out to us and they're listening to us. I look forward to the River Park becoming a reality for Studio City and all of its members to enjoy. Thank you.
Caller with the name Carrot, last initial S as in Sam, please go ahead.
Hi there, thank you for letting me speak. I'm actually, I live in Council District 4 and I support River Park wholeheartedly. Harvard Westlake, along with their community partners, will provide recreational experiences for people with all abilities and also provide environmental education to young children throughout Los Angeles. So my own kids actually play tennis and so do I. So my kids are 15 and 11 and we often go there to play tennis. And I go for a couple of clinics as well. And it's fantastic to have that ability. And I'm glad that Harvard Westlake will keep that going. It's much nicer than Balboa where I also play. But I think it's fantastic and I strongly support it. And I urge you all to support River Park. Thanks.
Caller with the Zoom name call in user _13, please go ahead. Again, caller with the Zoom name call in user _13, please go ahead. Okay, we'll come back to that caller. Just so everyone's aware, there are a couple different people attending on Zoom with a similar.
Here
Oh,
I am.
Hi, we can hear you.
I'm just, my name is Paula Detchmandy. I live in Studio City and I'm calling in to voice my opposition to the project. There have been a lot of people speaking all day and I agree with the people who are against the project due to the obvious detrimental impact to the environment and the infrastructure of the community. I would like to see the low density green space preserved. I've lived in Studio City for 21 years, and I feel that the Harvard Westlake project will be exclusionary to the public. And I feel like we are being misled. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, again, caller with the Zoom name call in user _2, please go ahead. You may need to click the mute button, which looks like a microphone, to speak. Okay, we'll move on to the next person. A caller with the Zoom name call in user _10, please go ahead. Again, caller with the Zoom name call in user _10, please go ahead. Okay, we'll come back to both of those individuals. Next caller is Margot, last name initial R, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Henry. I am a 30-year resident of Studio City, and I enthusiastically support the River Park project. I was a member of the original committee formed in July 2000 in order to protest the proposed plan to build over 200 high-end condos on the golf and tennis property. At that time, I was very concerned about loss of recreational and open space, among other things. But Harvard Westlake's River Park plan will preserve and actually increase green space. It will be accessible to the public and it will serve Harvard Westlake students. This is a huge change from other development proposals presented over the years. I think it's safe to say that no other developer would design a plan that's as thoughtful and as beautiful as this one. At the Studio City Residents Association meeting that I attended in October 2019, a member of the Weddington family confirmed this, saying gleefully that he would have, quote, built condos out to the sidewalk, end quote, if he had been able to. I feel confident that Harvard Westlake's plan for the River Park will keep this beautiful space open and green, and that Harvard Westlake's careful stewardship for the property will truly allow it to be Studio City's crown jewel for generations to come. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Caller with the Zoom name Samantha Butler, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Samantha Butler and I'm a parent. And I live in an immediately neighboring district to CD4. I'm phoning in to support my kid and kids like him who are interested in sports that are not represented in our local rec center. We would currently have to travel over an hour across the LA Basin to do that sport. The redevelopment of River Park would change all that, giving all kids in the surrounding neighborhoods new opportunities to follow their passion in sport. By sharing this resource, Harvard Westlake is doing the right thing, acting in the public interest for all local students in a way that supports the diversity of our city. It's an inspiring project. I urge Councilmember Rahman and the city to vote for River Park. Developing this sports complex is the right decision and will be something we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Caller with the Zoom name Samson R, please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I am enthusiastically supporting the Harvard Westlake River Park project, as many people have before me, and I hope that this project will go forward. I know it will be a great asset to the community as well as to the school. Thank you.
Caller with the Zoom name Swagner, please go ahead. Again, caller with the Zoom name Swagner, please go ahead. Okay, we'll come back to that person. Let's try again. Caller with the Zoom name call in user _10. Please go ahead.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear
Hello?
you.
Oh, hi. I'd like to support Harvard Westlake and the river project. I believe they're the best developer. This is a privately owned piece of land, and I think Harvard Westlake is the best developer for this land. I do live in Council District 4, and I support all the other callers who have mentioned support for the project. Thank you.
Caller with the Zoom name call in user _2. Please go ahead. Okay, we'll go back to caller with the name Zoom name Swagner. Please go ahead. It looks like you're unmuted. If your Zoom name is Swagner. Oh, you're muted now.
Hi, I'm Sue Ellen Wagner, a 30-year resident of Studio City and a board member of Save Coldwater Canyon. I am strongly opposed to the project. I would like to address today's admonition to be rational and remove the emotion from the arguments. Wait a minute. The so-called River Park project threatens the quality of life for tens of thousands of residents. This is an emotional issue, and residents who oppose the project are both very well informed and passionate. That will not change. In August 2017, Save Coldwater Canyon and other environmental groups, as well as hundreds of residents, gathered and engaged in a live public hearing at Van Nuys City Hall, united in opposition to Harvard Westlake's previous egregious project on Coldwater Canyon. It was the passion demonstrated in this live meeting, supported by expert reports and superior arguments, that finally turned the tide and led the developer to abandon a project they had spent years and hundreds of thousands of dollars to promote. A very rare David and Goliath event. For this reason, and for all of the entirely rational and emotional arguments presented here today in opposition to this project, city planning has no excuse for denying the public the right to gather and speak in a hybrid meeting and to allow the press to witness live and in person the passion and command of the issues that we are hearing today. I also call on Nithya Raman to withhold the granting of a conditional use permit for this project. And if or when a CUP is considered, it should be comprehensive and encompass all three Harvard Westlake campuses: the Coldwater campus, which operates without a comprehensive CUP, and the Harvard Westlake Middle School, along with this project. Thank you very much.
Caller with the name Victor S as in Sam, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, my name is Victor Sa. I'm a Studio City stakeholder and also a Harvard Westlake student, current Harvard Westlake student. So River Park, it aims to have big community-wide impacts, but I'm just going to talk about how this would impact me personally. The biggest reason why I am such an avid supporter of this project is because of the planned large athletic facilities. I'm a fencer, and for anybody who's seen the current fencing room at Harvard Westlake, it is not nearly big enough to support the number of fencers and coaches who train there on a weekly basis. And River Park's promise of a bigger fencing gym space for both weekly practice sessions, hosting tournaments with other schools, it's something that both myself and I'm sure the rest of my team can really benefit from. And of course, that coupled with all the other community amenities River Park aims to deliver, I truly think it's something that Studio City deserves to have. And I genuinely hope the city will approve it. All right, thank you.
Okay, let's try this again. The person who I'm about to call, it looks like you're actually calling from a telephone. So if you call from a telephone and you want to try to unmute and your Zoom name is call-in-user_2, you should be hearing a message asking you to unmute. You need to press *6 to unmute. Again, caller with the name call-in-user_2. It looks like you're calling from a telephone, so you need to press *6 to unmute. Okay, we'll come back to that person. We're now going to move into some telephone numbers. So the last 4 digits are 0156. Please go ahead.
Hello. Okay. Hi. My wife and I is a 42-year-long resident of Studio City. I'm a 25-year resident. We live on Sunslip Drive. This morning when I walked, my morning walk, I looked down, watched the sunrise over the golf course. I have to say, I've been waiting since 9 o'clock to talk. As I sit here, I hear the professional script readers use the same words. I live in CD4. I'm a stakeholder. It's a gift to the public access. It's a park. It's not a park. There's not going to be public access for us. And I think this is why we need a public meeting where we can stand up and show our faces and talk to our representatives. There's all these other people, and they are shills, calling in, reading the Harvard Westlake script written by their slick PR firm who has greenwashed this project and gaslighted us for years and has lied to us. We want a public meeting. Our house is going to be inundated as we're above the just proposed stadium, which will be a public nuisance. We're going to hear amplified sound, bands, traffic noise in our house, in our bedroom, in our living room, in our yard. This is not acceptable. It's going to affect the property value of our house, the enjoyment of our house. It's going to make us want to move because it's just going to ruin this neighborhood. In addition to everything else that's been pointed out as far as true public access, environmental concerns, traffic safety. We live in a neighborhood, a hillside neighborhood that has 2 exits, one on Fairway and Ventura Boulevard, one onto Laurel Terrace at Ventura and Whitsett. If there's a brush fire and Harvard Westlake has something going on, 150 homes are not going to be able to get out of our neighborhood. This is a public safety issue. We're already dealing with traffic and gridlock. This is just going to compound it. Harvard Westlake early on said they were going to use silent whistles. They were going to have grandstands. Now there's grandstands, there's 80-foot tall light poles, all this noise pollution, traffic gridlock, light pollution is going to destroy our neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods. Not all of these people who live supposedly somewhere in CD4 and use all their little buzzwords and say this is going to be great for public access. This is not a park. There's not going to be public access. We have public access now. I am not a golfer. I'm not a tennis player. We walk around that facility and we enjoy it. I enjoy it every morning. I look down at it. We cannot put up with noise from dusk till late in the evening. All these other people, these parents
Thank you,
who live
sir.
at
That is
Harvard
your time.
Westlake
Please finish your sentence.
would not tolerate this in their own home, in their own neighborhood. This is not NIMBYism. We did not buy a house near a stadium.
Thank you. Caller with the last four digits 1567, please go ahead. Again, caller with the last four digits 1567, you need to press *6 to unmute. Okay, we'll come back to that person. Caller with the last four digits 3109, please go ahead. Again, 3109, please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Miguel Acevedo, and I wanted to I'm calling and supporting the Harvard Westlake School and River Park. The recreation open space will benefit both community and the school. Thank you. I just wanted to say that.
Caller with the last four digits 1567, please press *6 to unmute. Okay, next caller is last four digits 4955. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi there, my name is Stephanie Schwartz and I live in Council District 4, specifically in Studio City, and I strongly support the River Park project. Ever since Harvard Westlake purchased the Weddington golf and tennis property in 2017, the school has worked hard to create a project that serves not just their students, but also the community and the environment without causing significant negative operating impacts. Harvard Westlake has achieved that goal because the city's final EIR concludes in every area studied that the Harvard Westlake River Park project will not result in any significant and unavoidable operational impacts to the environment. I am excited for the River Park and the access it will provide to my family and the community at large. Please join me in supporting River Park. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Caller with the last four digits 6698, please go ahead.
Hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Helen Giroux. I've lived in this community for 40 years. I live close to the facility, and my concern is that this is truly not going to have public access. There are liability issues involved, and Harvard Westlake is going to assume the liability for the public. I'm not clear on that. I support all the other speakers who oppose this project for all the reasons that they listed. But until I'm comfortable with any kind of a facility, I would like to know what happens on this supposed 6-acre path if there's some kind of an accident. What happens if somebody is accosted? Is Harvard Westlake going to provide security? Are they going to be responsible in the event that something nefarious happens? I just thought it was one more important point to bring up, in addition to all the others, to let you know that I vehemently oppose this project. I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Caller with the last four digits 9517, please go ahead. Go ahead,
Hello?
you're unmuted. Hi, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Steve Stewart, and contrary to what I've just heard, I'm not a shill. I'm not paid for my opinion. I happen to live in CD4, but that doesn't make me a shill. I'm within walking distance of the current project, and I wanted to speak about it. I think it's just a matter of balance, and it's a matter of choices. And we have a choice between a developer that wants to put 200 condominiums in that small space, or someone that wants to do something for schools. And I'm appalled that this is about schools and children, and you're calling people shills, and there's allegations of corruption and bribery. It's really disrespectful. I don't want to disrespect anyone's opinion, and I'm not going to, but that type of language in a meeting like this, at a public forum where we're trying to get things done together, is really reprehensible. I think Harvard Westlake's got the best plan that I've seen so far. This space is going to be used by more people, by students, by the community, and to have a school like that with probably the most prestigious record in California and possibly the nation be a partner with the city in this is, I've never heard of that before. If you'd rather have a Walmart or a commercial developer that's going to build hundreds of units come in, go for it. Thank you.
Caller with the last four digits, 6906, please go ahead. Again, caller with the last four digits, 6906, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead, you're unmuted.
Hi. Okay, you know, what I find to be very interesting about the this entire project is that we have a bunch of people calling in and basically saying nothing. Everything they're saying is conclusionary. They don't give any facts to support what they claim to believe about how marvelous this project is going to be. I am strongly opposed to this project. I live less than a mile away from it. I'm in CD2, which is specifically in the neighborhood. And what I'm seeing is the language that Harvard Westlake uses says basically that they can allow people to use the project if they want to, but they're not required to. So are they going to let us use the tennis courts or not? The people who are calling in support of it keep saying that they're going to, but there is no evidence of that fact. In fact, to the contrary, Harvard Westlake is restricting to itself the right to keep anybody out who they want to keep out and to let anybody in who they want to keep in. That and what the traffic is going to be is unbelievable. The streets around that neighborhood, it's a residential neighborhood. There's a South Street, one lane, and a North Street, one lane, and it goes past a fire station. What happens when the line, as we see at a lot of schools, of the pickup line is blocking the entire street? How does Harvard Westlake plan to get a paramedic unit or a fire truck out of that facility? Are they going to go running out and yell at everyone to move their cars? How's that planning? How are they going to handle that? And then there's going to be the people who get frustrated by the traffic. They're going to be driving in all the other residential lanes. And more importantly than all of this is who is going to pay when the city of Los Angeles is sued for traffic accidents, for toxic waste, for all the other problems that we know are coming with this project. I will bet you that Harvard Westlake is not going to agree to indemnify and hold the city harmless from everything that is going to, all of the possible bad things that can happen. And the auto accidents are just the tip of the iceberg. Thank you for letting me talk.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Oh, great. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Dominique Peets. I work nearby. I would personally welcome the pool, track, and walking trail. Like many people, I don't play golf or tennis. As a woman, I struggle to find places that feel safe to walk, especially after work in the winter when it gets dark early. So I welcome the addition of this secure and publicly available facility. I would also like to second the earlier callers who spoke to the environmental benefits of River Park in terms of water conservation and biodiversity. Golf courses are notoriously terrible for the environment, but in contrast, River Park will generate many environmental benefits, including significant water savings and more trees. Finally, I agree with the previous callers that the most realistic alternative if this is defeated is new commercial or residential development. There's no one offering to continue to operate Weddington as is, and I believe this is the best alternative. Accordingly, I hope you join me in supporting River Park. Thank you.
Okay, caller with the Zoom name Kathy Schlesinger, please go ahead and speak. Go ahead, Kathy, you're unmuted. Kathy, you are unmuted on our end, but we can't hear you. You want to maybe try muting yourself and then unmute again? Unfortunately, we cannot hear you. I'm going to mute you for a second and call the next caller, and then I will come back to you. Caller with the Zoom name Cindy, last name B as in boy, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, please go ahead.
Hi, Cindy here. Thanks for letting me speak. It's definitely been really impactful hearing everyone's perspective today. And I do appreciate this being over Zoom so I could attend. And I just want to express my support for River Park. I'm a local Valley resident. I've lived here for 15 years. I'm not a shell of a human. I live in Sherman Oaks. I hang out in Studio City frequently. I have friends who live there. I've golfed with my dad there, the Weddington golf course. My husband has golfed there with his husband my husband has golfed there with his uncle for the last 20 years. So we've gone there, we've used the facilities. I care about this community. I'm a part of this community. And I want to express again my support for Harvard Westlake and the River Park project. I think this space is going to benefit the community and the school. I think there's a lot of benefits. I really appreciate everyone's time today. Thank you.
Okay, let's try Kathy Schlesinger again. Please go ahead. Go ahead, Kathy. It looks like you're unmuted on our end. Unfortunately, we cannot hear you, Kathy. Okay, I'm going to mute Kathy and come back to her. Kathy, if you want to log out and log back in, I will look for you after the next caller. Okay, the next person is Dale, last name F as in Frank. Please go ahead.
Hello there, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Henry. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Dale Fernandez. I live in Studio City, and I bike to and from work past this project site, enjoying the oxygen and cool climate the mature trees afford us. I'm also the vice president of LA River Open Space, a nonprofit 501c3 that was founded in 2004 to protect these 16 acres of LA River Open Space. I want to clarify what the definition of open space is. A caller erroneously mentioned the term that open space is a cost-use factor. But in 1972, the City of LA and State of California Government Code Article 10.5 has defined open space as, I quote, land which is essentially free of structures and buildings and or is natural in character, unquote. Many hearing participants are remarking how big the project is. We asked the applicant, Harvard Westlake, to furnish the residents with a publicly available virtual reality presentation of their project for everyone to accurately see the scale of their sports complex. Save Valley River Open Space is against this project as it is described in their FEIR. We believe that Harvard Westlake would be a great steward of this property, but we believe more work has to be done with the community regarding environmental concerns. One important factor I would like to mention is that the FEIR of this project has not adequately made a mention of the end of use mitigation for the tons of artificial plastic turf that have to be replaced every 8 to 10 years that will eventually end up in our city landfill. I agree with Adele Slaughter and Bill Nye comments this morning regarding the PFAS forever chemicals. These artificial fields are also known to increase an heat island effect that will raise a local ambient temperature, as a 2007 University of Montreal artificial turf study in regard to heat islands. In regard to water conservation, artificial turf requires water to actually cool down the superheated fields just to allow the children to safely play on. We hope Harvard Westlake will get ahead of the state of California's ban on future artificial turf fields. These are studies that are showing the increased athletic injuries on artificial turf as well. As a chiropractic doctor, I encourage my patients to pursue regular outdoor exercise in tree-filled settings. It's a Japanese health concept called foresting, which has many health benefits. A good example of this is the Zev Greenway adjacent to the property. This project will encroach this important trail. Imagine my patient, after a long day of construction work at NZ5, decides to exercise at the sports complex. He will not be able to, since the project's gym, field, courts will be closed to the public after 3 p.m. Bottom line, we want recreational equity. We want to ensure there will be a truly green open space and not a redundant sports complex for the applicant. We ask the applicant to downsize. We ask the city to not grant a CUP. This project is too big. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna call on Kathy again. 1 second, Kathy. Okay, Kathy Schlesinger, please go ahead.
Go ahead. Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, good. You have to see my husband's photo. Anyway, I am opposed to the Sportszilla development, and I have lived in Studio City since 1985. I lived between Laurel Canyon and Whitsett. First of all, the use of the AstroTurf for these sports fields, I feel, is appalling and unconscionable, knowing that they cause cancer and other health problems for not just the Harvard Westlake students and not for all the other children that would be playing on these fields, but in the microplastics that are going to be evaporated into the atmosphere and the river. Not to mention what happens when that AstroTurf degrades and they throw it away. And then they're going to put new AstroTurf. We need to get away from plastics. We are in an environmental climate crisis. We need to listen to our scientists like Bill Nye, who are saying this is a black hole of and does not sequester carbon. So anyway, those are my main points there. It is way too big for the space that it is supposed to be built in. And between Harvard Westlake's development there and CBS Radford's development, we're going to be trapped in construction for years and years and living in a toxic dust swamp. So thank you very much. That's all I have to say. I'm against it.
Okay, the next caller is Demarius S. as in Sam. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. So I'm a renter living on Whitsett, and I support the Harvard Westlake schools. We'd ask that you please consider tenants who live directly across the street from this recreation facility. My neighbors and I, we support this project, and the fact that there's this new traffic light signal to safely cross is a plus. And we also like the idea of benefiting from the landscape and a safe area for walking dogs and enjoying some of that open space. For us, for renters, for people living in buildings, Riverwalk ends up becoming this great backyard. Thank you for considering.
Caller with the name Dr. Ryan Cotton, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi there. I'm Ryan Cotton. I am calling as a stakeholder in Studio City. I strongly support this River Park plan. As the former medical director of Cedars-Sinai Medical Center Pediatric Rehab Program, I focused my career on health and wellness, as well as health equity. We are in a crisis of mental health right now. What we need is community. This could not have come at a better time. What an opportunity to give to our community, to our neighbors, to our citizens, this generation and the next generation, the preservation of a steward. Harvard Westlake is the #1 school in the entire country, arguably. And everything they have done has been tremendous over the past decades. They are going to be the most tremendous stewards to protect this property, to allow it to develop, to give access to our community. The Harvard Westlake student body do things for the environment. They are active in our community. They will enhance our environment. They will keep this area safe. Yes, there'll be a little bit more traffic, but the plus side is tremendous. I am wholly in support of this. I have patients with mental illness. I have patients with disability, and they are going to have access to recreational zones to stay healthy. I have gone to events of Angel City Sports in the past. That is one of the partners of Cedars-Sinai, as well as with Harvard Westlake, where they have actually provided events for students with disabilities, for children with cerebral palsy, for veterans. They are giving access, and if we believe in health equity, this is the right choice, rather than letting this be taken up by condominiums and things of that nature. I wholeheartedly support this endeavor, and I'm really excited by it. I think it's going to do something special. Thank you for your time.
Caller with the name Janine Jones, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you.
Hi, I am a parent of 2 children, and I have lived in Studio City for the past 12 years. I actually live 1.3 miles from Weddington, so I am local. I urge you to embrace progress and embrace change. This development is good, positive progress. The Weddington Golf Course has not been a viable business. It no longer is a viable business, and that's why the previous owners sold it. The current owner of the property has the right to put it to better use. The River Park will be a massive upgrade in Studio City, creating an absolutely beautiful new park, which will be open every day for public use and with world-class recreation facilities that will be available for the Harvard Westlake students and the community to use. That a much greater number of individuals than those who currently use it will be able to use it in the future. I think that's absolutely wonderful. And I know that many of us in the Valley will enjoy coming to the River Park in the future. And as a neighbor, I look forward to spending time at River Park with my family. And I strongly urge you to please support River Park. Thank you so much for your time.
Caller with the Zoom name Ji Cheng, please go ahead. Again, caller with the Zoom name Ji, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing it. First name is J-I-E, last name is Cheng. Please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jie Chen. Thanks for having me, offer me this opportunity to speak. I fully support River Park. I live in the Council District 4. Harvard Wesley School along with our community partner, will provide recreational experiences for people of all abilities. Also, this project will provide environmental education to young children throughout Los Angeles. This is particularly important for our children. For this opportunity, HW has always supported people with different backgrounds and promote excellence. I believe this project will be a good addition to our community. In addition to the sports facility, our family is so excited about the walking path, cafe, and the plaza. This river park will open to the public. So this will provide a great environment for the community to gather and spend their time. So I strongly urge you to support River Park. Thanks for listening.
Caller with the name Jonas, last name K, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I am a resident of District 4 and proud to be. I think one of the things that needs to be looked at as we think about this project that I'm strongly in favor of and encourage you to be in favor of is what it is now and what it can become. At this point, there's sort of a narrative that goes around that it is an open space, it is a public space, it is a park. It isn't exactly that at all. It is a private golf course, tennis club that people use. If you think about it right now, as someone who lives in the community, you can't take your 6-year-old granddaughter and have a picnic on the 8th fairway tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon for lunch. But after this project becomes what it can become under Harvard Westlake stewardship, you will have access to that kind of public space, that kind of opportunity, and could take your granddaughter for a picnic where the 8th fairway used to be tomorrow, the next day, many years, 20 years. And that is a wonderful gift to the community. And I think what's not getting enough attention is how much Harvard Westlake is thinking about the greater good than just themselves. And one of the most tremendous examples that hasn't really been highlighted today that much is the water reclamation project, which is such a great cost and such a tremendous sort of size of the project, talking about a 1 million gallon water tank. The idea that should really be getting more attention, because does a private entity need to do that? Does a private entity have to do that? Absolutely not. The private entity is choosing to do that because it really wants to benefit the community. And so it's cliched and perhaps not liked, but it really is the win-win. And the people who have talked about the fact that this area cannot go on indefinitely as an open golf course because no one wants to own it as that, because it doesn't make a viable business. So if Harvard Westlake ends up not being able to follow this River Park project, then at some point it'll have to be sold, as people have said, to someone who wants to make hundreds and hundreds of condominiums, and such an opportunity for the community in the neighborhood and Council District 4 will be lost. And that would truly be a tragic shame. So I encourage you to support this project. And thank you so much for this time.
Caller with the Zoom name Josh Rodin, please go ahead, or Rodine.
This is Josh Rodin.
Apologies.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I live exactly 1 block north of the site for the River Park project. I've lived in this home for 11 years. And I know that many of the opponents who are listening, with whom I've had dialogues on Nextdoor, will protest and say, yes, you may live close by, but you are an alumnus of the school, which I am, and that biases my position. I think that that's an unfair criticism, largely because my primary bias is towards my family and my home and the well-being of my family and my home. And if I felt that the project was not in the best interest of my family and my home, I would not be supporting it. However, I am wholeheartedly supporting the project. I view the environmental significance of the project as being really, frankly, kind of immeasurable. So many of the opponents speak about the loss of existing tree canopy and the deleterious effect of that. I noticed that one person on the call made specific reference to the fact that no one on this call will live to see the benefits of the project. I think that is, there may be a kernel of truth to that, although I will certainly live to see the benefits of these new trees that are being planted. But the statement reflects a really temporally myopic view of this circumstance. We have got to be thinking longer term, longer than the 30 years that it's going to take to regrow new trees if the trees that are being planted are ultimately going to be much more beneficial to the environment than what is currently there. A number of people have talked about the problematic effects of the construction and the noise and the light and everything. And I understand, and to a large degree, I share those concerns because, as I said, I live one block due north. It's 770 feet from the course to my house. But I've reviewed the EIR, both in the draft form and the final form, and I'm persuaded that the mitigation measures that are included in that are going to be sufficient so that there isn't going to be a net negative to the immediately surrounding neighborhood. I can't express my support for the project enough, and I would encourage the council to approve it and let it move forward. Oh, one other thing that I would say in my last 20 seconds. The site of the existing campus, the school has always been an excellent steward of that property and the space around it. There's no reason to think that the school would be any way other than that with the site for the River Park project. Thank you for your time.
Caller with the Zoom name Josh Rosenfeld, please go ahead. Again, caller with the Zoom name Josh Rosenfeld, you need to unmute yourself, and then you can go ahead and speak. Okay, we'll come back to Josh. Caller with the name Kate Fujimoto, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you.
Hi, I'm currently a Silver Lake resident, but I am very familiar with Weddington Golf and Tennis. My family lived in Studio City for over 20 years. I lived there for over 10 years, and I am here to offer my strong and enthusiastic support for River Park. I'm going to keep this brief. I think many previous callers have mentioned the positive environmental impact, including the addition of hundreds of native trees and plants, the reduction in water use, the benefits of biodiversity, solar power, the increase in carbon sequestration capacity, et cetera, et cetera. I cannot wait to see this project come to life, as I think it will be invaluable to the community. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we'll go back to Josh Rosenfeld. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm speaking in enthusiastic support of the River Park project. I second the statements made by the previous callers in support of the project, but I'd like to focus on the environmental impact. Over the course of this meeting, we've heard lots of speakers on both sides of this issue couch their position in terms of environmental protection. And whenever there's a project like this, or there's a piece of property that the community or the city planners need to consider what to do with, there's always going to be disagreement, as there is today. And supporters here are pointing to, continuing the use of the property as recreational open space, and opponents are pointing to plastic turf and heat islands and trees that might be cut down, and supporters point to the fact that even more trees will be planted, and there'll be even more native landscaping, and water will be conserved, and wildlife habitat will be restored. But in the end, it's a self-governing democratic society that we live in, and we have a community-approved process, and there's experts and specialists, and their sole job is to evaluate the environmental impacts on the community and balance the positives and the negatives. And then they need to provide their considered opinion. And in this case, the city had a final environmental impact report, and they concluded in every area that they studied extensively, using our tax dollars to study it, that this project will not result in significant or unavoidable operational impacts on the environment. In other words, as we're weighing the environmental positives and negatives of this project, the balance tilts heavily toward improving the property in line with the way that Harvard Westlake currently plans to do. So please support the project. It's in the community's best interests, and it is environmentally on balance, good for the community. Thank you.
Caller with the Zoom name Eric J. Kazarian, please go ahead.
So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I live in Kansas District 4, and I enthusiastically support River Park. I think the Recreation Parks Department does outstanding work, but I mean, really, here's a rare example of the private sector stepping up to the plate and doing something with at least some consideration of the public. I mean, Harvard Westlake School proposal to transform this golf and tennis center into an inclusive resource that will be shared by both the school and the greater Studio City community is really inspiring. It's something that is an example for others to follow with all these development projects that are occurring in the area. Plans for the site include, this public 6-acre public open space, all sorts of, accessibility that other callers have mentioned, plazas, wooded areas, trails, trees that will grow over time, of course, but will grow, should be beautiful, environment, seating area, public walking, jogging, and strolls throughout this sanctuary, which I get it. If you live right there, I don't live in the immediate vicinity, but if you live right there, I get it. You love to freeze this moment in time, but this is going to preserve this quiet sanctuary area for everybody to use. And so the school is going to add the swimming pool, gym, practice fields. They're going to be used by many organizations, some of which you've heard from already, Boys and Girls Club. It'll be available for more hours than to the school students. And as Los Angeles continues to grow, we of course have this problem with overdevelopment, but we need to find creative and more inclusive solutions in this era of finite resources and competing demands. And so, I mean, the private sector with private funding, privately owned public open spaces are really a creative way to create more of this open space and should be encouraged. So I encourage you to support it. And again, thank you so much.
Caller with the Zoom name Mark, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. My name is Mark Ewing. I live in Studio City, just a couple of blocks away from Weddington Golf and Tennis. My family, friends, and I have been enjoying that facility for decades, and I've lived within a few blocks for the past decade. It's not only the ability to play tennis, but just to see the wonderful open space. I'm opposed to the project because it would destroy the tree canopy that is there. That would hurt the environment. The option of putting in artificial turf would be detrimental environmentally, as far as being a heat sink, and also the chemicals which could potentially harm people, including children. Additionally, it's gorgeous to walk around there and see my neighbors. And I am very concerned that this massive sports complex would create a lot of undue traffic and noise for years to come. It's really not fit for our neighborhood. So therefore, I enthusiastically oppose the project. I support some of the comments also previously from Robert Skier, Terry Austin, Dale Fernandez, Bill Nye, just to name a few. Did not write down everyone's names, but please do not let this project happen. It is too big, too massive. Thank you.
Caller with the Zoom name Martha Bissell, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Ms. Henry. For 30 years, I've lived a few hundred yards south of this potential fortress of fitness and 100 feet up the hill, right in the path of all the light and noise, which would be potentially mitigated to the north, at least partially. My name is Martha Bissell, and I strongly oppose this development. Besides the environmental and social problems already very eloquently addressed by my neighbors, I oppose the conditional use permit for this overbuilt monstrosity. This is not a park. Harvard Westlake has a student body from 155 zip codes, but we live here. That our community is asked to consider this Trojan horse an exciting gift is insulting. I ask you, please, to not let this project go forward.
Caller with the Zoom name Matt T as in Tom, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Matt. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I live in District 4. I grew up in the Valley since 1970. And I get a little nostalgic these days when I drive along Ventura Boulevard and see all the ways that it's changed. But I think it would be very sad if it was identical to the place I lived when I was 4. You know, I've heard a lot of people speak more eloquently than I will about this. Change is hard, and I understand that, and it's inconvenient. But in the end, we all benefit from progress, and I strongly agree with a bunch of the callers who have said, in essence, that we should be careful what we wish for at Weddington. It's private property. Someone will develop it, and here's an opportunity to have a developer who will be mindful and sensitive to the environment and create something to share with the community that can have a public use. I believe River Park will be a remarkable place that will make our community even more special. And I strongly support the project, and I hope you will as well.
Caller with the Zoom name Michelle G, please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live in Council District 4, close to the Weddington property, and my family has used the facilities to play tennis and take tennis lessons. I fully support River Park because there will be 24/7 maintenance and security on site. I believe in the school's ability to take care of their landscaping and act as a good neighbor. Look how well the school maintains their campuses. This is exactly the care and consideration of property I would like as a neighbor. Thank you.
Caller with the Zoom name Mitch K, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Mitch Kallick. I am a Studio City stakeholder. I support River Park because I think it would be a great amenity for the community to enjoy as a whole. But I also understand those who don't support the project. I understand that's going to affect a lot of people, but I hope we can at least be honest about the fact that Harvard Westlake owns the land. They don't need to necessarily continue to run the golf course. And if they decide not to do so and things continue to progress in a certain direction, they can always choose, as some people have mentioned before, to simply sell to a private developer who possibly could. So this isn't going to be, so pretty much we have to understand the fact that one way or the other, this probably is not going to be a golf course anymore. It's just going to be, what we really need to focus on is allowing Harvard Westlake to develop the land in a way that will be better support both the school as well as the community. Excuse me. And I believe the River Park is the best use for this. And I truly do believe that River Park project is the best use for this land. And I hope that one day everyone will come to the same agreement and see that as well. Thank you very much for your time.
I apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name. The caller with the name Kadrin Panagias, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I live in Council District 5 near Franklin Canyon. And I'm sort of a stakeholder and community member looking forward to the River Park project getting approved. I'm speaking strongly in support of this project. I want to echo the prior speakers' comments about realism and how this is going to get developed one way or another. It's not going to be a golf course anymore. And I think this is the most realistic, best outcome for a property of this size in a large city that has a housing shortage. It's better to have a school-related field and complex that is open to community groups and the public than to have condos going up. I understand people concerned about construction inconveniences, but I think Harvard Westlake is going to be cooperative and try to mitigate that to whatever extent they can. I'm really excited about the partnership with Special Olympics in Angel City. I've played sports all my life, and I really appreciate the opportunities to let all people use this facility for sports. I think Special Olympics is a great program. I also think this is going to have environmental benefits. Golf courses are horrible for the environment. I understand the concerns about turf, and I would rather have grass or a grass substitute be used, but all in all, I think this is going to be good for the environment. The water capture and the solar panels are major advance. So yeah, I mean, thank you for your time, but I hope you will support and allow this development to go forward. Thank you.
Caller with the Zoom name Peter, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Peter. Thank you for taking my Zoom call here. I don't know if I'm in District 4, but I live about 3 or 4 blocks away from the golf course there, and I really like it. But I have to tell you, I'm in support of Harvard Westlake developing the land. If I had a magic wand and I could keep everything the way it was 20 years ago, maybe I would, but that's not realistic. And for as long as I can remember, 20 plus years in the neighborhood, that piece of property has been, threatened to become a different business. I heard one time it was going to be a senior community, condos. And when I heard Harvard Westlake was the latest to come up and say they were going to buy it, I got to be honest, I was kind of excited. I figured here's somebody who could be a good custodian, a good steward for this land, and build something maybe we all could enjoy. I know it's not perfect. You can't go in and out whenever you want, but I don't want to pay to play the little golf course there, and I'm not going to pay the $20 an hour to play tennis there either. So that's not going to work for me already. The last thing I'll say is, I was very concerned. I like to go to like big football games on Friday nights, Friday Night Light stuff. It's got a lot of fun. I go to different high schools, and people said this is going to happen here. And I said, oh gosh, that seems like a lot of traffic and a lot of people come into our neighborhood and very loud and lights. But that's not true. The football stadium is the football stadium on Coldwater. This is going to be like, a football pit. I mean, like a soccer pitch and tennis and things. And I just don't imagine the traffic and the lights being such a big problem for the boys soccer team or the girls tennis team. I just don't think that's the thing. So I'm in support of Harvard Westlake's development, and I thank you for your time.
Caller with the Zoom name Rebecca Limerick, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Reb. I live only 1.5 miles from Weddington and Sherman Oaks, and I work in Studio City. I strongly support the Harvard Westlake River Park project for ethical and environmental reasons. I support this school and its educational mission on behalf of its diverse and inclusive student population from across our city. The school is not a developer and River Park is not a commercial project. Right now, as a nonprofit, I trust and believe Harvard Westlake to be acting in the public interest. As someone who cares deeply for Earth and our local ecosystems, I'm excited to hear that River Park will generate many environmental benefits, including significant water savings compared to its current use as a golf course, which uses so much water and fertilizer, more trees than currently exist on site, California native landscaping for wildlife and birds and neighbors like myself and my mom to enjoy, and a significant investment in solar power. Harvard Westlake School plays an important role in our community. Their students, many of whom receive significant financial aid, serve a purpose beyond themselves to work with athletes with disabilities and so much more. In general, I give the benefit of the doubt to our local schools when they ask the community for support. And I really hope that the city will approve River Park. Thank you so much.
Caller with the Zoom name Susan Sherman, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, terrific. I just wanted to say that I fully support Harvard Westlake School. And although I live in Encino, my son is at River Park, or not River Park yet, at the Weddington Golf Course all the time and loves it. However, while River Park will represent a substantial change to this corner of Studio City, its potential impacts have been thoughtfully lessened by the Harvard Westlake School officials, who took the time to listen to those in the neighborhood who have shared concerns with them. A number of changes have been made to the plans, but the one that I find the most heartening is the reduction in the number of bleacher seats at the fields and the pool. As a result of that change, the parking garage has shrunk in size as well. Harvard Westlake has made considerate attempts to scale back the number of visitors the site can accommodate. And I appreciate that gesture and proudly support the River Park project. And I hope you will join me in supporting this project as well. Thank you for your time.
Caller with the Zoom name Susan Spencer, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Susan.
Hi, Susan, go ahead.
Hi, I thank you, Ms. Henry, for hosting this meeting. I just wanted to say that I don't support the so-called river project. I think we should try to save the open space and keep it green. I agree with a number of people who have spoken today, a very long list. Most recently with Martha Bissell, but starting this morning with Scott Mandel, Patty Kirby, Dr. David Sanarad, Matthew Flynn, Karen Abrams, Sam X, Sharon Udkoff, Bill Nye, Alan, Becca Evans, Paula 828, Matt Strain, Doug Williams and his wife 6065, Erica Fox, George Shea, Heidi McKay, Judy Chaikin, Lori Young, Robert Schmidt, Robert Skur, Rachel, Adam Derry, Alexander Frank, Carol Green, Monica, Carol Ketchum, John Newby, Sue Ellen Wagner, and Dale F. I think that we have a beautiful area with open space and large trees, and to replace it with this project with walls, with potential noise and lights, increasing our heat and traffic, the chemicals from the artificial turf, impacting our fire safety and the life of the animals that live there. I think the project is too large. I think it will be too disruptive. And I'm also disappointed with the some of the scripted responses today. I make my living doing public relations and have done so for the past a couple of decades. And I am very tired of hearing the thanks for hosting this meeting on Zoom for those of us who work for a living. This meeting could have easily been a hybrid to accommodate those who wanted it on Zoom, but it would have been have much more of an impact to see people speak in person. I've been on this line since 9 a.m. and I would have been more than happy to be there in person had we been given an option. And I just think that some of the condescending attitude, this isn't emotional, this is about keeping it open. I play tennis, but not at Weddington, but whenever I drive by there, I get a sense of calm from the open space. And I just think it has a very negative impact on our community for creating a private leisure center for the Harvard Westlake students. People say that there will be a community benefit, but I don't see the benefit. I don't see a lot of discussion about how it's going to be open to all at all times. It's not a community development. It's a private recreational facility for Harvard Westlake students with some activity from the public when they wish to allow access. And I really hope that they do not grant the conditional use permit. Thank you very much.
Caller with the Zoom name Victor Reyes, please go ahead.
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Wonderful, thank you. Yes, my name is Victor Reyes, and I'm here on behalf of the Valley Industry and Commerce Association, otherwise known as VICA. We're here in support of the Harvard Westlake River Project, which offers both athletic and recreational opportunities for both students and Studio City community members. Harvard Westlake understands the golf and tennis property has had a long history in Studio City. Therefore, the development of the River Park campus is guided by key design principles and commitments, which will ensure that the golf and tennis site remain both open to all patrons. Harvard Westlake has conducted and will continue to conduct outreach to the broader Studio City community. Feedback from home and business owners, as well as community stakeholder groups, has guided the plan submitted to the City of Los Angeles. For these reasons, VICA supports the Harvard Westlake River Project and urge you to support this forward-thinking project as well. Thank you.
Caller with the last four digits 8085. Please go ahead and unmute yourself. Again, caller with the last four digits 8085. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Okay, we'll come back to that person. Caller with the Zoom name Anita Otano. Please go ahead and speak. Hi, you're unmuted. Are you able? Can you hear me? Anita, we can hear you, but you're breaking up.
Okay, it's better. Is it better?
That's a little bit better. Yes.
Okay. Great. I'll try to turn the volume. Hi, my name is Anita, and I live in North, but work in Studio City, and I have for over 20 years. I am speaking out in support of the River Park project because I have 3 sons who all utilize the space. And I think what will ultimately happen is more affordable and accessible for my boys. I just think, just from a real estate agent, so I guess I should say that. From just a real estate point of view, I heard a lot of dissension and worry about property values going down, but I think on the contrary, I think the property values will be raised as a result of having this project center of studios. I think to some degree, I understand some of the dissension when they're saying that it's going to be when Harvard Westlake wants to make it accessible. But the way I feel about that is if they're maintaining it, if they're going to be responsible for this, then I think there should be some, discretion with regard to when and when it's not going to be able to be utilized by, the neighboring. I mean, I think right now they're calling it a public good, but if you have to pay $20 an hour to utilize it, then it's not truly open to the public. There still is a way of screening out certain people. So I think if they're willing to take on this project and the wonderful things that they're proposing for the environment, and also doing it so that it's safe for young people and women and whoever wants to utilize it, I respect them. I think it's only going to be expensive. Look at what happened at the corner of Ventura and Cold Water. I don't think it was, you're talking about the impact of noise and the construction and how long it took. I literally watched that thing go up. And what's there is basically, somebody utilizes it to make as much money as possible and not really getting anything. And the duck on this pond lost all of that.
Thank you. That is your time if you want to finish with your sentence.
My final sentence is, please support it. I think it's going to be better for your community than worse.
Okay, the next caller, the last four digits again are 8085. If you want to press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, 8085. Okay, the next caller, the Zoom name Brandon. Oh, 8085, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes, hello. Yeah, I'm a state for the river because of environmental benefits it will bring to Studio City. The project over site to reduce.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you're breaking up. It's really hard to hear you. Can you try calling back in? I'm going to take the next person and then I'll look for your last four digits. Just please call in from the same number. Thank you.
Okay, you got it.
Okay, the next caller, the Zoom name is Brandon. Please go ahead. Again, Brandon, you'll need to press unmute on Zoom. Okay, next caller we have with the Zoom name Freddie, last initial A as an apple.
Hi,
Go
good
ahead,
afternoon.
Freddie.
Hi, how you doing?
Good, thanks. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to express my support for the Harvard Westlake River Park project. I have a son that goes to the school, and I've heard people say entitled or elitist earlier, and I'm just a hardworking man. My son earned like his way into the school, and it will benefit him tremendously, like the River Park project, because he wouldn't have to wake up super early to take the bus to the school, and then get some extra hours of sleep if this project were to be approved. I also heard about earlier the community not having access to it, but to me, our kids go to school from 8 to 3, so
they're in the classroom, so obviously the community is going to have access to these facilities, especially during that time. Maybe in the afternoon it will be a little bit different story when the kids get a practice, when the Harvard Westlake kids have practice. But I think that having like an open facility for the community is great. Is great for Harvard Westlake students and for the community. And I urge you to support the project with me. Thank you for your time.
Caller with the Zoom name Guido, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
My name is Guido Mozzarelli. I lived on Laurel Grove for 37 years. And it's only 4 blocks away. I don't play golf, I don't play tennis, and I'm definitely not nostalgic. I do walk my dogs along Weddington and in my immediate neighborhood. And I don't know anybody in my neighborhood that supports this project. The way it is right now, it is just too big. I saw developments going up for the last 37 years, and I was promised a lot of nice things, but at the end of the day, it's not how it worked out. So I strongly urge you not to support this project. My son and I, both of us, we oppose it. Thank you.
Caller with the Zoom name Lisa D as in dog, please go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Lisa, and I'm an emergency medicine physician, and I practice at UCLA. I personally was born and raised, I've lived my whole life in Los Angeles, and I'm a neighbor of the Weddington property area. Working in the emergency department this last 3 years has let me witness firsthand the mental health burden and stress people suffered from being locked up at home during the pandemic. I can't think of a better way to help members of our community than introduce a resource like this, to bring in new soccer fields, a running track, a gym, a pool, tennis courts, a plaza with walking paths. This is the single best thing we could do for our community to get people outdoors, active, and interacting with one another. A resource like this will help save lives and improve mental health. I'm so grateful that somebody would bring this to our community. Thank you, Harvard Westlake, for your benevolence. I will mention I am both a tennis player and a golfer, and I recognize that these are exclusive sports that require wealth to participate. Bringing in these new facilities, fields, a pool, and walkway is much more inclusive to the community. It allows individuals from all different walks of life and socioeconomic statuses to get out and exercise without spending a fortune. It's 2023. We need to think about diversity, equity, and including everyone, regardless of their means. And the most amazing part about this project is the fact that many nonprofit organizations like the Boys and Girls Club, the Special Olympics, and Friends of LA River would have state-of-the-art facilities at no cost to them. It's truly incredible and a gift. I strongly encourage everyone's support on an opportunity of a lifetime for our community. Please support River Park. Thank you so much for your time and the opportunity to speak today.
Caller with the Zoom name Nancy, please go ahead.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I live in Studio City. I've lived here for over 16 years, and I'm actually in the immediate neighborhood of Weddington. It is at the end of my street, only a few houses down. And I'm in support of the River Park project. I feel like Harvard Westlake has repeatedly demonstrated a willingness to listen to the concerns of the community. I've reached out to them personally with questions I've had, and I felt that their response to the community has been great. They've reduced the size of the gym. They're moving facilities away from the houses in the neighborhood. And they also, I just feel they're going to provide stuff that I can use. I would love to have a track that I could walk to. I walk past Weddington every single day, and there's not one thing there now that I can use unless I want to pay to take a tennis lesson, play tennis, or go on the golf course. I would love to have a track. I don't have a pool at my house now. I'd love to be able to have a pool I can use. I just feel like they've really are going to do a great thing for our neighborhood, and I am in full support of it. Thank you.
Caller with the, oh, hold on one second. Let me just check on the. It looks like the caller with the last four digits 8085 has rejoined, so I'm going to ask them to unmute themselves. If you could go ahead and speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm a stakeholder of the property and I support Harvard Westlake River Park because of all the environmental benefits it will bring to Studio City. The project will add over 400 native trees and plants to the site. That will lead to reduced water use and increased shade canopy and carbon sequestration capacity. It will also better support the birds and wildlife, making these habitats healthier and creating greater biodiversity in the area. In addition, the building will have solar power and the synthetic on the fields will save millions of gallons of water each year and will reduce the use of herbicides and pesticides. In short, the river park will be an environmental improvement for people and wildlife. I hope the city will approve the river park. Thank you.
Caller with the Zoom name Susan Welsh, please go ahead.
Hi. I'm gonna.
Oops, Susan, it looks like there's some feedback. Can you try if you have multiple, if you have, or if you're playing it on multiple screens or such, that might be the reason why. Oh, Susan dropped off. Okay, it looks like she did. I'll check for her in a second. So we're going to continue on to try to get as many people as possible. So caller with the Zoom name Nick, and I apologize if I mispronounce your last name. Abuzi, please go ahead.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Please go ahead. We can hear you.
Great. Thanks. And you got my name almost right. Don't worry about it. It's no one gets it right. It's fine. My name is Nick Abuzaid. I absolutely support River Park. I grew up and still live off Mulholland in District 4. Thank you, by the way, for having the Zoom available. More input from more community members is good, not bad. I'm only able to be here tonight because of this. I work 8 to 6 every day in the office, and I cannot afford to take work off for a full day to sit in person on a Wednesday. So I'm obviously jealous of those who can. I can't. This project would be a step function improvement to the neighborhood as it exists today. The country club is a paid amenity for golf and tennis players. This new construction project presents a massive improvement to the entire community, offers more access to recreation from pool to gym. That's frankly what I'm most eager about. I'm no golf player. It's a tennis courts, outdoor gathering areas, everything. The plan would not only build on how the property is used today, but expand who can actually use it versus just constraining. I don't play tennis, I don't play golf, I can't use it. Facilities a clear net positive, both for the community, my family, the entire city of LA. Please make this happen. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go back to Susan Welsh. Susan, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I'm so sorry. I was on 2 devices. I've been on since 9 a.m. So I really appreciate the chance to speak. My name is Susan Welsh, and my 2 children are students at Harvard Westlake. My daughter graduated last year. My son is a rising senior, and he learned how to play tennis at Weddington years ago. And we just have always had a fondness for the property. I do want to say I support River Park 100%, and I urge the City Planning Commission to do the same. A lot has been said on this call today. I've listened to all of it very carefully. I think we can all agree that Weddington is cherished by the community. It's beautiful to hear everyone's points of view on it. I just want to remind everyone of the facts that River Park will be open to the public from dawn to dusk every day. The tree-lined walking path, the cafe that people love, the putting green and the plazas, all with 24-hour security and maintenance paid for by Harvard Westlake. It will be a safe and absolutely beautiful place to go. The tennis courts will be open to the public daily when not in use by the school. There are also so many benefits to the neighborhood. We haven't talked a lot about the water reclamation project today, but I urge everyone to look at those details. Also, the pooled water that's always at the intersection near Weddington. Harvard Westlake has a plan to fix that, and I myself welcome that. Harvard Westlake's plan will save millions of gallons of water. The grass on the golf course is beautiful, but it's just not sustainable. It's a great place to walk, meet neighbors, and especially for those who don't play golf or tennis, this offers so many benefits. And most of all, Harvard Westlake has shown itself to be a very good neighbor at both its campuses, especially for the purposes of this call in Studio City. Harvard Westlake is a nonprofit school. It is filled with caring teachers and caring leadership that is filled with integrity and commitment to be good neighbors. I am a dedicated parent volunteer at the school, and I have asked to have events at night that cause noise. And I am told with no hesitation, absolutely not, that would make us bad neighbors. We cannot do things that will upset the neighborhood. I have full faith that they will continue to serve those promises. They are a vested partner in Studio City. They are not a corporation, a developer that's coming in to build and leave. We are staying and are committed to the community. Harvard Westlake is trying really hard to find common ground with this project. Parents at the school know it. The plan has changed and evolved. And I'm so pleased to see that Harvard Westlake is listening and trying. As others have stated, no one is offering to keep Weddington operating as it's currently operating. I'm listening to so many people who want it to keep going the way it's going, and it's just not an option. Something has to change, and Harvard Westlake would be a great partner to move forward together with Studio City and help make those changes happen. I can't
Thank you. That was
imagine
your
a better
time. Please
future.
go ahead and finish your sentence.
Oh, that was my last sentence. Yeah, I just
Okay.
can't imagine a better future for the property. Thank you so much.
Caller with the Zoom name Anne Marie, last initial W, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for your time today. I have lived in Studio City for 37 years, and my husband and I have raised our family here. I support Harvard Westlake School and the River Park. Since it first opened in the mid-1950s, Weddington Golf and Tennis has always been a privately owned property that offers paying members of the public the opportunity to play golf. Tennis was added 20 years later in the 1970s. But at its core, Weddington is about offering the public the ability to engage in two distinct types of recreational activities, golf and tennis. Today, the property is owned by our neighbor, Harvard Westlake School. Their plan from day one of ownership has been to increase the recreational activities at the site for both its students and the residents of the community. The result will mean more recreational choices for a broader demographic of our local community. The school's plan will come with the condition that the property remain open to the public for recreational uses, which Harvard Westlake fully accepts and embraces. The athletic fields, open to the public. The tennis courts, open to the public. The clubhouse, cafe, acres of beautifully landscaped park area, seating, shading, water features, open to the public. Please join me in supporting Harvard Westlake and River Park. Thank you very much for your time and allowing me to speak today.
Caller with the last four digits 3713, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, caller with the last four digits 3713, please press *6. Go ahead, you're unmuted.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ruth. I live 0 blocks from Weddington, and okay, so this is not a public park. Like, this is removing a park from public use, and it's really dishonest to present it as providing a benefit that we don't currently have, because we do currently have a public park that you can access 24/7. It's open for everybody, and that's the Zev Yaroslavsky Trail. Okay, and this is taking that and it's implementing gone to dusk hours. It's putting security guards. They said there's going to be 3 booths of security guards, and that's restricting public use. So this is removing this trail from public use. This is okay. So Paul Krikorian, the council person who was initially allowing for this, he got a lot of campaign donations from Harvard Westlake alumni, and I would check how many dollars he received from Harvard Westlake people and their spouses, because I think that's the source of this corruption. He didn't allow for the historical designations to go through. Okay, so there were 3 endangered hawk chicks on the trail just a few days ago. They lived in those trees, the 200 trees that are going to be cut down. There was an endorsement from DWP and Indigenous tribes that might have been interrupted this month when Karen Bass fired them from the commission. I would look into if that endorsement is still standing. Finally, I'm sorry. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Caller with the Zoom name Justin Dickerson, please go ahead.
Hi, Ms. Henry. My name is Justin Dickerson. I live in Studio City. I oppose this project. The Weddington Golf and Tennis Center is a treasured part of our community that has been a valuable low-cost resource for the broader Los Angeles area for a long time. When I go to Weddington on the weekends now, the parking lot is full, the tennis courts are full, and the golf facility is packed. I like the Harvard Westlake School. They're a great school. I also understand their desire for a sports complex. But I think that alternative options and locations should be considered. There are so many issues with this project. First and foremost, it's too big. Most importantly, though, Weddington shouldn't be taken away from the community. As Terry Austin said, the FEIR shows there is no ability for the individual public to use any of the amenities at River Park. This facility will be for pre-approved outside organizations only. Community access by individuals needs to be confirmed and expanded. Even with community access, though, what makes Weddington such a community asset today will be lost forever. Hundreds of mature trees will be gone and replaced with artificial grass. Harvard Westlake's claim that it will plant new trees will not replace the existing amount of shade. It will take decades to equal the canopy that exists now. The River Park facility will be surrounded by 8 to 12-foot walls and fences, creating a fortress feeling, not a community open space as it is now. Beyond this, the project's location, size, and operations are not compatible with and will adversely affect adjacent properties and the surrounding neighborhood's public health and safety. Noise and light pollution will be heard and seen for miles, destroying the surrounding community's tranquility and quality of life. Environmental studies show that there will be a heat island effect from the 2 artificial grass fields, as well as toxic fumes in the air and runoff into the LA River from the dangerous forever chemicals that exist in artificial turf. Once Weddington is gone, we cannot get it back. This open public space will be gone forever. Please save Weddington and find a different option for the Harvard Westlake School. Please do not grant this conditional use permit. Thank you so much for your time and for the opportunity to speak today.
Caller with the Zoom name Alex, Ellis, and Larry, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Alex Liu, and I'm a Studio City stakeholder in support of Harvard Westlake School in River Park. The recreational open space will benefit both the community and the school. Harvard Westlake has been thoughtful in developing positive changes with moves to plant more trees, implement systems for water conservation, and providing 5.4 acres of publicly accessible open space for many to enjoy. While some are concerned about preserving something that served a specific group, River Park will provide a new experience and opportunity for many to enjoy. I'm really in support of this. I think the relationship between Harvard Westlake and the Special Olympics is special, and they really do a great job there. The entire community of Harvard Westlake is involved with it. It continues to grow, and as Harvard Westlake expands, I can see greater opportunities, for programs and organizations in the community as well, to see and help expand on what they want to do within the community and how much they can help. From my experience with Harvard Westlake, it's a really driven community that wants to help others and expand and do more, for everybody around. So I'm in strong support of this. Thank you.
Caller with the Zoom name John Schultz, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thanks, Kathleen. So I've been a Studio City resident for 25 years, and I oppose this project that simply sacrifices the needs of many for the benefit of a rich few. The fact is, the vast majority of the children that go to Harvard Westlake come from families that can afford to be members of expensive clubs, country clubs, where they can learn how to play tennis, golf, and enjoy a beautiful green space. Good for them. But I ask the council to consider the children who do not come from families who can afford these private schools, private clubs, and have counted on Weddington to play tennis, golf, and enjoy the green space, and enjoy other benefits for healthy living. Harvard Westlake students will always have priority, period. And they already have such a fine facility. So I also ask the council to take the opinions of callers like myself and others who actually live in this district most seriously, and who will be the ones most impacted by this on an ongoing daily basis by this project. And for callers that have suggested using Beeman Park as an alternative are going to be sadly mistaken when this park becomes overrun once the River Park project goes through. I have, in my family and I have been at Weddington at least once a week, and it is a very safe, vibrant, and clean facility that serves the Studio City area and community very well. Yes, there are nominal fees to pay there, but this is nothing compared to a private membership at a country club. So this is a very fine facility that's available to the public that cannot be replaced. So I urge the council to oppose this project. Thank you.
Caller with the last four digits, 5294, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. My name is Louis, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I am in approval of this project, River Park, Harvard Westlake. One of the things that's important to me as a father and a husband, that if there's an emergency, that whole community, Studio City, all the people that have been speaking, will have a safe place to go to meet, which would be Harvard Westlake, the River Park, because that's what we do. One of the things that's important to me is that when you walk on Harvard Westlake's campus, you hear welcome, and then we go from there. So I say, give it a chance, and trust me, you will be welcome, and it'll be better for everyone. Thanks.
Caller with the Zoom name David Edelstein, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for having this meeting. I'd like to point out, first of all, that a hybrid meeting, including Zoom participants and people in person, would have satisfied all expectations in terms of people that have to work and people that want to express their passion in opposition to this monstrous plan. I have a comment first about the claim of NIMBYism that has slandered myself and hundreds of my neighbors and is nothing but an attempt to create a diversion from the real issues. Yes, I live 1 block from the Weddington property. And yes, I am adamantly opposed to this monstrous, too big plan, as are the vast majorities of my neighbors. And we are the ones that will feel the pain. That majority opinion of the most affected residents is reflected in the position taken by the Studio City Residents Association, which strongly opposes this plan. That majority opinion was clearly indicated by the huge turnout at the community rally on Sunday morning. This opposition is due to the many critically important issues that have already been stated. Let's keep in mind this one truth. NIMBYism works both ways. Those people that aren't residents in the immediate area will not feel directly the massive destructive impact of this huge private sports complex. And so it's logical that so many of those people loudly celebrate the alleged benefits, precisely because it's not in their backyard. NIMBYism. They can afford to be blind to the terrible destruction of this neighborhood, my neighborhood. One more point, we're told that we must accept Harvard Westlake's plan because, well, it could be worse. Well, that's simply not how I was raised. I don't think that's how, as a community, we should proceed to make this decision. And why is it not clear yet that Harvard Westlake is not providing access to the general public, period? If you are not a student of Harvard Westlake or a member of one of those organizations approved by Harvard Westlake, there are no assurances offered by Harvard Westlake of access to the facilities. Thank you for letting me speak my opposition to this way too big plan.
Caller with the last 4 digits 2577, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hi, please go ahead.
Hello?
Hi, please go ahead.
I live in District 4. I've lived in Studio City for 27 years, and I'm in full support of the Harvard Westlake River Park. I think it's going to help our community. My kids will have somewhere to go learn how to play golf and tennis. I don't understand. I think this is going to help the community a great deal. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Caller with the Zoom name Tim Knip, please go ahead.
Hello, my name's Tim Knipe. I have been a resident of Studio City for 30+ years, raised my daughter here. I am a retired school teacher from LAUSD, so I have some commiseration with the educational community, of which Harvard Westlake is certainly part. But I have some serious concerns about this River Park proposal. I don't believe it's in the best interest of our community at Studio City, and for the following reasons. It's adding traffic congestion. Whitsett is already small. It's already going to be congested. Construction will add congestion, as well as when it's actively a sporting facility. It can't withstand that much traffic. In addition to adding traffic, which is causing more greenhouse gas emissions, we're reducing the sequestration capabilities of the plot of land upon which the golf and tennis sits. By removing the grass and replacing it with artificial turf, you're removing a large carbon sink. In addition, they're removing the trees, which are also a carbon sink. They're absorbing the carbon from the atmosphere. When those are removed, new trees, yes, will be planted, but it'll take years and years for them to achieve the level that the trees currently are now. The fake astroturf, in addition to being toxic, does not absorb carbon. And you're adding a vast hardscape in this project. You are not contributing to carbon sequestration. We've seen what happens when at drop-off times and pickup times with the local schools. Laurel Canyon can't withstand what happens just for Campbell Hall. The loss of the, let me see. So for all of those reasons, and the final reason is we are entrusting the gatekeeper to this open space to an organization that has a different agenda than our community for good reasons. They're an educational organization. That's their priority, not the health of our community or the recreation of our community. There is no such thing as an open space with 12-foot walls surrounding it. For all those reasons, I vehemently oppose this project. Thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this hearing.
Caller with the Zoom name Jim Behold, please go ahead. Again, caller with the Zoom name Jim Behold, please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you for giving me this opportunity to express my support for the River Park project. My name is Jim Byhold, and I'm the chair of the Southern California Division of USA Fencing. I'm also a fencing coach at UCLA and at Harvard Westlake Upper School. One of my primary responsibilities in my role with USA Fencing is to procure venues several times a year for local fencing tournaments. Unfortunately, this is not easy because there is a dearth of adequate gymnasiums in the LA area. Most gyms are too small, and the larger ones are often not available for rent. When we're lucky enough to find a gym that meets our needs, we then find ourselves competing with many other sports vying for the same venue. LA has 10,000 acres of golf courses. What we need are more gymnasiums. Harvard Westlake has vowed that the athletic facilities at River Park will be available for use by nonprofit organizations and the community. This is music to my ears. So I strongly support River Park and believe it will fulfill a very important need in our community. Thank you.
Caller with the Zoom name Robert R, please go ahead.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Hi. Thank you. My name is Robert, and I've been working at Harvard Westlake for 32 years, and I'm in the athletics department. I'm also a golfer. I just played on the course yesterday over there at Weddington, and I coached golf there at the middle school. So I have a background in that as well, and I understand that the golf course would be going away, and that takes away a great place to play. But what I feel is more beneficial is the number of people in the community that'll benefit outweighs in the new plan, in the River Park plan, as opposed to what it is right now. Also, I wanted to speak a little bit about the tree canopy that everybody's talking about. The trees are very tall and very dangerous, I feel right now, as I was there during the spring and the palm fronds were falling down, and those are very dangerous. Not to mention the fact that the number 2 T-box protective fence was crushed by a fallen tree. So I feel that the new trees would be more beneficial in the future. I do know that they would take a long time to grow, but in the long run, we're talking about something that's going to benefit the community for a century or more. Also, just the environmental impact that the water conservation and the water saving, that we'll be able to use all our own water. We won't have to outsource for water in the future. We'll just use the water that we have and the energy that we create with the solar panels on the building. It's just such a benefit to the environment. So yes, I am in favor of the River Park project. I hope you guys support it, and thank you very much for your time.
Caller with the Zoom name Jason Kelly, please go ahead.
My name is Jason Kelly. I'm a member of the Harvard Westlake community. What attracted me to Harvard Westlake were its mission and vision statements. Every day, I observe decision-making and policy being driven by the pillars of excellence, purpose, integrity, and community, and the philosophies of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I have watched with interest how the River Park project was developed and has evolved with feedback from the community into a project designed not only to meet the needs of the school, but to work hand in hand with the community to provide a beautiful, environmentally conscious green space that will be accessible to all. The Weddington Golf and Tennis facility has been a beloved local landmark for many years, but the sports currently provided are played by only a very small minority of the population. The River Park plans provide green space and traditional parkland for walking, jogging, general exercise, or just simply finding a shaded bench or a piece of grass to sit down and read a book. The fields, pool, tennis courts, and gym spaces will be accessible during the week and on weekends for members of the community to play a vast multitude of sports that are played by the entire population of our city. With the partnerships Harvard Westlake has entered into with Angel City and Special Olympics, River Park will also be accessible for adaptive sport athletes. I look forward to the completion of the project and meeting members of the community as they enjoy these carefully designed and environmentally conscious spaces in the future. Thank you for your support of this project.
Caller with the Zoom name Aaron Matskin, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and thank you for all of you for hanging in there all day. I'm a resident of District 4. My family has lived in Studio City for about 12 years, and I'm here to express my support for the River Park project. I'm going to be brief, as I think people have summed up the majority of my points. But I believe the benefits of the new complex far outweigh any downsides. It's my understanding that when Harvard Westlake bought the property, the only other viable bidders were developers. And having a community-oriented school and sports facility, which will be accessible to the public, is, in my opinion, a far better outcome than having a new commercial or large residential housing development in that space. I think Harvard Westlake has been receptive to public feedback and has iterated the project based on that feedback. I believe they are going to be great stewards of that land and that the River Park project is going to benefit the entire community. Thank you, and I support the park plan.
Caller with the Zoom name Jeff S as in Sam, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi there. I work in Studio City, not far from the Weddington facility right now, and I'm fully in support of the River Park project. I've heard a lot of talk in the community and on social media and on this call about the loss of trees when Harvard Westlake builds the River Park. The reality is that more new trees will be planted than removed during construction. More than half of the removed trees are fan palms, which aren't even technically trees and don't offer much environmental value. They aren't good at sequestering carbon dioxide. They are very thirsty. They don't provide shade, and they don't offer habitat for wildlife. Other trees that are being removed are all non-native. In their place, Harvard Westlake will plant almost 400 new trees and thousands of understory plantings. The new trees will all be native and will include over 100 oak trees alone. That's right. The fan palms that are being removed will be replaced nearly 1-to-1 with oak trees. The new plantings will also include over 100 toyons, ash, myrtle, sycamore, and other appropriate species. In the end, the tree life at River Park will be more abundant than it is today, will offer more shade, more capacity for carbon sequestration, and more opportunities for wildlife to live and forage. There's no question that the River Park will be better for trees than the current Weddington Golf and Tennis Center. Thank you.
Caller with the Zoom name Jesse R, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Jesse. I live in Council District 4. I've lived here for 16 years. I would like to add my voice of support for the River Park project. The many benefits of the project have been stated eloquently by previous commenters, so I'll just try to reiterate the big picture. This property is owned by Harvard Westlake. It has been for 6 years. Clearly, there are people in the neighborhood that want to keep it as is, and I'm sympathetic to that sense of loss and to the inconvenience of having to deal with construction. I've certainly had big construction projects in my neighborhood, but it's just not how it works. This is going to be developed. So unless someone can buy the property or convince the city to take it over, I think that what Harvard Westlake proposes is pretty good. We're talking about a combination athletic facility and public park. Knowing that the people that I know who are involved with the school, I honestly believe that Harvard Westlake has made a good faith effort to make this project a triple win for the school, for the local community, and for the environment. Will it be open 24/7 to the public? Obviously not. Even city parks aren't open all the time, but a significant part of the property will be open to the public for many hours. There's going to be tennis courts that'll be available when not in use by school. There's just going to be green space that people can use. And I would add that this is going to be done at a pretty significant cost to the school, which you can look at as a major cost saving for the city and local community. It's going to be expensive to maintain this place and secure it. The project also includes restoration of river habitat, water conservation efforts, solar power, and learning opportunities related to local history and environment along the river. I think the partnership with the Friends of the LA River is great. There are several other very worthy organizations that are being partnered with as well. And I just find it hard to believe that anyone in the neighborhood would rather have a multi-story condo project or a giant new shopping center compared to this project. So I hope it gets built. I hope it's beautiful. I hope the public enjoys it. And I support the project. Thank you.
Caller with the Zoom name Juliana C, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I live in Council District 4, and I've been listening for a few hours as well. I am fully in support of River Park and Harvard Westlake's plan for this property. I've been listening, like I said, for a few hours, and I've heard a lot about the environmental benefits of the current golf course, but this type of logic really, it defies logic to me, honestly, this type of thinking. The golf course right now the golf course right now uses pesticides, consumes massive amount of water. In contrast, River Park will have native trees, use much less water. Everyone's talking about the toxins of, the turf that'll be installed, but no one talks about the golf course and the use of pesticides and the runoff from that. So I just wanted to say I'm in full support of River Park and Harvard Westlake's plan for this property. Thank you.
Caller with the last 4 digits 0832, please go ahead. Caller with the last 4 digits of 0832, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Okay, we'll come back to that person. Zoom caller with the name N as in Nancy Abrams, please go ahead. Oh,
Hi,
I
thank
apologize,
you.
Nancy, can you hold on 1 second? It looks like 0832 unmuted themselves.
Correct. Okay.
Okay, I will call you next. Thank you. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a Studio City stakeholder and an environmentalist, and I'm in full support of the River Park project. I'm thrilled about the investments that this project is going to make in improving our environment. It's going to add 400 native trees and plants to the site, which is going to reduce water and increase the shade canopy and add biodiversity, encourage the return of native bird and wildlife, and increase carbon sequestration capacity. The buildings are going to have solar power, and the synthetic turf is going to save millions of gallons of water each year, which will reduce the use of pesticides and herbicides. And I strongly urge you to support River Park. Thank you.
Okay, my apologies. So next we have caller with the first initial N, last name Abrams. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. On behalf of the United States Tennis Association of Southern California, I want to express our enthusiastic support for the Harvard Westlake River Park proposal in Studio City. The River Park would provide new facilities for many sports, and we appreciate that the school is including tennis in its plans and providing access for many tennis players from our community. The River Park's 8 new top quality lighted tennis courts will be open to the public daily when not in use by the school and the various teams. And we are proud that the USTA Southern California has formed a partnership with the school to host instructional programs, adult and junior teams and tournaments, social and cardio tennis, and coaching development programs at the River Park. We're also looking very forward to participating alongside our partner orgs, such as the Special Olympics in Angel City. On behalf of my dedicated staff, we're excited that the River Park will be accessible for the entire community to enjoy. And in addition, I actually grew up in Studio City playing tennis on the local courts, and I personally appreciate the needs of the community. I hope the city of LA will approve this wonderful project. Thank you for your time.
Caller with the Zoom name Eric Previn, please go ahead. Again, caller with the Zoom name Eric Previn, Preven, please go ahead.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. It's Eric Previn. I'm sorry, it's been a very long day. And Kimberly, I appreciate your hosting this Zoom call. I wish it was hybrid because I know when there's a room full of people, you can feel the energy. And frequently when people spoke the way they spoke today, there's a very clear difference between the two kinds of speakers. The room erupts in support and applause. And I think that that's the feeling that I had today, hearing from the Studio City residents. No disrespect to Harvard Westlake, a longtime member of the community. But frankly, the way that this has come down is, you need to know a little of the history. And there was CD2, CD4. There was a little switcheroo there, as you noticed. But people talking about how, this is the public amenity, but you still have to pay. It's pay to play, people. But the pay to play, I think, was really the Harvard Westlake trustees who sought the approval for the former project up on the hillside and carpet bombed Paul Krikorian, who's now the council president, handily has washed his hands of this situation and left it for Nithya Raman to deal with. But the real story is not about council members. Nithya Raman, Paul Krikorian, we know what they're doing, and they do, the best they can. But the people who live in Studio City are not snowed by the arguments that have been put forward by Harvard Westlake. Harvard Westlake, there's an old story. Howard Sunken, the lobbyist, who has a kid there, did, the guy who represented the Dodgers. We were at the Harvard Westlake high school looking at the story pole presentation, which was just about the most absurd thing in the world, of the giant parking garage. And the same tailgaters who've been calling in today appreciated that project with the same vigor. We had a big meeting and they all came out and talked about how much they wanted that horror show. But Sunken and I were talking, and I said, this is never going to happen, sir. Do you sense that? And I suggested maybe put it in a different place in the valley. Maybe, why don't you stick a little field next to the Weddington spot? Clunk. Years later, he said, hey, Mr. Previn, great idea. Well, guess what? It was not my idea. And the idea to do something for Harvard Westlake was reasonable. It didn't seem so outrageous to leave the golf and tennis and accomplish some of the goals that Harvard Westlake had to have some expanded. It seemed reasonable. But when you start trying to sell people from Studio City open space with a 10 or 11 or 12 foot, I heard all three today, wall and a 16,000 page EIR with Edgar Kaladian stuck in there by alumni Eric Garcetti to answer pro forma.
Thank you. That is your time. Please go
Was
ahead
that
and
3
finish with
minutes?
your-
Was
Yes,
that 3
that
minutes?
is. Yes, please go ahead and finish with your sentence.
Yeah, my final sentence is I'm opposed to this project vigorously, as are the 36,000 people who voted for me in 2015. Thank you.
Caller with the Zoom name Eric Troop, please go ahead.
Hello, this is Eric. I've lived in Los Angeles all of my 57 years. I own a house in Laurel Canyon. I'm a member of Local 44. I'm a union worker in the film business. And pretty much just a working class person. And this golf course has meant a lot to me because I don't have the money to join a country club. And when I play there, I see a lot of seniors who get together, and it seems like it's a meaningful place for seniors to come together and be able to get outside. And there's a whole community of seniors there. I'm wondering where they're gonna go. And I keep hearing, and I don't know enough about a lot of the backstory. I hear a lot of talking points, and I was sent some talking points that I should be talking about. I'm just going to talk about what I know, because what I know is that there's not that much left of the LA that I knew. And everywhere you look, and anything that had any sort of history or tradition, it just gets mowed down for something new, and I appreciate that. There's a lot of things that are being said. I'm not sure if they're true or not. If they are, that there might be some good points to what Harvard Westlake is going to offer. But from what I feel is it's just going to be such a great loss to the soul of our city. And there's not, I'm not a great golfer. I'm kind of a bad golfer. So there's not too many places you can be a bad golfer. There's only that Weddington and maybe one over in Los Feliz. Weddington is gorgeous. And I just feel, I went to the protest this weekend. I live in downtown LA at the moment, and I felt moved to go support the neighborhood and the community there. And I looked in these people's faces, and I feel so sad for what the loss of their neighborhood. And it's just not, as a lot of people said, it's never gonna come back. And you can talk about all the trees they're gonna plant and this and that, but what it's gonna be is it's gonna be for a few people that aren't in that neighborhood, and it's gonna completely destroy that neighborhood. And I feel for these people there. How helpless they must feel. It makes me feel helpless every day in LA when I have no voice. When things go wrong, nobody's there to listen. There's no one picks up the phone if there's a problem with someone stealing something, people walking into stores and walking out. There's no law, there's no tradition, there's no reverence for community. And this is going to be a
Thank
huge.
you. That is your time. So please finish with your sentence.
Well, my sentence is, I do not support this. And I feel very sad that this is going to happen. I can feel it happening. God bless you. And God bless us.
Caller with the Zoom name Tom, Ellis, and Larry, please go ahead.
Hello. I'm happy that the city's holding this exchange public comment. I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to participate. A lot has been said today. It's hard to come up with something new. I strongly support River Park. I'm excited about the level of access that the community will have. And I'd like to reiterate comments made earlier that by earlier speakers, that Weddington is not a public open space or park. It's a private fenced off golf and tennis facility. And the River Park plan maintains public access in multiple ways. And I'm really excited actually for the community and fitness and health benefits of that access. This is really a win-win for the community and the school. Opposition by neighbors is understandable, but also disingenuous and frankly delusional. First, most of the arguments against that I've heard today are all predicated on preserving the status quo, which is just untenable. The community's love for Weddington has been made exceedingly clear today. But however much we love Weddington, no new owner will preserve it or recreate it. The property will be developed, and there are few feasible options less objectionable than River Park. It's extremely unlikely that we'll get a better offer. And second, Weddington is not some sort of praiseworthy, egalitarian, idealistic space. Just imagine the response if an organization wanted to convert this space from something else to a private golf and tennis club. It would be vehemently opposed as elitist, exclusive, and environmentally irresponsible. Harvard Westlake has always been an upstanding and actively engaged community citizen, and River Park is the best option for the community. Thank you very much.
This is Kimberly Henry with City Planning. I will be taking over for Kathleen as timing continues for the remaining people on the line. Please note that we will be closing tonight's public comment period at approximately 8 p.m. So those of you who may not have had the opportunity to provide an oral public comment, please know that you can also submit your comments to me directly via email at kimberly.henry@lacity.org. And keep in mind also that this is not the only opportunity to provide comments. Written comments are equally considered as today's oral comments and will also be described in the hearing officer staff report to the commission. If you'll just give me a minute, I'm trying to share my screen for the timer. Okay, caller with the last four digits of 8536. You can now unmute yourself by pressing *6. Again, caller with the last four digits of 8536. Please unmute yourself to provide your comment. Caller 8536. Please unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone. Okay, we'll come back to caller 8536. Caller with the Zoom name is Zach S. If you'll please unmute yourself. Zach S. If you can unmute yourself, you can provide your comment.
Hi, thank you.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, first off, I live in Sherman Oaks and I am a supporter of the River Park project. Having said that, I'd certainly like to acknowledge the sentiments of those opposed to the project. This is clearly an emotionally charged topic, and although we might disagree with the proposal, I do hope that if the plans move forward, people can find a way to get past frustrations, at least enough to have an open mind to the potential of River Park since there are few land uses more exclusionary than a golf course. No process is perfect, but I do believe that Harvard Westlake has made every effort to cater to the surrounding community. And so to paint a portrait of the school as an evil empire seems to be a bit overkill. The school is incentivized to be a community partner, and if this moves forward, you should hold them to it. Based on my experience, you won't have to try hard. Lastly, and I imagine to the school's disappointment, Drew Brees did not attend high school there or anywhere in LA. Thank you.
Hello? Yes, please go ahead, Jennifer.
Just a second.
Jennifer, please go ahead and provide your comment.
Hi, sorry. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jennifer Leung. I'm a 16-year resident within the Council District 4, and I support the Harvard Westlake River Park project. The reasons I'm mostly excited about this project is the environmental benefit that it's going to bring. One of the biggest improvements of this project will bring forth is the increase in the natural biodiversity. Many native plants will be planted, which will increase the pollinators and support birds and butterflies, essential for a thriving ecosystem of native animals and plants. Much of our local land, it's currently taken up by invasive plants right now that are detrimental to a healthy ecosystem and have been the cause of an increase in endangered species. The planting of these native plants will create a lasting environmental benefit far beyond the immediate community. Another major environmental feature is the development of the water reclamation system. Currently, millions of gallons of water is being wasted because of the absence of such a system, but that's going to change with the River Park project. I also want to highlight on the trees replacement. For what I know, every single tree that will be taken down will be replaced. Significant landscaping and beautification will take place, which will benefit the whole community because the public will be able to continue to access the walking paths and the grounds. Within 10 years, the River Park new trees and landscaping will capture, remove, and store far more carbon dioxide than existing non-native trees and palm trees. The canopy coverage will also exceed the current coverage, as prior speakers alluded to. Because of all the environmental benefits that River Park will be bringing, I believe it's going to far exceed an alternative build out of any kind of commercial property. For this, I urge all of you to approve this project. Thank you.
Caller 8536, you can now unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone.
Hi, my name is Victoria. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you for providing this forum. I'm a resident of Council District 4, and I'm calling in support of Harvard Westlake School and the River Park project. I played tennis for Harvard Westlake in the 90s and grew up playing at Weddington. I have such a love for the entire area. It really is my hometown. I see the upside the proposed plan has for the community, really utilizing the land that has become scarce in the area with all the recent development of commercial space and apartment buildings. And there will still be tennis courts along with a beautiful sports facility and green space that will benefit the Studio City area and the San Fernando Valley as a whole. I wholeheartedly believe this will be the best case scenario development proposition for the entire community. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Caller Douglas Smith. You can now unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking today in support of the River Park project. My wife and I have been residents of Council District 4 for 28 years. And over the course of those nearly 3 decades, I have played many rounds of golf at Weddington and have enjoyed it. Nevertheless, on balance, I see the merits of this proposal, this project, as far outweighing any loss from the golf course. We all know how bad golf courses are for the environment. On balance, the vast array of new facilities, the open space, the trails, in my mind, far outweigh the loss of the golf course, which has been in serious decline since long before Harvard Westlake purchased the property in 2017. A lot has been said today, and there's not really much more that I can add that would be new to advance the conversation. But I do want to go on record as supporting enthusiastically the River Park project. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller Adam Stern, you can now unmute yourself. Adam Stern, please unmute yourself.
Yes, hi. My name is Adam Stern. I live on Goodland Avenue in Studio City. And as a lifelong Angelino and current resident with a growing family, I fully support the River Park project. I think it'll be a wonderful addition to the neighborhood. And the DEIR produced by outside experts confirms what is already obvious. There's not going to be any significant operational impact to the environment. And this was what we all kind of expected. I think that the water that's going to be reclaimed, that's being saved from the existing golf course, in addition to the solar installation that's proposed on the roof of the facility, is a great improvement and very forward thinking. I really echo the sentiments of everyone else who has been in support of this progress in the neighborhood. I plan to raise my family here for many years to come. And I really look forward to taking them to the public park and using the facilities. I cannot state enough how much I think that Harvard Westlake will be the best stewards for the project. As someone who lives just a block away from the current sports field, I have not experienced any negative effects. There's no late night games or anything that interrupt my street. And I think the same can be said for this future project. I just want to reiterate my full support, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 6039. Please unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone. Caller 6039, you can now unmute yourself.
Yes, hi. I'm calling to express my support for the Harvard Westlake River Park project. I'm a stakeholder in Studio City. The reasons for my support are similar to what's already been said over the course of the last several hours. I'm particularly impressed with the environmental changes that Harvard Westlake has implemented in the River Park plan. Golf courses, as we all know, are not really great for the environment, especially ones that don't recycle or reclaim water in the way that many courses do, and the current course does not reclaim or recycle that water. And to change the property into something that's going to be much more environmentally friendly, I think will enhance not only the neighborhood, but also the larger city as a whole. And so again, I'm calling to express my strong support for the Harvard Westlake River Park project. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller Patricia J, you can now unmute yourself. Patricia J.
Hi. My name is Patty. Hi, my name is Patty Chavez Joy, and I am a Studio City stakeholder and a neighbor of the property. I am also a parent at Harvard Westlake, and I do want to share that my experience with Harvard Westlake has been that they really lead with honesty. They are collaborators, and they really desire to cultivate community. I enthusiastically support River Park. The River Park preserves this recreational open space for future generations to enjoy, and it will be open for public use. And this is especially important for me and my family because I do live in a multi-generational household, meaning my parents and I share a home. My father is 90 and my mother is 77, and I'm always looking for safe and beautiful local areas to take my parents for a walk. And the public areas of River Park would really provide a beautiful space for them while cultivating community. It is also a very sustainable project that will save water, have more trees with greater shade, and native landscaping that will better support birds and the wildlife of the property. Harvard Westlake School has partnered with many nonprofit organizations to ensure that Angelenos from different backgrounds have regular access to the site. And as a Latina woman raising Latino children, access for our community is extremely important to me. This facility will create many new educational, athletic, and cultural opportunities for students and the community to enjoy. And for these reasons, I fully support River Park. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Caller 0407. You can now unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone. Caller 0407. Please unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone.
Hi, my name is James Lane. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I lived in Sherman Oaks and Studio City for the last 22 years. I currently live a few blocks walk to the west of the golf course. I'm calling in strong support of the River Park proposal. I feel like more members of the community are going to have access to the facilities that River Park will offer, rather than just the few people who can actually fit on a golf course at the same time and afford, $15 to $20 every time that they visit. That's kind of cost prohibitive. I know it is for someone like me. I hear people are worrying about like traffic and pollution. And unless this place stays exactly the way it is and nobody touches it and we don't water it anymore, there's going to be traffic. There's going to be any kind of project's going to have construction. And what if it's a residential apartment complex as they go up? You could fit at least like 40 unit dwellings in that space, and you have probably 1 to 2 cars for each one of those dwellings. That's going to be probably more traffic than you would get, a lot more traffic than you would get from the sports complex. And I just think it's better for the environment, obviously, than what's going on right now. The water reclamation. I think pretty much everything I'm saying has already been said, so I will bring it to a close and just say Thank you very, very much for listening to me, and I hope you share my support of the River Park project. Thank you.
Caller Sean M, you can now unmute yourself. Caller Sean M, please unmute yourself. Caller Sean M, you can now unmute yourself.
Hi, sorry. Can you hear me now? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm just sitting here wondering what the folks that are opposed to the River Park would be saying if Harvard Westlake's name was not on it. It just seems like all the arguments against are because Harvard Westlake is this evil empire or such. But I'm a resident of District 4, and I fully support the park. And I think it's disappointing that folks are accusing Harvard Westlake of destroying a community when the school is everything about community. So I'll leave it at that and just say I support the River Park wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller Annie M, you can now, or I'm sorry, Annie A, you can now unmute yourself. Caller Annie A, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Annie Abrams, and I live in Council District 4. I wholeheartedly support the Harvard Westlake River Park. I've heard some previous callers ask the question, does the school really need all of these sports facilities? And the answer is yes. First of all, the school doesn't actually have as much land as many high schools, including most LAUSD high schools. So, they need this additional space to accommodate their teams and their students. And also, I think we just don't need to second guess what a school needs. I mean, obviously, Harvard Westlake needs these facilities. Otherwise, it wouldn't spend all this time, money, and effort on the project. I think it's crucial that schools have what they need to provide excellent and safe academic extracurricular experiences for students. Also, I just wanted to respond to some previous comments. This project is not about greed or profit. Harvard Westlake is not a corporation. It is a nonprofit school whose sole purpose is the creation of an inclusive, diverse community, the joyful pursuit of academic excellence, and the development of students' character and emotional intelligence. This is a school that wants the world to be a better place. So I sincerely hope the city will approve the River Park, and I am so, so grateful for the opportunity to speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Caller 8647, you can now unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone. Caller 8647, please unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Hi there. I have lived. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but there is a bit of an echo, so you might have something else that's also playing the audio in the background. So if you could mute that.
Okay. Is that good?
No, we can still hear the echo.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. Oh, it looks like she dropped off. Okay. Caller Alton P, please unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. Good evening. I live in Council District 4 and fully support the Harvard Westlake River Park project. The concept of River Park is visionary, well-conceived, and inclusive. It would create an open space shared between Harvard Westlake and the greater community. For me, that the project seeks to engender stronger community ties by including more humans and more organizations such as Angel City Sports, Friends of the LA River, and the Special Olympics of Southern California, among many others, is critical. The River Park project would preserve, not destroy, the green open space for students and the community to take care of and enjoy into the future. Please support this extremely communal, forward-thinking, and green project. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller Julie S. You can now unmute yourself. Caller Julie S. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Julie Skilly. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, perfect. Okay. I am opposing the CPU for Harvard Westlake. It is way too big. It is much bigger than the spot they have.
Julie, it looks like your audio is cut out. We cannot hear you.
Hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead. Julie, are you there?
I'm here.
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay. Opposed the CPU for Harvard Westlake, opposed for it's way too big, too much noise, traffic, huge concern in parking spots and the amount of people that are going to be there. It's way too many cars that are going to be parking on the side streets, even though they'll tell them not to, but that's not going to happen. I'm also the fire station. I have 2.
Julie, your audio is cut out again. We cannot hear you.
Oh, okay.
There, we got you back.
Okay. I'm opposed to it. I'm a District 4 resident, Studio City resident. I live 3 blocks away from it. I've been here for 15 years. I don't like the idea of so many cars on WhatsApp blocking the safety of the firefighters coming out, first responders. You know, if something happens, they can't get out. That's life or death. That's insane. The heat that's going to be generated from the astroturf, from the fake grass, all the chemicals and everything. I appreciate and the comments from Mr. Mendel, Bill Nye, the doctor from Massachusetts, Linda Clark, Charlotte Larson, and all those other people, and Terry, that agree that we all oppose the CPU for Harvard Westlake. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 8647, please unmute yourself by pressing *6. Caller 8647.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Wonderful, thank you. I have lived in this neighborhood for 45 years, raising my family in Studio City. I am unaffiliated with Harvard Westlake School. I am excited and eager to welcome the Harvard Westlake River Park. The project will preserve and reuse the golf clubhouse, the cafe, and putting green, all while creating a publicly accessible park with walking paths, jogging trails, and incredible recreational facilities. The property owners are gifting the city of Los Angeles with an incredible public resource while preserving the most iconic parts of the property. My friends and I have enjoyed playing golf and tennis at the Westlake Park for many years. In watching all the various development proposals for this property over the years, it seems to me what Harvard Westlake is proposing for the site makes the most sense and gives our community the most opportunity to continue access to the site. It takes the historic recreational nature of this site and builds upon it by increasing the opportunities here. Thank you, Harvard Westlake, for saving Weddington by ensuring it will be recreational, open space for the community to enjoy. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to express my thoughts. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Caller Bob McKenney, please unmute yourself. Caller Bob McKenney.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I am a 61-year resident of Studio City. I use the Whitsett tennis facility every single week. I am vehemently opposed to this. Harvard Westlake has been nothing but a horrible neighbor to the Studio City residents for over 50 years. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes, ma'am, because I know you're getting heat from both sides of the equation, and it is heated. I live in Landale Square, which is across the street from Campbell Hall. Have we not learned anything from the Campbell Hall fiasco? It has put such a horrible impact on our neighborhood. The traffic, the congestion. I just need to go on record that I'm vehemently opposed, and thank you for hearing me out, and good luck to you in whatever decision you make. Maybe put a deed restriction so that Harvard Westlake will be forced to allow the public access and not change it in 24 months when they deem they don't like what they've done. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Caller 0132. You can now unmute yourself. Caller 0132, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Tara Wells, and I am a renter living on Westlake, directly across the street from the Weddington facility, and I am in strong support of River Park. This project will create new recreational space for me and my neighbors to enjoy, like a 16-acre backyard that won't charge me to enjoy. I believe this project will maintain the quality of the neighborhood while providing new recreational amenities like swimming. In my opinion, this project will be an added benefit to those living in Studio City, and all I have to do now is walk across the street in the new signalized intersection at Valley Spring and Westlake. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller Tim Sharp, you can now unmute yourself. Caller Tim Sharp, please unmute yourself.
Hello, thank you. Let me turn the speaker down. So I am a neighbor. I've lived in the neighborhood 16 years, and I've worked in the neighborhood for 20. I am a coach of a master's swim team, which utilizes the pool at Harvard Westlake. So I want to take a couple of tracks and talk about things I think are relevant. So I have a direct relationship with the school and the community, and so people wondering, what that relationship would be like. And, Harvard Westlake has been, wholly supportive of what we do. Having been there for 20 years now, that means, hundreds of adults who are seeking a way to be fit and healthy and happy, have come through our program. And, I'm happy to be a part of that. And I can sort of speak to the credibility of how, Harvard Westlake would be a good steward of this new venture. Someone talked about, why needing another pool, because I, was a swimmer. I went to college on a swimming scholarship, and I've been a certified lifeguard for 35 years and worked in, the field of swimming for a long time. Pools are heavily used, pieces of property. They are programmed out every hour that they are available. And I think that, the community will find that that's a pretty exciting addition to the area. The other thing I want to talk about is just as a person who's into being, healthy and fit. And, I lived right next to Beeman Park for a number of years, 15 of the 16 I've been here. And finding places to just be active as a person who's interested. You've got Dixie Canyon and VNSO and Beeman Park, but there aren't a ton of those spaces out there. And anyone who lives in this area knows those areas are heavily used. Like, you can always find a wonderful, smattering of the community at any of those places at almost any time. And they're my favorite parts of the community when I'm, hiking or running up Dixie Canyon and striking up a conversation with someone I had never met before or someone I do know. I do want to, I'm trying not to overlap some of the other things, that have been said. Obviously, by my words, I am wholeheartedly in support of this project. Just to add on top, I'm so impressed by the water reclamation, facility. As someone who lived in the area, the water that builds up is dangerous and annoying, you know, on top of many things. I did want to mention one thing. Someone was picking on people who were using some of the same words, you know, that sounded scripted and things like that. Not everybody is comfortable speaking in front of a group. So I think that's just some people wanting, you know, to show their support, or even on the other side, I heard people use some of the same language. I certainly would never hold that against anyone. Gosh, not everyone's as loquacious as me. I see I'm running out of time. So thank you so much for giving me this time to speak. Again, I wholeheartedly support the River Park project.
Thank you. Caller 6677. Please press *6 on your phone to unmute yourself. Caller 6677.
Hi
Please
there.
unmute yourself. Hi, please
Hi
go ahead.
there.
Thank you.
Thanks so much to everyone, really. I've been on all day, and I honestly appreciate everyone's comments. My name is Wendy Clank. I've been supporting the environment and supporting trees. I have a nonprofit. Currently in a CEQA action against the city. I'm very aware of the environmental impact, and I appreciate everyone's love for parks and schools and kids, and I don't think any of that is really in question, or Harvard Westlake. Clearly, after listening to this conversation, they have a lot of money and they have a good PR agency. But I think there's just two questions that need to be addressed. One is zoning. I don't know why Harvard Westlake would have bought this property if they had never been given confidence from the city that they could change the zoning laws. Just a lot of money to spend to do that. So that is just seriously in question. Second thing is really the most important. It's the environment. A lot of people have been saying a lot of misinformation, and there's a lot of propaganda. Trees are not disposable. Our environment is not disposable. If somebody told you today you can live or you can die, do you want a swimming pool or do you want to live? Do you want to do fencing or do you want to live? These trees, that green space, it provides more than, you know, mental health and stress release and lowers blood pressure. So much more. People don't understand when you cut down a tree, those trees that are 80 years old, that carbon that's been in those trees is going to be released into the environment. So those 250 trees that are going to be cut down, all of that carbon goes back into the atmosphere. That is a lot. You're also killing all of the fauna, the wildlife, everything else, all the ecological, the environment in total, right? So the thing is we all have to be considerate of our planet and the environment, and we have to take that into account. So what's more important, I think, is, yes, the trees are living, breathing creatures. Those birds are living, breathing creatures. They're not disposable. You can't just plant another one and assume that it's okay. No, and somebody said, oh, those trees in 10 years will be able to, start sequestering carbon. No, they'll take 25 years before those trees are a carbon source for the first 25 years of their life. So everybody's been given wrong facts. And I really love that everybody's so excited and enthusiastic for this. And I feel like there's a way to mediate this conversation where the truth and the facts are supported. But right now, people are getting wrong information. So
That's your time. Please finish your sentence.
Yeah, I'll just say this. The EIR and the CEQA, people said it's been approved. It is not, and it's very much in danger. So I strongly object and oppose this project. And I ask council and everyone who's listening just to give it more time and go through everything in detail. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Dunford R, please unmute yourself. Dunford R.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Dunford and I live in Studio City. And I just want to share that I do fully support the Harvard Westlake River Park project. And I think, everyone's talked about the vision for River Park and how remarkable it's going to be as far as the facilities that's available, not just to the Harvard Westlake community, but also to the local community of Studio City. it's a no-cost facility. There's access to, walking paths, running paths, the track, and other facilities that, are present at that River Park facility. People talked about the different parks in the area and, driving miles to, have access to other basketball courts and whatever other reasons they gave. I think, having access to something that's local, something that's walkable is not something we currently have. And, this place is also inclusive. We talked about the different groups that will have access to it. And that's just the start, having Friends of LA River, Boys and Girls Club, Angel City Sports, Special Olympics. I think eventually that's something that can grow as, the community see the benefits of having a place like River Park. So, I just want to urge support for this project with me, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you. There are still approximately 81 people with their hands raised to provide comment. However, we will be closing the public comment period for the Harvard Westlake River Park project public hearing. If you did not have the opportunity to provide your comment, please submit your comments via email to kimberly.henry@lacity.org. Please keep in mind that written comments are equally considered as today's oral comments and will also be described in the hearing officer staff report to the commission. As stated previously, case number CPC 2020-1511-VCU-SPR and environmental case number ENV 2020-1512-EIR will go before the City Planning Commission on August 24th, 2023. If you are not already on the interested parties list for the Harvard Westlake River Park project and would like to be included on the interested parties list for this project, please visit tinyurl.com/planning-notify, which you can also find on the agenda for today's hearing to be able to provide your name and email or mailing address. It is now 8:00 p.m. This concludes the public hearing for the Harvard Westlake River Park project. Thank you for your participation in today's public hearing.